so much. I love that clip so much. It's so good. Remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Any 5 options. Western country. Austria. Nope. Portugal. Closer. Think more north. Netherlands? More east. Spain? A little bit south. Norway. That's too far north. You can't? What's between Mongolia and India? I am fighting a spider called Lullabarina. I mean, it's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad, right? It's fucking rigged! How do you keep hitting 1? Okay, a Lullabarina with 115 HP, it's almost dead. Fucking kill it. Kill the Lullabarina! Smash! Oh shit! Oh shit! Damn! Thank you for the raid, Levi. How's it going, good sir? Because his movements are so fucking weird. I don't understand where he's gonna attack from half the time. I'm like, seriously, bro. Just let me kill you. What do you mean? Look at the damage I'm doing to a monster. If 44 damage is totally reasonable. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. No, but I should. I really should say fuck you to him all the time. Fuck you, Muffin. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? He's trying to be like this mentoring father figure. A character flaw that Husai has to get over. Convince me that you're strong-willed enough to be able to sit back and watch things unfold until the moment that you need to rise. And Zaid reluctantly says, okay, I'll do that. I'll take all of my notes and all my everything, and I'll prove to you that even if I can't be a capable physical warrior or a strong mage, my intelligence and my pattern recognition ability can put me in like a tactical support position. And they come to burn down the Adventurers Guild. And Zaid's the only one there. And he basically fights off like 300 or 400 people. But he is just trained so fucking hard. He's like that anime character that's always been in the background, like fucking Rock Lee, where he's like, I've been so underrated and no one's accepted my skill. I finally get to prove myself. Because he does get completely fucking overwhelmed. Eventually. I don't get it. How is this about anything but food? I'm hungry and aroused. His eyes rolled to the back of his head as his arms gave way and he slumped into the bloodbath of boiling flesh, spice, grain, vegetable, and now it was complete. The recycled woven flesh was ground and minced. It soaked into the flesh, peeling it from the muscle, splitting the bone. The exposed, ordered excrements of this innards splayed out the softened meat, spurring from its rest inside this twisted, tortured mass. As always, remember, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We are doing good. We came up with another really good idea today. I was really worried. I was walking home from work and I was like, fuck, man, I didn't come up with an idea today.
Fuck you, Valium Boy less than 4. Fuck you, Muffin less than 4. Fuck you, Cuck less than 4.
There we go. We did the rounds. And breaking.
Rufflecopter goes soy, 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 soy.
If we ever got far enough along Pi to find that it actually does repeat after, like, a Googleplex numbers. Could you imagine, like, on a theoretical level what that would do for science? Because pi is supposed to be this absolute, beautiful, perfect, natural number that never repeats. See, this is where it's like I'm adding this element where I wouldn't do this, of, like, directness. Reference from the past and events from the past, but adding, like, twists and stuff where the holes in the gap in knowledge are, but coming out with the same, like, outcome, but having a different story twist the way to that outcome, I think is a very relatable and grounded way to write a story. So I think historical, you're underestimating what historical can be. Like, I'll give you a great fucking example. Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter. Fucking amazing movie. And as always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I was a shadow in the endless night, lost in silence, searching for light. Then you walked in, a spark so bright, stitching my broken heart, making it right. You held me close when I fell apart, wove your love through every scar. Through the pain, through the dread, you become my eternal thread. You're the thread that binds my soul, the hand that lifts, the heart that holds. Yo, 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 yo! Fuck you guys, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, we back at it, boys! And guess what? So, I've been meaning to do this for like a week now. Ooh, nice talent, Sean. Love it. Love to see it. Ah, ha, ha! I'm outclassing you in every way, bitch! Get some! Just barely, just enough. Just enough to say I won. Fuck! 14? That what'd you get? 30,000. Fuck, man. I got wrecked. I got wrecked. That's not fair. But, yeah, this video came out like 5 days ago. We've been meaning to watch it, and I just kept forgetting to fucking talk about it at the beginning of the goddamn, stream. Derp, derp, words. But, again, StarCraft is out, so we are back to ASL today. It is rain versus snow. Which weather effect is better, guys? Rain or snow? UFO, unidentified fidgety orphan. Ooh, what about UAP? What about,
Unrelatable autistic person.
I can't even fucking spell right. Unattended adolescent problem child. Hey, it's a little bit more. Yeah, it's a little bit more politically correct than mine. All right, intro is gonna be like super loud as always. Let's get into it, boys! What does Tyler have for us today? Hi, UFO strangeness on Earth, on the water, and up in space. Continue. It's not nice to call someone retarded.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here with Secure Team. So I've got something very strange and mysterious that I want to share with you guys today. And it comes from a place right down here on Earth, a place that we have spoken about many times before due to its mysterious nature, all of the unexplained things surrounding this area on Earth. The place I'm talking about is the ever mystifying continent of Antarctica. which, if you followed the channel, you'll know is literally cluttered with strange, anomalous phenomena. Entrances to caves in the middle of nowhere that are shaped like triangles or disc-shaped craft, to unexplained vibrations and magnetic anomalies underneath the ice that seem to manipulate and warp gravity when satellites fly by this continent. And so first, here we want to start with the main finding of today, and we're on Google Earth, and we're going to go ahead and zoom deep down into the middle of Antarctica. This is in the middle of nowhere, by the way, where this was found, and amongst the frozen hills and pretty flat area where this is located, we find what looks to be almost like a crater you would...
It sounded like something fell off of my wall. That fucking invisible guy behind me fucking around, making me go crazy. I swear, it sounded like something hit the floor, and I'm like, did something just break? Like, what the fuck? I have no idea. Set up pumps to pull seawater and spray it out across Antarctica to thicken the ice cap. Sean? Spray seawater across Antarctica to thicken the ice cap is an ambitious idea, but it faces significant practical and environmental challenges that make it unlikely to work as intended. Here's a breakdown of the concept and why it's problematic. Sounded small, similar to a thumbtack or bottle cap. Wait, you heard it too, Sean? Yeah, it was like a wall tack. I'm pretty sure it was like a wall tack or something like that, like fell out of the wall. And I'm like, what the fuck? How is that even possible? Fucking ghost behind me. Okay, let's see. Freezing seawater and ice. Seawater has a lower freezing point than fresh water due to salt content. Well, it could freeze an Antarctic stream cold. The salt would largely remain in the ice, creating weaker, less stable ice compared to the existing glacial ice. The salty ice would be prone to melting faster when temperatures rise. Spraying seawater would likely form thin, uneven layers rather than thick, cohesive ice sheets. The process of building a significant ice cap would require an enormous volume of water and energy to mimic natural glacial processes, which occur over thousands of years. Logistical challenges. Well, let's just go down to the conclusion. While creative, the idea of spraying seawater to thicken Antarctica's ice cap is unlikely to work due to the logistical, environmental, and scientific barriers. The energy and infrastructure demands are astronomical. The resulting ice would be unstable, and unintended ecological consequences could outweigh any benefits addressing the root cause, global warming. Why would it... I just wanted to be dumb. You made it so political. Took all the fun out of it, Grok. Dickhead.
See on the moon.
Heave vehicles vibrating the structure over several months and years. Have vehicles. Well, I'm like, I hate it when Grok will be like, oh, that's not a viable idea for these reasons. And it's like, if our biggest, like, problem that we face as human beings is, like, the ice melting, then a logistical and like infrastructure problem is not an issue. We can solve those issues. The question is the science valid? That's all I care about, right? Is the science valid? And would it help keep the ice sheet there, right? Who knows? We might just make things worse. But I love the fucking idea. It just sounds fucking good.
what appears to be a triangular object that looks as if it is or was constructed by something. So here we are, you can probably already see it. We see this sort of mound or crater, and then plain as day, we see this triangular, this very sharp triangular object sitting dead center
Okay,
of
so
the
we'd
object,
have to
almost like
desalinate the water, use a solar power greenhouse structure to remove the salt from the water, which could then be sold in the market, while the fresh water vapor could be collected and sprayed out. So you just gotta be a little bit more creative with it, right? It's like, well, what are the problems? Let's solve the problems. Okay, did we solve those problems? Does that make the idea work? So, that's what I hate. It's like people are like, oh, that idea is too much work. Well, do you have a better idea? No. Well, then we should do my idea. Yeah, but it's just so much work. It's like, shut the fuck up and do the goddamn thing. Do you actually want to save the planet? No.
like the object
Okay, well then don't
landed
try and save
and
the planet
blew
if you don't
out
want to
this
save the planet.
crater. And you can see the shadow of the object
And
being cast.
and also I love how people say it's like, oh, saving the planet. It's like, Earth doesn't give a fuck. The planet itself, it spent millions and millions of years on end in like unlivable conditions for life. Like the planet doesn't give a fuck what happens unless we literally blow up the planet. The planet doesn't give a fuck what happens.
Cast back down onto the frozen ground. So as you can see here, I'm kind of scrolling around the surrounding landscape. There's nothing else around here that looks like this. It's either barren land, flat, we have some mountains, but nothing that looks like this, just sitting in the middle of nowhere. It looks
And like you can see the shadow. Like look at the shadow of the outline. And you can tell because this is lit up. This is dark. This is lit up. This is dark. So this all indicates that this is a shadow of an actual object in either a crater. It kind of looks like a crater because it's like the shadow there. But then this has to be taller than the crater because the shadow goes over top of it. The Earth made humans because it couldn't figure out plastic on its own. So now we've made the plastic. We can all fry for all she cares. True, Sean.
like your typical V-shaped UFO that we have seen so many times before. And when I saw this, it reminded me of a couple of different findings wherein which we have discovered triangular shaped structures or craft or whatever you want to call them found on places such as the moon and Mars.
That's the
so
moon.
I was instantly reminded of this, which I posted after discovering about 4 years ago on the channel another triangular-like object, very similar in shape to what we're seeing in Antarctica here, and you're seeing that. So this is the moon here, and this image was captured by one of the many reconnaissance orbiter satellites currently making their way around the planet, mapping it, hence the name reconnaissance. We are doing reconnaissance on the moon. And you'll see
What do you do on reconnaissance?
Is another V-shape.
This is very specifically used word, right? It's not, oh, we're mapping the moon. No, we're doing reconnaissance. What do you do reconnaissance on? Fucking enemies. It's the real life Stargate fragments. True, Sean.
Shaped object that I'll go ahead and zoom in and kind of crop out here, but you can see it circled here, sitting down in this crater, sort of blending in, looks metallic, it's got light glinting off of it.
Creating
Here's a
shadows.
close-up shot of the object, a little pixelated, but nonetheless you can see the perfect triangle. We also have findings of partially buried triangular objects, such as these found on the planet Mars. Here is the first here, very detailed and very sharp-edged triangular V-shaped object that looks to be partially buried in the Martian surface. And yet again, on the planet Mars, another V-shaped object which looks to have more curved corners than pointed corners, and we've seen both in UFO sighting videos here on Earth. Some will have very sharp corners, others will be curved around the edges, and you can see it here where it's basically just sort of sticking out, coming up out of the ground. You can see the shadow of the edge of it, and here is
Shadows are the
another,
biggest thing
couple
to pay
of images
attention to.
snapped by astronauts themselves up in the space shuttle. of these TR-3Bs, or black triangles, whatever you want to call them, out the window here, cruising along high above the Earth's atmosphere, and they managed to snap a couple of
That ain't a
images
blackbird,
of
I'm
this
telling
thing.
you that.
And speaking of other cover-ups, I'd like to show you a clip today of yet another example of NASA cutting the live feed after a UFO appears while one of the astronauts is out doing a spacewalk and just doing some work on the International Space Station. Now you'll notice here that for a good portion of the video there's no UFO. The UFO appears just above the Earth's horizon line. And I want you guys to notice that up until the UFO appears, the video feed is pretty stable. But I want you guys to watch here that right as the UFO appears, you'll notice the live feed starting to get more and more interference until the point where they finally decide to just cut it and go to the famous blue screen that we're all familiar with.
So it's gonna be like around here. There.
So here's the point where the UFO actually comes into view, and you'll notice the interference in the video feed ramping up. And then, finally, the feed cut, which, oddly enough, coincidentally, happens right as the UFO comes into view, and they know that either the astronaut doesn't see it, or there's a delay in communication, so finally, they end up cutting the feed. And here, a few seconds later, because they can't leave the feed down for too long, because then people will know they're trying to hide something, you'll notice an obvious change in what the astronaut is doing, and how he is now panning the camera away from the object and back towards the ISS, where you can no longer see it. So, I mean, this is just, every time one of these UFOs appear, we would normally see this blue screen. They're watching the feed. We know that they cut it, but it seems that they're now implementing this sort of interference with the camera that kind of makes it look less of an intended feed cut, and I guess it's just to make it look more natural before the feed is actually cut, so they introduce some interference here, make it look like a camera issue. But you watch the whole 3 or 4 minute clip, and right as the UFO appears, we start getting this interference before the camera suddenly and mysteriously goes down. So something was caught hovering in space here, watching the ISS, watching the astronaut, or just doing something else. We don't know, but we know that they saw it, and, well, add it to the list of the hundreds, if not thousands, of other strange objects seen in the distance while the astronauts are out working above Earth and space. So tell me what you guys think.
I think it was pretty fucking big,
today,
too.
We have another very intriguing piece of footage, this time of something that would seem to be hovering in the distance above Lake Erie. And I swear I've seen this footage before, or something very similar to it, and I'm trying to hunt down that original video, but I've posted a video showing something very similar to this, where it would appear we have a massive sort of cigar-shaped object hovering in the water in the distance. I don't know what this is. Is this a mirage? Is it a ship of some sort? The footage shows a mysterious black figure hovering over Lake Erie, which stretches across both the Canadian province of Ontario and 3 U.S. states. It appears to be an elongated shape and seems to be flying over the water. There is also a reflection underneath the object. Now, some are speculating that this could be a U.S. Navy submarine surfacing, but many are doubting that because, well, the object, it looks like it's floating. And lastly today, so what do you guys think? Mirage? UFO? It reminds me of these images taken from back in the 1970s of another massive cigar-shaped craft caught sitting this time above the ocean, along with some other very just totally mind-boggling images snapped from a U.S. Navy vessel who is out in the ocean, where it looks as if several different kinds and shapes of UFOs were captured moving up and in and out of the water that day. There's a news story on a website called The Black Vault who did an amazing story about those particular photos, and I'll find it and I'll put the link to it down below. So, what do you guys think on this Lake Michigan sighting? Put it down below. And that's today, guys. I hope you'll subscribe.
Time travel is the best space travel.
Accounts, they're all in the video description. And if you have UFO footage of your own, don't hesitate to email it to me. Secure Team News.
Hell yeah. Start off with some fun UFO shit, and then dun dun dun. Snow versus rain. Are you guys ready? Let's fucking go! PvP, the worst. Well, actually, PvP and TV. PvP is better than TVT. I prefer Snane myself. What's Snane? Alright, I'm gonna do this. So we're gonna skip this. Straight into it.
This is a rematch from a final here in the round of 8.
There we go.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to day 3 here in the round of 8 of the ASL Season 19. It's a PvP, and I think maybe the greatest PvP we've ever had here in ASL. This is a rematch from a finals long ago. Maybe it was like Season 11 or something like that, somewhere around there. But these are the 2 greatest PvP players in the world, so this is going to be so sick.
No question about that. And yeah, this is like really going to be hype. I haven't been this excited for a mirror matchup.
I see.
In actually quite
Snow
some
and
time.
rain
Even
makes
the
the flakes
TVTs, I
in
wasn't
respect.
quite as hyped as this because
Raindrops,
like
weird weather.
Snow is pretty much like everyone kind of agrees he's the strongest Protoss player, but Rain is actually like the most talented Protoss player, and I actually
Snow
think he's
just
gonna
has
end up
the
taking it.
best
Like a lot of
fucking
people have been saying
Reavers, but that's about
Snow,
it.
he dominates everyone online and stuff. And
Rail is
obviously he
fun
does
too.
well. He was top
Rain
4
and
last
hail at
season
the
and
same
everything,
time.
but
Get soaked
Rain
and
is just
pelted
a
at the same
different
time.
beast altogether.
Yeah, the left side of the bracket, top side of the bracket, I guess we could say in this graphic, is going to have a PvT with Best versus Light. Super excited about that. We're going to have Snow versus Rain tonight, and tomorrow we'll be doing Sulky versus Rush. Sulky, the favorite to win this ASL. He has won the last 3 in a row, and if he can keep winning them, we're going to have to start to get a
Yeah,
new,
what's gonna go on if
understanding
Flash
of
comes
where
back
he's at.
and
He's basically
Sulky beats
there
Flash?
or about to be there as far as the
Actual
best player in the
freezing
world.
rain is a
We're gonna
trip.
have a quick interview
Walking
coming up
along
here
is
with
ice
Snow
forms
and
on your
Rain, and then we're
jacket.
gonna hop
Yeah.
right into this best of 7. So don't go away.
Yeah, and I have to apologize for
You're like
caselessly
freezing
forgot about
as
how
you're
well Best
walking.
played last week. Best is the favorite to win this ASL, not Sulky.
Here we go, interview time.
Hello on this Children's Day and welcome to the 3rd match of the round of 8 of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Hot 6. Stronger, better, clean energy. Through
Guys,
two
I'm a
quarterfinals
StarCraft player. I
matches
gotta
that
eat my
took place
chocolate
last
before the
week,
game.
Best and Light advanced through and will be meeting in the semi-finals as the other half of the bracket will be decided this week through the 2 remaining round of 8 matches. Today, a PvP awaits you. Let's meet Snow and Rain. Hi. Welcome.
안녕하세요.
Just seeing this match in the bracket is enough to make one's heart flutter, as surely, once again, many people will be eagerly waiting for today's game. This is a match many
What the
viewers
newscasters
will be
call
excited
freezing
for.
rain is just
However, for
ice-
the players,
is sheet
seeing
ice.
they would have to play a best of 7 mirror.
Also doesn't affect the trees or
surely
anything.
cause
These aren't
conflicting
covered in
emotions.
ice.
In
It's not
addition
freezing
to that,
rain,
Snow,
though.
you did
That could
say
also be
you would
freezing
like
mist.
to avoid PvP.
True.
How did you feel whenever Rain was decided to be your opponent?
근데 이게 또 남아
There were 2 Protoss.
Imagine
and 1
freezing
Terran,
rain
so
monsoon,
it is what
where
it
it's
is.
like a weather condition that literally freezes people
I'm
outside.
not a big fan of PvP, but actually playing it, I remember there were a lot of times I would win, so I tried to be optimistic about this. Snow saying there were a lot of times he would end up winning must surely make Rain a little nervous. Now, statistically speaking, you, Rain, had the highest chance of
Weather
meeting
effects,
Zerg.
dude.
Against all
In my
odds,
book,
Snow
we should
instead.
go in depth on
How would
that.
you feel
I
about
wonder if
this?
there's an on-writing thing for weather,
근데 제가
All of the guys
From,
I could have
Hello
played
Future
are
Me.
extremely good players.
because he does
I
mountains
thought it
and
would make no
naming. But what about
difference.
weather?
I took it quite calmly.
어차피 다 잘하는 선수들이라
They are all good players, however you look at it, and I need to beat them all if I want to get the championship anyway. There's a lot of storylines shaping up between the 2 of you. For starters, this is a meeting between this season's 3rd and 4th seeded players, and so one of you will get to secure a seed in back-to-back seasons. And the win rates you both have in PvP in the ASL are ever so similar too. And although it has been a while, the two of you have met in the Grand Finals before, in Season 5. This is a match with a number of things the viewers will be bearing in mind today. What sort of perspective are you looking at this match from? I think winning the initial sets will be very important. In any case, it is a mirror match, so building momentum is a good approach.
Reverse,
Splitting the match into two halves, Snow says gaining momentum in the first half will be of import. What sort of a match do you expect will unfold? Rain? Let's start with the fact that the PvP meta has changed from what it used to be in the past. Nowadays, micro and being reactive are very important. My eyesight is poor and I can't see the minimap well. It's like, will I be able to block his harassment or not? Will I be able to react quickly or not? That's what the fight will be about.
Snow's like, get some fucking glasses, bro.
Vision? Have you at least brought some eye drops? I haven't. Hopefully one of your colleagues flies in with some. So with these 7 sets today...
So if Rain loses, he's gonna blame his eyesight. Is that how it's gonna be?
Snow?
Is that how it's gonna be?
Honestly, Rain plays really well, so I don't think I'll be able to win easily. But if I do, then it'll probably be 4-2 or 4-3, I think.
Yeah, it's either best or Rain versus Sulky, I think, is going to be the
expecting a
finals.
neck-and-neck full-set series, it would seem.
That would be my guess.
For the sake of your eyes, I'm sure you want to end this quickly. What is your score prediction? I don't think it will go to the rubber match. It will be 4-1 or 4-2, whoever wins. And which set will be most important? I think the first and second games are most important.
The first and second games are always the most important to set up momentum for you.
The first or second set will be most important.
To tilt your opponent.
Death Valley and Eclipse. Rain is mentioning the importance of sets 1 and 2. Today's match clearly seems to be one where both Snow and Rain alike consider gaining momentum in the first half ever so important. Let's hear our players' resolutions to close things out. Snow? I consider this a good opportunity, so I'll make sure to win. Can't wait. And Rain, a word please. For starters, I hope we can play a fun match today. I will make sure to advance. Looking forward to a cool round of 8 match from the both of you. Thanks for the interview. You're waiting for this PvP that is the 3rd round of 8 match of ASL Season 19, done in partnership with Hot 6. As we wonder who will become our 3rd player to join the semi-finals this season, let's kick things off and find out.
All right, guys.
Death Valley, Eclipse, Metropolis, Deja Vu, Polestar, Dominator.
That's gonna be so fun for this PvP.
Yeah, that's going to be a special map. I could see some absolute insanity going on there. Death Valley it's actually really grown on me.
I see you, Eggy. Welcome. How's it going, brother?
Crazy map of this season, but not quite as crazy as some of the crazy maps we've had in ASL's past.
Lurking at work, I see.
We're gonna go to
Good
Eclipse,
for you.
Metro, Deja Vu, Polestar, Dominator, and Radeon if we get to a map 7.
So what do you think is a better weather
pretty
condition,
standard
snow or
ladder maps
rain?
here for the center part of this best of 7 here.
Yeah. Now, looking at this match, Tasteless, I want to know what your thoughts are on how it's going to go down between these two. Because, like, I feel like...
And you know what's fucking hilarious? You know how I had a really fucked up day yesterday? You know who else had a really fucked up day yesterday? Why? Here it is. Nope. Why can I not find... Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus, here we go. So, Asmund apparently fell through his fucking roof when he was looking for, because he wasn't online yesterday. And I was at work. I was like, oh fuck, what happened? Yeah, he was in his attic and he fell through his fucking roof. Took the day out to find some dead animal in my attic that smelled bad and ended up falling through the ceiling. Pretty sure I'm living in Ted's Fortress. Yesterday was a fucked up day, guys. Yesterday was a fucked up day.
Most fans are saying, okay, Snow's going to clean the floor with Rain. I am on the exact other side of it. What do you think as a pro
I think
player?
Snow will win if he goes full Reavers.
Well,
I think
there's a
Rain will
couple
win if he
thoughts
can
I've
counter
got.
the
Okay,
Reavers.
so
it's that simple.
First of all, you know, PvP, it goes in these phases, and I think now it's very true that it is in one of these phases where it's heavy Reaver tech, and people kind of stay in that tech forever.
Yeah.
So I think that if it comes to Reaver versus Reaver, I think Snow has an edge over anybody who's ever played the game,
For sure.
including Rain.
For sure.
Okay, I think if we're in one of these mid-game drawn-out PvP, you know, shuttle speed, maybe 1 to 2 bases, dog fights that kind of go on and on and on, and they're trying to trade, I think that Snow can win in that. When Snow played in KSL and won, he had a lot of build order wins, and I do think that Rain's advantage is basically that he seems to make better decisions early on. He maybe has more build order wins in PvP than anybody I've ever seen. Whether it's like a blind Reaver push, it's DTs. He goes DTs a lot, by the way, more than anybody else, PvP and ASL. He's fine with his 3-gate play. He's fine doing, he was one of the first players I saw where I started copying this build where he just kind of went blind, Nexus after a Dragoon or two. Maybe even getting a Robo after instead of before. It's more typical to get it before, but he seems to never play the Stork style of like a Robo and then a second gate. It kind of doesn't matter what's going on, but he's going to play conservative and safe. He seems to know how to get ahead. So to answer your question fully, I think if we get into mid-game and when a lot of Reavers, and it's all about good pickups and good trades, I think Snow wins. I think Rain might have an edge in the build order openings.
Okay.
And that's where he's going to take it if he does win this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. It's a pretty good take. It's a little bit safe. I'm gonna go out on a limb here, Tasteless. I'm gonna say that Snow has one game where he looks amazing. We're like, whoa, how could you ever doubt him? And then Rain, no matter what happens, is gonna slam him because he's just smart. That's my take, Tasteless. I think that Rain's gonna take this down. And just like that score says there, 4-1. Yeah, the thing I really want to mention about Rain, so the reason why we talk so much about Flash, Jaedong, Stork, and Bisu is because they were the top, the best of the world.
6 dragons!
When StarCraft 2 came out and kind of changed the landscape. If StarCraft 2 had gone on, we don't know exactly what would have happened, but Rain and Sulky were actually in line to rise up and take the place of, Bisu and Jaedong specifically. Okay, and they actually did that in StarCraft 2. Like, Rain, I'm not joking. Like, guys, this is a serious thing. Like, you could talk to the Kespa people back in the day, and they talked about Rain and Sulky specifically as the strong guys coming up. And you've seen it in StarCraft 2. You've seen it again in StarCraft 1. I just think Rain is one of these guys where it's like, I just wish he wasn't popular. We could have it like a Protoss Bones fight.
True, brother.
It's a
Great
selfish
background
thing to
music.
say, but I think he's just like a Flash level
The
player.
last of the real ones.
He
obviously
does have
hasn't
the
put in the
best
same
win
rate.
rate.
Yeah. Yeah, look at that win rate in PvP. And then, like, you think of his KSL run, and, like, he's just... And the thing is, when you have, like, a player that's, like, best in the world best, at least in PvP and TVT, they can really show that off because they're using the same crap as their opponent. ZVZ, it doesn't matter how good you are, man.
Yeah, ZVZ is so volatile,
make
it's
that
fucking
much of a
retarded.
difference.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I think the nature of that matchup's very different.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, Rain could absolutely take this. Rain's a guy that doesn't have to be active all the time to be really, really good. Again, we're going to be going into Death Valley for map number 1, so...
But he's
game
already
one
said
should
his
be
eyes
very,
are not
very
working
interesting.
well.
After that, we're going to wade back into more
Can't even see the
standard
mini-map.
ladder
He's getting
Guys,
old.
we are getting into this best of 7 right here, right now. Snow versus Rain. The winner gets that third spot.
It's the battle of
top
weather
4.
conditions.
Whatever you call it. I don't know why I can't talk. Let's go.
Which of these nerds has the higher power level?
Rain, but Snow has the best Reavers in the world. So it's gonna come down to whether the unit, the Reaver, is significantly at play. So
Okay,
Rain's
so
job
Snow's gonna
will
be
be
here
to
in the
not
top
let
left.
Snow get
1A,
Reavers.
2A,
Rain in the bottom
3A,
right, as always,
4A,
guys.
1A,
Put
That's what he
2A,
should.
3A,
That's
4A,
literally
3A,
all he
4A,
should
3A.
think about is how do I stop Snow from getting
Reavers?
Reavers, and then I just fucking win.
ASL English.
It's a storm no
very much,
matter
guys.
what. And they both play
it's really
Protoss,
been
and they
a
both have
pleasure.
Psy
This-
Storm,
a lot-
so it makes sense.
Oh, that's a quick probe.
Oh, he sent a probe out.
Yeah, a lot of people have been talking about how great this season is, and it's not a joke. Like, we have some seasons that are better than others, and this is so far probably my favorite season. So I just want to put
And
that
welcome,
out
welcome,
there.
Levi.
But yeah,
How's it
that
going,
is a
good sir?
Very fast probe. I mean, it has to be proxy 2 gate, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, he's gonna send this out right away. You know, this is kind of genius again from Rain. Wait a minute, pylon there.
Wait,
Hold on, but
what?
let's see
He's
what this
stealing
is.
a gas? Is
I'm
he-
so confused what he's doing.
I mean, it's not really a thing, but I don't know. You know what I mean? He comes out here, he scouts, he goes back.
What?
What does he want to do with that probe?
I think it was going to go around and build gates in the bottom corner of the base, and now that he saw
Oh.
the
Pretty good,
pylon
my
there,
end's
he's
gonna
gonna build them
start
elsewhere.
reading.
Well, he might have made the
Pheno-
pylon.
He's gonna go
moves if he
Nexus
was gonna do
first.
that.
All
He's gonna- I think.
phenomenology
No?
tonight?
Oh, never mind.
Nice.
What? Why would you send a probe on
What?
5 or 6? And he saw the pylon, so it just has to be that Snow put that pylon there, and he's like, oh, I can't get by there. So he had to cancel the
Yeah,
plan. That has to be it. We're overthinking it. Like, that's just
But
what
didn't
it
he
is.
start the pylon before the probe?
Yeah,
got
before the
there?
probe even got up there.
Yeah, yeah. I think it was going to be slightly slower
So-
gates, but in the base.
Yeah, I mean,
Rain
that
just-
might be the only explanation.
Maybe he was
That's
just
all I can
making
think of,
sure
right?
that Snow wasn't
I thought he
two-gating
might
him.
put it on the low ground and then try to run up into the main, or you can see there's a ramp the probe just went by above.
I
the stuff
think
on the
that
side
might have
now.
been the most
Thought
likely
maybe he would make
chance that
gateways
he was
there
just.
and try to blindside
He just
him.
wanted to make sure 100%
But yeah, I
there
mean,
was
maybe
no
they'll
two-gate.
identify that in the interview later, but that's definitely an interesting moment because the pylon
Yeah.
did start. If I remember right, we were kind of
Yeah,
talking
no,
about
he was like,
It did start.
he was like here
okay, so I'm not
when
crazy.
the pylon
So, yeah,
started.
That's odd.
It was like the
but,
Max
I
Packs
guess
build.
it's a bit of yeah, I guess it's a bit of a coin flip where, if you actually can figure out, is he going to try to minor pylon here? It would be devastating to get a minor pylon off here.
Oh, he was so close.
It could have been something even more teched out than what we're thinking about, where he makes his home build look normal and has a gate in your base or something like that. Could have been a DT rush and it could be SOS level crap, where you're just like, what?
Sure, yeah.
Like, it could have been a lot of
that-
things, so it's actually really hard to say. But yeah.
It's a really good point. Yeah, it could have been something that weird where it's like a DT rush and he has a gateway hidden inside your base. And if you didn't scout, and you might, and this map is weird, you might not check a corner for a long time.
Yeah.
And if that happens, then suddenly there's a DT there.
Like that last game I played against that Zerg to build his hatchery in my base because I'm a fucking
in the
idiot.
sense that you're not able to mine. But you did at least confirm you're not getting proxy gated yourself. You did see what's, that he's not up to any kind of weird shenanigans like Nexus first or anything like that either. He's going to tear down the assimilators at the entrance and basically seal this area off.
And then he's just
So
going to have his
Snow
back
is just
door in
gonna
a
play the left
secondary
side of the map,
expansion.
I guess it kind of makes sense
Right.
because you were talking about how this guy's Reavers. If it's a Reaver-based game, he should have the advantage. I don't think anyone can disagree with you on that. Like maybe he's just prepping those so that he can kill them quickly if push comes that's too scary. That is kind of a cool aspect of this map. But yeah, that seems like it's a good idea for Snow in general. Just because Rain is much more of like a Dragoon guy. Like in every matchup, like he makes more Dragoons probably than anyone and focuses on that more heavily. So to have these ready to be torn down if need be. Oh, and he's going to tear one down immediately. Okay, he's tearing both. No? Yes? No? Yes?
So he's got the Nexus started.
Looks like yes. Yes, he is.
Yeah, and he does tear down the second gas geyser. So nothing can go in and out of that area. For those who don't know what we're talking about, those are neutral gas geysers built on there. There's something weird about the shapes of buildings in StarCraft where it's not like
Really
StarCraft
weird.
2. And that, like, when things touch, there's a clear rule set about whether things are blocked off or not. So if it's two assimilators next to each other, you can squeeze in between them. It's considered a smaller building. When you kill that, suddenly, even though it looks like there's a big opening there, you can't get in between with anything.
Yeah, the assimilator is much smaller than the Vespene geyser, basically, is what it comes down to. And
yes.
only when you have two geysers set like that, only ghosts can walk through. As hilarious as that is. So
yeah, even Lings can't.
Excited for the Papal Conclave.
A lot of
hey man, if we get a black Pope,
and why walls are difficult is it's based
Ceres
not
wins,
off of the size of the building, but
that'd
the
be amazing.
Just like the opposite is true for units, where units are assigned a size and it has nothing to do with the graphical size.
Correct. So it's kind of a funny little thing, but just so you can make sense of it, because this is a weird map. It's not a common map. By the way, you know, we talk a lot about how
Black Pope
some
would
of
be
the
pretty
maps in
funny because
previous
the black
ASLs
ones
were a
tend to be
little too
very
crazy, a little bit
conservative.
too weird. But you know,
Yeah.
the truth is, any map in a mirror matchup can be played and can be made interesting.
Absolutely.
That's always worth remembering.
Absolutely.
No matter how weird the map is, if you are both the same race, it doesn't matter.
That's so true.
And so that's why, like, this matchup's going to be so exciting with these two. So what we're seeing now is Snow lock Rain into his base. The only way to get through that position is to mine that area out. And we've seen this happen in almost all the matchups.
Well, he's got a
on this
shuttle
map
out already, so Rain's
it
already
seems like
halfway to
all the pros,
losing if he
you know,
lets
when they get
Snow
punished,
get
they
this.
didn't mine that out quick enough.
So true.
It doesn't matter. There's no way to damage the minerals. I mean, sure, you could try to get your way out of there with a shuttle, but what happens is that now Snow has access to the bottom left side of the map, while Rain only has access to the top right.
And the top
bottom
right
left
is
has
less
a lot
base.
more resources. Now, I don't know how long this game's going to go on, but we do want to keep that in mind if this is going to be that dramatic. And Rain's response is to take a super fast third base.
Yeah, and he, like, basically as soon as he realized that wasn't going to happen, he moved his probe from the front of Snow's base and instantly made the third nexus. So you can see he's just kind of flowing with the game. And this is actually, like, okay, so Snow came in here with an excellent plan. Definitely Rain came with a plan, which was foiled immediately. But Snow came in with a plan where it is working perfectly for Snow so far. He's gotten everything he wanted. He destroyed the geysers. He blocked any cheese from occurring to himself. He's blocked minerals from being mined out. He's getting into a Reaver-based game. But Rain is so good at playing kind of like a natural game where he just looks at the situation and plays appropriately that I feel like this isn't as bad for Rain as it looks. And
Black
in fact,
Pope will
in
be
some
funny
ways,
just
you
to
look
see
at
the
this, and it's
meltdown
like,
of
well,
American Catholics.
Snow, I guess,
Yeah,
could
we'll
go
see
mass
true
speed shuttle
racism
like it's a Protoss first Terran.
if we get a Black Pope.
But Rain is safe
We're
on this
bringing
side,
it back,
basically. Like,
guys.
he owns this side of the map. You're not going to be able to get in.
True
He doesn't need to worry about a
segregation.
mass Dragoon attack coming.
Democratic
So
segregation.
He can kind of do what he wants from here as well.
You know, I'm having crazy waves of nostalgia looking at this because, you know, I'm so old. I played back in the day when there were island maps.
I was personally
right?
thinking about the
Including for
American
tournaments like
progressives
WCG.
melting down.
And this is what PvPs looked like on those maps. You know, and you know, a lot of people only pick Protoss.
But would
on
it
these
having
types
a
of island
Black
maps
Pope
back then,
be
so I had a ton of
progressive?
games, and it's cool to be.
Or is it
you
just
know,
'cause he's a
we're
conservative?
Like 25 years later, from the early StarCraft 1 days, and this basically looks like one of those PvPs. It's like there's 3 gates. I guess there is a Citadel.
I guess it
coming
doesn't
here.
always
We don't
have
know
to be
if
a
there's gonna be
race
tech yet
issue,
from
right?
Snow. In fact, it looks
It could
like
also
Snow
be a
really is gonna
political
lock
issue.
into Reaver Dragoon, kind of like what we talked about in the pre-show, where Rain wants to try to tech past this. But yeah, this is a huge throwback to one of the crazy, you know, matchups that we never get to see anymore, which is PvP on island maps like this.
Oh,
And,
Snow
I
got
actually think
out
Snow
fucking
is
class.
making, like, a huge
Pakistan has
mistake here
redeemed
trying
some
to attack this side.
Redeemed some
Because
Indian
this all-
missiles.
yeah, and he's going towards Arbiter.
Dude,
like, Arbiter's just...
I was Matt Del T guy. Welcome. How's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream. How are you? Pakistan has redeemed some Indian missiles. They should have not. Do not redeem, sir. No, please, sir. Do not redeem. I know, sir. That is not how it works. Do not redeem. Yeah. So I was watching Asmon, and when that shit happened, I was like, wait, what the fuck? And then he brought the thing, and they're like, yeah, if this continues, like, we're gonna use our full arsenal, including nuclear weapons. And I'm like, hashtag speedrunning World War motherfucking 3, man. Could be better. I'm so sick, and I've been awake since 12 a.m., and it's now 3 a.m. Ah, shit. Being sick and not being able to sleep fucking sucks, bro. I feel you. Yeah. But hey. You can enjoy some StarCraft with
the answer
us.
here, it seems.
And some banter.
Not,
you know,
well, actually not spicy.
maybe I'll
even
be
though we
so
never really
boring
see
that you'll
Arbor in this
fall
matchup,
asleep.
But he's allowed.
I am the worst streamer after all. Just ask these guys.
Reaver-based.
They'd be upset
Like,
that the
as soon
black
as you
guy
decide
isn't
to
on
play
their
like
side
this, even though Reavers
when
are
their
strong in a situation
preconceptions
like this,
suggest they
you're
should
not
be.
actually able to
True,
fully
Sean.
pressure with Reaver.
Or true, Levi.
I actually
So
like what Rain is doing
So
here.
go
I
ahead.
like Rain's position.
Post
I like
nuke
Rain's position
India
more. I agree
and
with you 100%
Pakistan,
Artosis.
world's
You never
hardest
get to take the third base
spot.
that fast in PvP, especially versus a player who's going Reaver.
World's
But
hardest
because,
spot, the difference.
Snow has locked him out of his own base.
I didn't know how many people were in Pakistan either, because Asmongold looked it up, and there's like 250 million people in Pakistan, and I'm like, holy shit, dude, that's insane. I didn't know there were that many people there.
And then also locked
Yeah, I don't know if you
locked
like
Rain inside
StarCraft
of
or
his
not,
own
Matt,
base, the
but
bottom right. There's not a lot
this
of
is
ways
the
to
World
punish.
Championship
Now,
of the
you can get
Korean
multiple shuttles with
StarCraft,
Reavers,
and
with
basically because
Dragoons,
only
but
Koreans are good
any
enough to
large
be the
number of
World
Dragoons can
Championship.
kind of always
It's
fight
not that they're
So there's a
Koreans,
little
it's just
bit of
that they're
risk
that
involved.
good.
The
It's just
Arbiter
all
tech is
Koreans are
hold on,
that
he's
good,
gonna try
because
to
it's
come in here
literally
now.
like a
And this is a
sport to
pretty
them. It's like
decently
football to
sized
them.
army.
Pakistan
A lot
is the
what Rain
highest
has is
rate of
scrambling
inbreeding
across
too.
the map from the
Oh,
north,
that's
trying to
fucked
come
up.
down
I didn't
here,
know that,
and help
Eggy.
out. The Scarab may, I think it does not dud, excuse me. He's going to push in a little bit further.
Yeah, I don't know why
And
he's
the question
pushing in
is gonna
without the
be, does
Reavers.
Rain
It's
actually
crazy how
have
fast
enough?
Asmon
The
was to
angle
cover
is
it.
pretty good, actually,
Well, he just
for
saw
Rain.
it and he was like,
Yeah,
holy
he
shit, this
has
is something
so
that's
many
actually
melee units right
happening,
now. Like,
right?
this is how
And he
Rain
knows the
likes
media's
to play the
fucked with
matchup
it.
anyways.
And the fact that like
Snow's
half the
fine
videos
getting
that he
here,
watched
just
were
kill
old
him
videos
on a
from
2-piece,
Gaza is like, what the fuck are people
elevator
doing?
push
Why can't people
with
just report the
Dragoons and
goddamn
Reavers.
news
But
properly?
I guess the one thing that
All
works
those
out
other
for him is he
people,
saw
and they
that it's Arbiter
chose
tech.
their own
And I got a
relatives.
question,
Right.
like, this is
I
going to
mean-
sound a little bit crazy, Tasteless, but do you go Dark Archon?
Ooh.
Feedback the Arbiters?
Oh, you feedback the Arbiter? I hadn't really thought of that.
That's the only...
Yeah, why not?
That, like, how else will you stop it?
Look,
Arbiters have, like, 4,000
well,
health.
Here's a problem, Artosis. I think I get what you're saying. I think you're thinking about this like a Terran player, though.
Of course.
Problem
In a
is
smart
that,
way,
like,
yes, thank you.
Protoss is they don't need to recall on top of your army. They're not Terran. They don't need to
No, I
recall
know,
on top
yeah.
of your base. They just need to recall the army out, right?
Okay.
Cloak is really good.
Yeah, you get that. You snipe their observers, and Protoss is
the Arbiter,
fucked.
and it would not be able to freeze. It might not be able to recall. The other thing to note is that organically, because of the failed attack with the little elevator push that we were casting earlier, now Rain can just open up the bottom part of the map.
Yeah.
That's
He could
true,
just
too.
Like, I at
open
least
up
kind of
his
understand
entrance
inbreeding
and
when
just
there's
kinda come
50
out. Now,
people in your
Arbiters
small
are actually
town and
still
20 of them
a
are
thing
related
if
to
you get
you.
into really
Once
late
there are
game
millions,
PvP,
you should
which
have
we don't
other
really
options.
have, especially with the way Koreans play the game. They
Yup.
sort of lock in on Reaver tech, but we're here with Rain going for that tech
I
right
agree
now.
with that
Now, Snow
nuance,
wants to try and
Levi.
push.
Very much
He is
so.
moving into this position. I don't know how many Reavers are in here. Okay, it's 4. This is going to be really
Some things are a
hard to
matter
fight.
of
I think Rain may have
necessity,
to
and
switch
when
this.
things become a matter
Well,
of
he's trying to
choice,
sandwich this.
you
It's
start
gonna
to
be really
ask,
tough.
you start to
4
question
Reavers is just so many. He splatters the goons on the
validity
right-hand
of
side.
it, right?
His left-hand goons did all right there for a moment, but it's way too
They
many
inbreed
Reavers.
even when they moved to
This
the
was
UK. A lot of
much
them are
better push than what we
vegetables.
saw into that main base.
Is that why there's like such
Yeah, that was pretty
turmoil in
beautiful.
like the UK
I
and
think
stuff like that, and like
at this
the
phase
EU?
of the game, Rain could go for stasis. So what you
Stasis
can
the
do is
Reavers?
just stasis the Reavers and
Oh
the
my
shuttles. Yeah,
God.
or just Reavers, whatever. And then you just run in and you take the fight. You kill everything, and then you murder the Reaver when it thaws.
Tasteless. But have you thought of stasising the observer?
Oh shit!
Hold up, he's gonna try to drop in here.
Oh
This
my
could be a huge mistake, actually.
Well, he's got those speed shuttles.
Oh
so
my
he's going up to the main base. He just
God.
forced all the probes out. Very nice tactics here from Snow.
Oh
And that is
no
a
no
lot.
no
Oh
no
my
no
God, oh my
no
God.
no no no
Oh,
no
man.
no no!
I don't think he's targeting the probes, actually.
Yeah, he's actually just
You know,
reducing
it's
the
funny.
zealot count.
That
Which I guess is
was
okay.
fucking scary.
You know, the funny thing with
A little
shuttle
bit
Reaver is,
because
like,
the
you can do
non-vegetables have a
crazy
lower
things when you have
IQ, but
one
the issues
shuttle
are
and 2
built
Reavers. It's hard to
because
do
they
it
will
with 2.
all move to an
It
area
really
and not
doesn't
mix with
work out
anyone
the way you
else.
can try to juggle them.
Yeah, it's the
There are
problem
some
of
tricks
mass
to it, but
migration
you
because
do
they don't have
they
to
fall off the
integrate
steep
because they have their own
Oh my God,
community,
he's gonna just pin the shuttle down here.
right? UK turmoil has a lot to do with the
And he gets
competing
the close.
So
immigrant
this is
groups.
huge.
The Pakistanis and
Okay,
the
so he's gonna
Somalis
closure on that
get along worse with each
observatory.
other
There's
than they
actually
do
still
with the
units
British.
over there coming for the national.
And people
Rain.
say it's
Actually still
fucking,
a little bit nervous for him. It feels
racist
like
that you
Snow's
don't want
push is not
immigration.
over. He's doing a great job on a lot of things. Look at this. Gets up on top of this, but looks like Zealot legs are done. A huge amount of Dragoons down to the bottom there for Snow. He just has a lot of supply right now. It seems to me like he's got such a good tempo advantage from that bust of the third base of Rain that he might be able to just lean on him and kill him off here.
You know, if he could get some Size Storm, that does counter Reavers in a later game. It's a lot harder to micro versus, you know, a stable army with Size Storm. He could end up getting Stasis, though. Let's see how this goes. I mean, he has the energy. I have to imagine that he's going to go for, you know, some kind of Arbiter spell. You don't just get Arbiters and then kind of keep them.
Snow is so much money right now.
Right? There's going to be a Reaver drop over here. Oh, my God. Oh,
he got a couple probes.
Okay, that was a weird...
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Sorry, this is just crazy to see Snow running around with these Reavers right now, despite a huge army from Rain. He's just got Rain on the back foot, and look at the size of that army coming in. There is a counterattack from Rain, but this is going to bust up his new third base.
The juggling is fantastic here from Snow, just like we were predicting earlier. If Snow can get the Reavers, it's going to be really hard to get anything done versus him. This is going to knock him onto 2 bases, with probably a significantly less probes overall here for Rain. Rain is back up in his base, but the problem is he's got Zealot, Speed, Dragoon, Arbiter, which isn't really helpful because as long as there's Observers, the Arbiter doesn't really do a whole lot. Is he going to stasis?
Oh!
Sick play right there.
That is nasty.
Yeah, and he'll be able to kill off the rest of those units easily. Look at this. The counterattack that had killed the other Nexus goes after the cannon, and that's going to allow the DT to do some work. But Snow with another attack here, and more Shuttle Reavers coming in.
He's just the master of this. He knows how to use his advantage. Oh.
He does another one. Freezes that.
This is a fucking insane PvP.
He's going to clear this up.
I think Snow. I think Rain might actually win.
Maybe Snow can have a few bad exchanges. He's going to get ready to try to surround this. I don't think there's an observer here. Oh no, there is. Yeah. But he still should be able to clobber this.
Yeah, with the speed zealots on top of everything, especially if he spreads it out pretty well, it should be all right. Ooh, that was a really good pickup on the Reavers. Snow is so on top of it.
Another stasis!
Unfortunately for him, though, there's so many Dragoons coming down here, and he's going to try to target down that Arbiter. Oh, he thought Dragoons could kill an Arbiter. What a silly guy.
It's so funny. It is so tanky. I think Rain has barely been broken, but let's see. He takes out this attack.
Smallians are the scariest. Well, it's like they have no concept of what a society is.
And now he can come down here and try to fight this again. He should just barely have enough Dragoons that if he can get onto the low ground with enough of this, he should be able to take this fight.
I mean, some people are just don't have the
for Rain.
you know,
it seems like a lot of them were targeted there.
the social
He's
etiquette.
going to take that out now. If he can take fights where there's no vision at all, it's going to be huge.
And some people are just like so fucked up. They just, it's funny seeing the issues with them in
That
Minnesota now.
That wasn't a kill.
I don't know.
I
just think
there are here for Snow. Did he go for
I've never had a problem with an immigrant.
Quite some time ago. Which,
whether it's a Pakistani, an Israeli, a Ukrainian, Indian,
like if he, you know, the third bust was really
an American, a fucking, and I know like a fuck ton of immigrants.
Like this is dangerous.
And Canada's full of immigrants. I've never in my life had a problem with one.
I think that they might. Okay, he's just going to go for the Nexus. That actually is probably okay if he loses that.
I was about to say that's not true, and I remember those were natives.
The question is going to be, can Rain take out these other bases? Like, I don't see this base being contested.
Natives don't count as immigrants.
Fourth base, soon to be now the third base. Oh my God! Don't lose that observer. He loses the observer. Oh my God!
That is a bit rough.
It's one of the only
I think you get the
tools
premium ones
really,
because we get the people that hide under trucks.
Allow him to try to.
Yeah, all of ours are generally, as far as I know, legal.
Win a fight with cloak alone.
But
right?
Look, the cloak is really paying off. Look at
like even the one at like the 7-Eleven.
He's got another observer. Hold on.
They're clearly legal.
Could lose us here. This
Had
is
problems
wild.
with Mexican teens in high school.
He does have a stasis.
This used to being hounded at every turn. That moving to Stevenson, Washington didn't help them until almost graduation.
They can't do anything.
There are really two classes of immigrants. If
so
you live in a low immigration area, you probably only deal with the immigrants who get to enter because they're really top tier people.
Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. He's got to.
I guess that could be true, Levi. It's a quality issue, right?
He goes for a dive on the shuttle. He can dive on these Reavers.
Like even having like exchange students in school. Never had any issues in my school.
As well. He's definitely going to crush this army. And if Snow doesn't bring a big army down here quickly to help those units out, then he...
Fucked up story, but my school was so inclusive that we had we had a death at a party with a guy who had Down syndrome. Because he just drank too much alcohol and nobody, like, really noticed, like, him acting different. But, you know, he was, like, a big part of the community at the school. And, yeah, he fucking died. But it had nothing to do... It literally had to do with being inclusive, because he wouldn't have been able to drink that much or get, you know, in those situations if he wasn't, like, a popular part of, you know, the school. Which is kind of sad, but... Does he seem a bit out of it? No, he's just like that. Exactly. And we had, like a lot of people at our school were, like, you know, special needs kids. But they were all, like, completely integrated into the school. And, like, you know, except for one kid named Billy. Because he was just a fucking... Like, all the other kids were chill, but this guy was a fucking asshole, man. He would just, like, yell at you for no reason. Like, he was fucked up. The other guys were just completely fine. You could just tell they were, you know... not as cognitively there. I'm so glad you were able to integrate. Yeah. Like, I used to teach, be like a teacher's assistant for, like, special needs and stuff like that. And my sister and my brother-in-law, they work for, like, special needs for, like, the government and stuff like that, doing, people that have, like, delayed... mentalities. You know, they're like 45, but they have like the mind of a 7-year-old. But they got out of that because of like all of the... Yeah, we had a special needs unit in my high school. There were only like 5 to 10 of them, but they were pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, it's like they're not gonna be able to do like, you know, calculus, but they can hold a conversation, and most of them have manners and understanding. They just have like, you know, they might have more Freudian slips than the normal person, say some fucked up shit. But, you know, most of it is, like, hilarious. Like, dude, you should fucking... Like, half the time when Aggie, you say something like, you can't say that, Aggie! That just reminds me of fucking high school, where it's like, dude, you can't say that! We're all thinking it, but you can't fucking say that! SNU is only for learning disabilities, though, not for physical ones. We had normal students with physical disabilities, and they were fine. We called it vocation readiness. I was a teacher's assistant for that, and home economics class. Nice! That's cool. But yeah, I love that kind of shit.
He's gonna lose
because, you know, I'm retarded. I have the Simian's crease. I was born with spinal meningitis. I'm fucking left-handed.
He's gonna push it a little bit further.
I'm retarded.
He's gonna try to take this fight. This is so crazy. Snow's dancing really nicely, trying to do a little bit of zoning plays.
Yeah, well, he's got to come in here.
Oh man, he's got to go in as
so
yeah.
He has a chance to
I used to volunteer at medical center for beautiful women in comas.
Very, very
smart, Aggie. Smart.
More Arbiter out.
I don't think he made it. Beautiful. I think he stopped producing Arbiters for a bit.
Oh!
By the way, I think it's snowing for
Not I say retarded.
Yeah,
some of these shots.
I told you that earlier
completely
today.
Absurd.
I think you're definitely right.
I think
about
the
that.
counterattack now will.
I'll call myself retarded all I fucking want,
You know
Sean.
what? He's not mining gas at his other expansion. That's why he can't get a Arbiter.
Yeah, it looks like he finally has started up a new one.
Kick agrees
Rain's
with
got
me.
Almost nothing left. He does have 2 attack upgrades, and Snow has none, other than probably the Reaver damage upgrade, which actually makes sense for this game, the way that is played out. But more Reavers coming down. And the writing is on the wall. It does look like Snow has been able to take this game.
I thought the R word was back and approved.
My God, what a great
Pay attention, we twat.
That was so exciting.
This is why
these
mirror matchup games, GG, these mirror matchups are always going to be perfect on even the craziest of the crazy maps because it's still balanced.
I was in the advanced classes because I was one of the brainiacs.
That was just fantastic. I got it.
Makes sense, Levi.
This is kind of what I was
the ADHD
talking about. Snow's
stereotype of passing all my classes and never ever studying or doing homework.
His plans went his way. Like
as soon as I left school, I didn't do shit. If I didn't do it in school, I didn't fucking do it.
Rain actually started to come back. Like, he was playing a very good game. It's just that push on his third was just, like, really well-timed for Snow. Rain lost a lot of units. He lost his third base and wasn't quite able to recover from there. But he almost did. He almost did. And you're not going to be able to dictate a game like that on any other map. So I am still feeling Rain is looking really good tonight.
I probably would have done better in school if I had glasses, because as soon as I started driving, I realized that I couldn't fucking see.
Beautiful play by Snow.
I just studied enough to
Honestly,
stay in the top classes to
really
avoid
cool
the window
PvP.
lickers.
I mean, we just don't get to cast games like that.
I was
really
in
enjoyed
film,
that. But we got a
so
long
like
road ahead
it was.
before
I
we
was
figure out
like
who's gonna
more
be
like
advancing here.
okay.
Right now,
I
Rain,
graduated
Snow
with
a
like
lead, guys. We're gonna go into a
17 or
short break. Coming up
18
next is the map
extra
of course.
credits over what I needed because of the amount of video classes and like extracurricular shit that I did. And I never did sports or anything like that. My life was ADO, LAH, attention deficit, oh look, a horse, swerves van into a ditch. I get extremely distracted too, Eggy. Or Sean, sorry. Jesus Christ, I am fucked up today, guys. I need to have another taupe. I'm not high enough, that's the problem.
Probably a lot of build.
True, Levi, true.
Not a lot of, not a lot of, Dragoon Reaver dogfights. Really, Snow is the best at that in every matchup, and most certainly the best at that in PvP. But yeah, let's see what happens. Eclipse, of course, is a map where you can proxy gate. Proxy gate's one of the strongest builds in the game, and as good as it is versus Zerg or versus Terran, it's probably
no, it's not, Eggy. Even driving past where it's like all you see are herds of cattle.
We're gonna go
just have your hand out continuously.
See these guys end up opening. Would love to see some cheesy stuff here, Tasteless, but time will tell.
All right, guys, we're going to go into game 2. Snow up with a 1-0 lead in this best of 7. Let's see what happens.
I was employed by 2 special needs custodian companies, Encore, where we all looked like Smurfs with our blue t-shirts. PHC, Portland Habitational Center, great companies, both of them. Nice.
Okay.
Let's get
Snow
some
here
chocolate up in here for a
Rain in the
little
bottom left.
sugar rush for the game.
Yeah, very interested to see. Are we going to have any proxy gates, any insanity? Or is this going to be more of just kind of your standard, both players go for gas, tech up. There's that very specifically ambiguous moment on both sides where the Dragoon can basically chase the other player out.
Everybody from those companies was blind in one eye and the other was fake.
2-gate can occur in PvP. It is a build. It seems like Korean players just don't do it.
It was blind?
Pretty rare.
Almost ever. And when I say 2-gate, I mean 2-gate in the main. It just seems like they've decided that you can hold it.
I have some special needs that I pay
strong,
naughty ladies
and they would
for.
much prefer to just go into a tech.
True, Eggy.
Definitely seems that way. Rain actually checks the side of his base. Just a little note. Love it. Someone went up and told him, like, hey, you're going to be on camera. Okay, so I just want to, because this is like early game PvP and nothing crazy is going on, I want to throw out this little trivia thing, a little bit of StarCraft history for you guys.
Rain versus
Snow is super synonymous with Reavers, and Reavers really have kind of come into their own.
And remember how I said my hand hurt and you guys said I burnt myself and I said that's not possible? Yeah, I fucking burnt myself. It is clearly a fucking burn.
In modern
I'm fucking
StarCraft,
retarded.
More powerful than.
I'm like, nah, it's not a burn.
You
Yeah,
know,
it
obviously
fucking
there were
is.
back then as well. But only a couple other players come to mind that I can remember that were really known for their Reaver usage. One was Into the Rainbow, who was the protege of Into the Rain, who is one of the commentators for Korea for ASL. But yeah, Into the Rainbow, who actually ended up switching to Terran and getting second place in the first GSL season ever. So that's kind of a cool little factoid. And then the only other player that really, in my mind, was synonymous with Reavers in the old days was the best Chinese player, PJ, who never really did anything in the pro scene, but he was the best player outside of Korea for some time. Joined SK Telecom for a bit, never really made a big splash, but he was really well known for having great Shuttle Reaver play.
Yeah, I was about to ask you, if I remember right, he was on a pro team for a little bit. Yeah, that was SKT. Yeah, you know,
God,
there's been more
the old days
speculation
of when
on this
League of
matchup,
Legends
by
was
the way,
big
than I
and
think any of the other
esports
matchups
was
in the round of
big.
four.
When we worked for PHC at the Bonneville Power Administration Complex, he would always say he was going to drop a bomb in the bathroom.
Yeah, Snow known
Pissed me
so
off
much
every
for
time.
his
That
Reaper
place is a
play.
federal government site with armed
It'll
security
be
everywhere.
interesting to see if
All
we-
it would
we
have
do
taken
actually
would be
have a
one
game where Rain
guard
can win
on a
that.
bad
That would be
day, and my
incredible.
buddy could have been taken
So
into
far in
custody
this
over a
game,
stupid joke.
they both went for the late scout, another very Korean play. Players tend to not want to scout.
Damn,
that early.
Sean. Yeah, that's
Even though Proxy Gate's very strong, I guess because all these guys have practiced against
that's
it so
pressing
much,
a line,
for
right?
a quarter of a century, they're just sort of so good at holding it.
I just wasn't thinking, man.
But we're gonna have to wait and see after.
You know,
after the
I always
pros are
drop a
chased
bomb
out,
in my toilet.
Why? You know, what's the tech gonna be? Whenever you watch this scouting, it's a weird situation because they never scout anything. You never
People
see
that don't
anything,
have
but what you're doing is you're forcing
spatial
them to
or
not make,
self-awareness.
like a Citadel or a Robo or anything really weird too soon. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. You make sure that the tech can't come down. The same thing actually happens in Terran versus Terran. Like if you can avoid the Marine for long enough, you know you never get to the point inside the main base where you can see what they're going to do. But like if they're going to go to factory, at least you've slowed it down so much that its power goes away. A lot of its power.
Right.
Goes. But yeah, same type of idea. And then in ZVZ, if your Overlord goes there, just floats there until a little bit before Mutas, then tries to run. ZVZ is such a problem, man. It's such a problem matchup. I know some people really enjoy it, and there are fun aspects to it, but like, dude, that's the worst matchup in this game by miles.
Yeah, it definitely has its limitations, you know, just based off scouting alone. It's hard to surprise the other guy. So this game we have... Okay, Rain's going to do it. I was, again, mentioning this in the pre-show. Rain is one of the only guys who will go for the blind Nexus off of one gate. So, early in my casting days when I first moved to Korea...
This might cost
I
Rain the
describe
series,
PvP as one where
actually.
there was, like,
Doing
only a
something
few
like that?
options, right? You could either go for a Robo, you could go for Dark Templars, or you could go for 3-gate, and 3-gate was, you know, pretty cheesy, especially on maps with a small ramp, but sometimes you could win. After casting a bunch of Rain's games, I realized you could also just go for a Nexus. And if they're playing super safe, like they're going to go for Observers, you know, and keep in mind, Rain is known for going DTs more than anybody else in ASL. He basically oscillates a lot of times between this build and DTs. So people that go for Observers too fast, they just end up being behind because he's got a base.
We need to
such a
check how
smart
many
pairing.
goons
I
he had.
actually hadn't put that together. Like, I knew factually that he goes DTs more than pretty much everyone, and I knew factually that he goes for a quick Nexus a good amount of the time, but you're completely correct. Pairing those two builds together, being known for both of those builds being common, like, it's more of an auto loss if you don't get an Observer to DT than it is if you play safe against Nexus. So it, like, kind of allows him to play greedy because he's willing to go DT so often.
Thought the Chinese would be all over this.
That's really smart. I love finding out things like that, where it's like, yeah, the pairing of these two strategies.
Do you mean
and being known for
StarCraft?
both makes you so much stronger.
I mean, there
It's
are
kind of
really
like
good
Sulky.
Chinese
You know,
players.
that's
I think a
the thing, we keep
Chinese
coming
player
back now,
once made
Rain
it into
is
the
very
ASL.
much like a Sulky or a
That might have been
Flash
actually the
type player, where
KSL
it's
back
like
in the day.
Sulky mixes
But-
and cheese better than everybody, and it allows him to play greedy games better.
I remember when
It's
we
just a
casted
staple
KSL,
of
after we did this a
Korean,
bunch, I would go
like,
on ladder.
society.
Try this.
StarCraft is so ingrained that it's like, it just
You
makes
really-
sense.
It's a bit more of a tournament build.
Yes.
It's not something you do blindly against a bunch of people because people will just attack you. They're just kind of doing.
It's like, how
whatever
many
they're
Koreans
doing,
do you
right?
see
But
in football
I think
and soccer?
PvP is more of a poker game early on than any
Right?
other matchup. And so the way that Rain
think you're
approaches
right,
this,
yeah.
I think, causes a lot of problems. And people, it seems like a lot of the pros just don't really know how to deal with it. So. what
Actually,
he
the
does
question is,
he
if
gets a later
Muffin was
robo.
here,
By the
how
way,
many
if Snow
how
were to
many
go DT
Koreans in
blindly
like the
versus
chess
this, he would've
community,
killed him.
at like
You
you
know,
know top
or-
100, like how many of them are
He would've
Korean?
killed him. So there's
I'd actually wonder that because
but the
StarCraft
thing
is a
Snow doesn't
strategic
play like
game,
that,
right?
He's a Reaver guy. He's trying to basically play stably until he can get to a Reaver, probably get shuttle
What if
speed,
there
and
was
then
a
play from there.
combat unit that could turn enemies
so
into
Rain right now
crystals?
is at a
How would
slight
that
edge.
mess with the game?
I don't know if Rain is going to go for Reavers as
True,
well.
although they were
That's
kind of
another
quite
question
good
I'm
at
asking
soccer.
myself. Will he try to tech past this?
Really, I didn't know that,
Or will he
Iggy.
try? Oh no, I'm sorry. He actually has his own Reavers
I mean,
coming
soccer
too, so I
doesn't
stand
require
corrected.
anything for height,
He
so I could
will,
definitely see that.
be
And
trying
being
to
like
match
smaller and
Snow
being able
on
to
this,
like
and he'll have a slight lead
dodge
over
around
pros
probably
and
might be
income,
helpful.
and the rest of his development, because you can get Reavers a little bit later and still be fine versus somebody who got Reavers if you got your base up early.
So, you know, with this earlier probe saturation, if I'm recalling correctly, PvP 2 base, 6 gate goon, 1 robo reaver. That kind of maxes out your income once you have your probes up, right?
Hold on one sec, Artosis. Actually, Rain's going to try to push in here. Now, this number of Dragoons will two-shot his opponent's Dragoons. One Dragoon bugs, he gets stuck back there. He's going to have to debug that one. He gets that one moving again here. Rain really snowballing that fight. The Zealot's going to try to run through here. That's going to be hunted down. And Snow has already lost a couple of Dragoons. He's going to stay back. Oh, actually,
one player that's arguably in the top 20 of soccer ball players right now.
Well, it doesn't matter right now. We can talk about
soccer ball.
But sure. Right now,
nice,
push
Eggy.
coming in.
We should call it soccer ball.
This is going to work. Like Rain has
like
a lot of
we
units.
call it
I
football.
love the spread of pylons
Why not
he has
soccer
on the map
ball?
as well. To watch
Why just soccer?
Reavers, but he's actually moved a bunch.
Where
of
did the word
Dragoons
soccer
to
even
maybe
come from?
Catch an incoming shuttle. Kind of a funny location for them. I guess it can come in for a flank as well.
Like you'd think that'd be like a
he wants to try to
boxing thing.
Oh, okay.
That's 100% his whole goal here. He's going to rely on the F2, F3
It's a
keys
soccer.
on camera to basically, if he gets dropped in a surprising position, to run away. But if that doesn't happen, he's mining more. He can just play keep away. And then if the push comes, he can try to snipe the Reaver or the shuttle in the back. And now, this is
a
weird moment.
Victorian
Is he,
shortening
no.
of association
He's going to come back
football.
over here. And Rain's going to try to just take the fight straight up.
Soccer?
It seems to me like Rain has so much more supply that even if you have great Reaver control, this is not likely to work. He actually has 4 Dragoons going around the map.
Okay, then.
In fact, it looks like he's thinking of counterattacking, but an observer's watching this entire thing unfold from Rain.
Okay, so he's going to drop. And
Oh
shuttle speed's
my
done.
God.
He waited for the exact second when shuttle speed would be finished.
To make it differently from rugby football.
He targeted the perfect number of probes. He's going to come in again. A little bit of a clumsy unload here from Snow. He targets. It looks like it's going to... No, it's going to connect because he
Why is
targets
American
a
football
Dragoon.
called football
So
when you
there's a
rarely touch your
counterattack happening here
foot
from Rain.
to the ball? Well, soccer is often called
counterattack
footy
is when
in the
Snow's
UK
trying to-
because it is
Is
practically
Artosis gonna miss this
always
entirely?
touched by feet.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
this is a really
Sean,
calculated
I don't
move
know.
He's going to try to come in here and
Because
basically
handball
smother
was already a
this
game?
natural. He says, I can kill every Reaver and every Dragoon as it comes out. And all Rain has to do now is kind of hold on. Because he's
Yeah, if he
keeping
wins the
bulk of
base
his
race,
probes.
he's good.
He's going to have to keep trying to micro back and forth.
Oh,
This-
Snow
a
wasn't
straight
paying
Reaver
attention
strikes
to
one
his
of the two
Reaver.
Reavers. That cuts in half the damage that Snow can do.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
Rain is so
Rain is
good.
going to win this.
This is one of the best counter plays I've seen. He basically waited it out, got into a position where there's no way that he'll be
Why is it
fully
called
killed,
curling when
and
it
with the
follows a
counterattack, it's
straight
enough
line?
To strong arm Snow, and I think Snow's dead.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
That is.
Why is it
that's
called
Rain right there.
bowling?
That is Rain for you. He just like the guy is unbelievable.
Baby
Very,
ball doesn't
very
have the
impressive. I
right
wanna
ring
point
to
out-
it either. Why not just call it pig
So,
ball
they
since it's a
both
pig
went
skin?
Shuttle Reaver, but Rain won with a build and a strategy, which negated Snow's micro and attack.
Why not call it hand
Snow
cone?
realized he's behind. He's got to push in. Rain
It's not
already
even a
had the momentum
ball.
from
It's
the
like an
early,
oval.
second base. And
It's
realized
like a pointed
I won't
oval.
die to this if I could just keep running around with probes and I'm making Dragoons and a third Reaver, which will come out and help me. I can
Never
barely
ask a
hold this
woman her
off.
age and
What
never
Snow
ask
can't
when it
do
talks if
is
he has
stop
had
all
a
of my Dragoons
turkey.
from running up the ramp and killing everything. And if I remember correctly in that last
Fuck
game,
me.
Snow,
One
sorry,
day,
Rain sent his shuttle and Reaver with his
guys,
push
when,
and just
we'll have
tried
to figure
hold
out
off
if there's a
counterattack
bowling
with the
place
few
near
Dragoons he
wherever
has.
TwitchCon 2027 is set
That was
up,
wild to see.
so we can go bowling and you guys can watch
Rain.
me or fuck
Really
up my
understanding
turkey.
what he needed to do to get that game done. And that's tough for Snow. It does kind of come to what you were saying. Rain gets that build order advantage with the very fast Nexus. Does Snow stop trying to play so safe?
Hard to say. Yeah, Rain definitely, now that we're in kind of ordinary maps, has identified the behaviors that keep Snow strong, and he's circumventing them early on and getting into a lead. I don't think I've seen that many games, or even if any, that he goes DT, but let's see. DT could be an interesting mix-up here for Snow. Anyways, guys, we're tied up
Wii
1-1.
Sports bowling at a
going
few
into Game
turkeys.
3.
I never played the bowling. I only played tennis. Tennis was my shit. And then I got Monster Hunter Tri, and then that's all I played on the Wii.
Okay, Rain in the top right, Snow in the bottom right. On the note of that last game, I'm just going to speak from my own experience and stuff I've seen online, because a lot of these really smart ideas at the top, they trickle down, you know, and everybody kind of gets to see what's going on. I've had a couple of these games where I'll Dragoon contain somebody.
Why
at the
did he
bottom of
send
the
out a
ramp,
probe again?
or the top of the ramp, depending on the map. But let's just say it's at the bottom of the ramp. They're on like Fighting Spirit.
That's
or
what
Hollow
lost
Void.
him game 1.
And what I used to do is I would
I
contain
somewhat
them
cheat.
until I felt
I
like
hold the controller
it was the
upside
last
down
second
and
that I could
backwards
get
and
away with it,
bolt
and I would run
overhand. No
back.
idea why it
And
works,
what
but
I've
it
started
does.
doing is
I wonder
I'll
if playing
maybe
Wii
the
gave
6
me my golden
Dragoons
shower
that I had that were
fetish
containing them.
subconsciously.
Instead of going back and trying to get ready to
Wait,
hold a push,
what, Eggy?
I would
How?
just get ready for a counterattack.
Wait, what?
And so I see this is going to be a proxy.
Enlighten me, good sir. I
And then I'm gonna
need
talk about
to
this.
know the nuance of this
The number
debauchery.
of games I win where when they finally get out of their base and try to all-in me, I just win with the counterattack is crazy. I'll just run up my own ramp and give up my expansion and hold the game, and I'll kill all their probes. So I think counterattacks are going to
youth
be more
spent
and more
playing
on the rise
with
here
Wii.
in PvP.
Oh.
Now, so what's actually happening here? I thought I was going to have time to go.
Because you're weeing when there's a golden
this is
shower,
called,
right?
2/3 proxy.
like the 2/3 build. It's a coin flip where your side of the coin is more likely to land. The side of the coin that you want, it's more likely to land for you.
Oh my god. True.
Two of the locations and hope that he's not at the third one. And this is devastating.
Which is
This
why they
once
didn't
again
call the
Rain
Wii
going
2
for
the
a
Wii
build with a
Wii.
win. If you ever get to somebody who's like,
Could
you
you
know,
imagine?
400 points ahead
They
going
called
better,
it the
you can
Wii
try this
Wii.
build and win. It's crazy strong.
Yes. Yes, and it does not feel good to run into this when they get it right, and it's hilarious when they get it wrong. So if
Could
Snow
have made
happened
you
to be
go
top
all the
left,
way
this game would be
home,
almost
though.
over already. There's just almost
Right.
no comeback potential because the travel distance is so far. Here, the travel distance is pretty close. It's not the closest proxy gates. You know, you're on a 2-player map or something, you could definitely get it closer. But this is much more unpredictable because we have no idea when Snow will even be able to find Rain's base. And the natural scouting path doesn't go through there.
Oh!
That proxy
huge.
pylon is essential to lock the win in.
Dude, there's a second
Because
probe
that's
coming.
going to...
Sorry.
Oh shit, here we
is
go!
Yes.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, there is.
Nice!
So I guess that's part of the all-in. I didn't know that was a factor in the build. This forces probes to go all the way into the back mineral patch, which just slows down mining. Yeah, I mean, I guess why not, right? Just like have... Oh, wait, hold on. What's he going to do here? Pylon?
Oh, he's going to do a pylon
battery?
prison? Maybe a prison for the
No, I
Dragoon?
think he's going to make a battery.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Okay. And Snow
Well, he's
actually
going to make
puts...
his own battery and...
Yeah, yeah. So that... Yeah, and he actually cancels it
But he
out.
could just do this. But he could just do a double.
Yeah, but now you can
Yeah,
hold
and now he's
position
gonna have to cancel
probes.
the battery.
You can put probes, though, there to...
Yeah,
not
golden
let that go
shower is
wrong.
when
He
someone
lets
wheezes
it go
on you. In my
through.
case, usually a middle-aged
Obviously, this
divorced
makes it
or
very
widow.
wonky here for Snow.
Divorcee or
he
widow.
gets his battery to finish up. There's great probe drilling going on.
They're the best. Because they've got the experience.
Okay, this is going to be really hard for Snow. The battery's up. He does have 2 probes with this rush. 2 probe hits plus 2 zealot hits kill a probe. He's just splitting this up. The juggling is great. I got to say, Snow's micro's pretty phenomenal. He's killed.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this is going to go
You
for
really
Rain.
have to grind
He's
this
go-
game down to a halt.
I
He
think-
does
I
get
think
the
Rain
pylon block up here.
loses.
The pro block failed.
Did he just pop
So
a
he's just going to
Dragoon
go in here.
through those pylons there? Did that actually just occur?
No,
Like, can he fit there, or what is that?
No, the Dragoon's trapped there. That's
Oh,
his
okay.
home now.
Okay. So he did actually end up making the prison. So he's getting like some almost free Dragoon kills. But the micro of Snow is unbelievable here. Look at that. Wait, what?
He gets the battery up. I think this rush has failed.
Dude.
That's
Yeah, Rain
crazy.
lost.
Yeah, I don't know. That looks really weird to me. And
GG.
Rain is just going to GG.
Damn, bro.
Okay.
This is brutal. This
I think
might
Rain
actually go to
kind of,
Game 7, guys.
Waffled a little bit with the rush.
Rain's
I
tilted
think you
now.
really need to figure out where you're committing. If you try to split everything up, the zealots get isolated. You have to like figure out what's the target. There's different things you can try to take on.
Remember a stand-up
Just try to
saying
get
Muslims
target
shouldn't
the
want
Dragoon.
72
First of all,
virgins. They
kill
should
the
want
zealot always, then target the
72
Dragoon.
recently separated women
Have
aged
maybe one
35
zealot
to
attacking workers and
45.
interrupting mining. But yeah, it seemed like everything got spread out. I almost wish we could get a replay of that.
Well,
weird
it's the
moment
joke that
where
they're gonna
Dylan
get
was on the other
72
side.
virgins, and then it's a bunch of like
I
42-year-old men.
Moment.
I thought that was going to
Fat 42-year-old men.
The funniness of the shield.
Maybe there's a
battery.
way
The
to
shield
set a
battery is probably
command
least
that
used
converts
building in
Twitch
the
channel
game other
points
than,
into
I guess,
crystal
covert
shards.
ops, but you know, it's.
I think they're just two separate
other
things,
than
Sean.
Defensive Command
I'm not
Center,
sure.
Yeah.
I haven't had the time. Today,
Defensive Command Center might
we
be
spent
around
like
more than
6.5
covert
hours
ops, but,
today uploading all
Anyways,
and like
that was,
rendering all of
that was
these.
a-
So
that
now
was
we
a
have
fast
like
one, and Snow does lead 2-1.
all of
How do
our
you feel about
reacts,
that?
the let's plays, the rest
Guys,
of
short break. We'll be right back
schedule
with the map deja
1.
vu.
So we uploaded like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 videos today.
이것을 올리지 않아. 단백질이 크거든. 청량하게 마시는 단백질 에너지.
Oh Jesus.
에너지가 담백해.
And we still have one, 2, 3, 4. We'll have 5 more streams, which is usually like 10 to 15 videos to do tomorrow. Bro sneezes like a cat. Thanks, that's a compliment. Speaking of cats,
멋진 모습 한번 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
Tonberry.
Welcome back, everybody. I gotta say, I'm really worried for Rain after that loss. I think that's one where you're supposed to win. The whole reason why he does that build is that should beat somebody who is going for gas first. It's a really
Levi's
dirty,
definitely a cat girl.
hard to stop build.
That was a loss on race. I have
a little bit
flying.
scared because it means even when Rain
Avian.
has a strategic edge, micro-wise, Snow is still maybe a little bit better at decision-making.
Well, I'm going to throw the complete reverse on that. I'm not afraid at all. It was a stupid all-in. It didn't work. It's a coin flip, whatever. We're going to game 4. Rain's got this one.
The last game was a wash. I gotta head off to read my nerd book. Sounds good, Levi. Enjoy your stream, good sir. Has Valium reappeared? No, Valium has not reappeared. I believe he has officially moved on with his life. Hopefully he's in a better place. And I wish him all the luck.
And
Okay.
yeah, I want to throw this out there. You said that Snow
Yeah.
is better at decision making. I'm gonna give you the Turing test, man. We're gonna see if you're even conscious. Like, what's going on here? What are you talking about? Oh my
No,
god.
I mean the decisions in the fight. The decisions in the fight.
Oh, okay,
Rain
yeah.
shouldn't have had his zealots chasing too many targets because even though it feels chaotic, if you can kind of micro everything, eventually you get your stuff out and you're okay. What's important is that the damage snowballs at the start, and then the trickle of zealots that comes in. You know, it's too overpowering.
Today is a rainy day!
I see what he did there.
Today is rainy
no.
day.
Today is rainy.
Yeah.
It's a rain day,
Another guy with
boys!
a sign, I want to make a snowman. I'm like, all right, you guys are all just great. All these signs are great. So
That's so fucking
yeah,
funny.
I mean, you know, it just kind of shows that when the
I
micro
love the
is really
stupider the
tested,
joke
Snow's
is,
a
the
little bit
funnier it
better.
is to me.
Like he basically stalled out correctly. He made all the right decisions.
Stupid jokes
I think
are the
that Rain
fucking
couldn't find an
best.
obvious target or anywhere to commit.
I could just pretend that I'm
And the game
retarded.
dried up.
How are we
So,
supposed to
you know,
sleep
this
without our
game's gonna be back in
Valium?
the realm of
I mean,
normal.
that's true, Sean.
We
I
have
use
both sides going
melatonin,
for
though.
Probably gate into gas. We'll see if anybody double gates. I
It
highly
doesn't
doubt
work, but I use it nonetheless.
Yeah, that would be a little bit wild to try to pull that off again, especially when it failed that time and you kind of had them do everything you wanted. The only thing that could have been better is if you hadn't made a zealot, which is pretty rare right now, I think. I feel like I see every PvP, everyone's making the zealot. No one's really skipping directly into Dragon.
Yeah. The idea with the zealot is that it'll help you stop something like what we saw in the last game. Sometimes people don't make the zealot, but the zealot's it's kind of like a little Swiss Army knife unit for everything that happens early on. And there are moments where it doesn't really play a role, you know, like if you don't interact with each other that much and you expand. But like, let's say you get proxy gated. Okay,
Like-
that zealot's going to basically buy you the time, especially if you can keep it alive.
If Rain can
it can in certain situations like on maps
somehow
like this,
figure
it
out
could end up blocking the ramp if they scout late.
Yeah.
That can then open up a whole universe
How
of different build orders that you
to-
can't otherwise do if you're scouted.
Like maybe he should just play the long
And
game and
some
go
of
like
these early
carriers or
fights,
something
just
like
having
that.
It, like if they skip a zealot and you have a zealot,
Like,
your
if he
zealot
can't
can just chase
stop
your dragoon, so they have to micro around
Snow
that,
from
which gives you
getting
a little bit of a micro edge.
Reaver or getting Shuttle Reaver.
So it seems like the general rule of thumb
Just play
right
past
now
Shuttle
at the
Reaver.
highest
Play
level of
defensive.
PvP is just always get the zealot and keep your options open. By the way, in this game, and we'll see if the block actually works, the zealot block can be tricky. At this level, I imagine they're both going to have this block perfectly, but sometimes we have a surprise.
Yeah, that's definitely perfect.
Yeah, so this game we're going to have... Okay, hold on.
Oh, he baited it.
Very swift micro.
We're going to have blind man's PvP on both sides. So this is a much more complex PvP early game. Because you could play normal, which it looks like Rain is going to do. He's going to go for range. You could have gone for Citadel immediately. You know, or just do a whole bunch of other weird things.
Now, is he going to go look for a
Observers are much
proxy?
more likely to be made on both sides.
Or is he
if they're
going to be
play
like,
safe.
he proxied
There is no
last
rule in
game?
I'm
surprised
that
Snow
you have
hasn't
to play
proxied
safe,
yet.
by the way.
I mean, he could be with
You
that
could
probe.
just go for...
I'm not
like,
sure.
Here's a weird one. Going for Robo and then just going for Shuttle Reaver with no Observer. That's one of the weirder PvP builds. Because, you know, it feels like, couldn't you just get the Observer and be safe? But if they do anything that, like, expands early, you just kill them with a Reaver push, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the missed shot!
I missed that one shot. That was brutal. And now a full scout here from Rain. Oh, my gosh.
So this basically never happens in an ASL game, but it can happen very rarely to PvP, is you get the scout off after the initial probe denial. And that is crazy good for Rain, because he now ensures
Why is he
tech
not?
gonna be, and he can kind of respond accordingly, whereas Snow doesn't know. Snow has no idea what kind of game he's in right now.
Do you turn this into complete aggro? I actually want to see him go directly into Reaver like you were talking about. Rain has gone into Nexus instantly after scouting that. The thing is, you can't react to scouting that with going DT, I don't think. The best reaction that you probably would have is to just make the Nexus like we saw in the Eclipse game. So if Snow here goes Reaver right away, do you think that just becomes almost a free win for him?
Maybe, yeah. I think it's a good idea. I mean, this has been pretty consistent. We casted Rain playing like this like years ago, and he's still doing it. So this is sort of his playbook. But yeah, I think Snow has the right idea by trying to force aggro. This probe is to try to dive in and confirm a Nexus if it's there. And Snow's actually doing something kind of counterintuitive, but I sort of like it. Is he's going for the same build, but forcing a Nexus earlier. Normally, you know, if you were feeling unsafe, you would make the Reaver and try to slowly play. He's going to make the Nexus first and try to stay a bit more aggro to kind of generate the image of a threat when in reality, nothing's happening behind this. Ideally, he would try to get in there with the probe and see if there's an expansion or not, but right now, Rain is actually controlling all the information in this game. Remember that Snow doesn't know if there's a base there or not.
I think
Snow's trying to figure out, okay, like maybe this is like a push. I don't know what's about to come.
I think he's intuited, though, that it's probably a Nexus, like, which, you know, shows he's got his own Nexus that he kind of countermade there. Obviously, Rain is already mining now, pushing across the map. He should be able to spot that Observer coming across, so not going to be too surprised about that. Couple of probes, like, it looks like he's neglecting his probes just slightly there, but that happens sometimes when you're moving around the map. As long as you're making the probes, it's not the end of the world. But, oh, no, he really doesn't notice. When you see the probes actually transfer and he still has 4 probes sitting there, this is reminding me, man, of that Sulky game. Remember when he didn't mine gas for the entire game? It's like, damn, man, every now and then you do got to check. I know you're great, but, like, you got to go check what is going on here. Okay, there we go.
There it is. One thing I've learned from watching pros is that sometimes, like, a lot of times in my head, the most important thing is to make the probes mine. It seems like actually at the highest level, it's okay to have a couple queue up, and it's more important to make sure all your buildings are making and your units are making.
Yeah.
And he's like making this like line of his units on the minimap. So if he gets attacked,
it's more important
in the best position possible for a concave.
Mining, because, you know, it's only incremental after you have all the patches. Like, once you have 2 per patch, It's like, yeah, I mean,
Right.
you are actually gaining minerals from having them on there, but just having them is important. Like, you can prioritize some
Right.
other things. And that's like an important thing to point out. Like, you definitely can find games of anyone, like Flash, 6-7 SCVs when he goes back, just sitting there doing
Actually,
nothing.
here's almost another way to put it. It's the most important thing at the very, very start of the game to make the workers mine, because that's how you generate momentum. But then there's a point where, like, you know, you're like in liftoff, like you're at like a cruising altitude, so to speak. And yes, you need to have all these workers for later on in the game, but sometimes it's better to like micro a reaver or make sure that each of the gateways is making, and then send those probes a little bit later. I wonder if there's a video in Korean online about like how to prioritize things. I know it's different in each matchup and how the game's going, but you know, StarCraft's such an overwhelming game that sometimes people, when they see pros play, they imagine that they're just literally doing everything exactly at once, and that's not always the case, especially when the game really picks up.
Absolutely.
It's really a game of knowing how to prioritize things.
And honestly, yeah, I'm sure there's some sort of video content where people have talked about it, but it's something you have to figure out for your own style too. Like, that's actually why Snow is so good, is because he prioritizes micro more than basically any other Protoss. And that doesn't work for everyone. You can't just micro a Reaver all day and win. That's just kind of what Snow's style is. But yeah, definitely a very fascinating thing. Now, it looks like Snow's coming in for a push. There are 4 Dragoons down here for Rain, and Snow finds those immediately.
Okay, he can actually trap these. This is going to be pretty bad here for Rain, and I think he might be able to get this and then get away, but there's also a world where Rain actually comes in from above. Oh, this is interesting.
Counterattack.
Okay, so this is similar to the last game. Remember that Rain was ahead, and so I think Snow's mixing it up. Snow takes a fight and then runs back up here and tries to defend. And, you know, two Reavers in a battery is crazy. So this is the next move here for Rain, as he says, okay, you're going to come back and defend, and I'm going to harass.
Nope.
And it seems like Snow's going to deflect that there. Meanwhile, Rain's going to basically chase down these other Dragoons on the map.
Oh, yeah.
He's trying to isolate this and kill this off. So, again, I think Rain really has such a deep understanding of the matchup. By the way, we're locked into Reaver Tech here. This seems to be, in fact, I didn't even see probes making. This seems to be a big theme now in Korean PvP. Is you just sort of stop making probes, and it's just about streamlining Dragoon and Reaver production, probably getting Scarab damage. I imagine you don't get Scarab capacity, but I don't actually know. But yeah, just kind of trying to take fights. Ooh. This is so much of what PvP is. It's kind of like, you know, Muta Micro, but I think maybe a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah.
And kind of goes on throughout the game instead of you get ahead in one of them and it sort of snowballs the whole game to an end in ZVZ, like it does in ZVZ, excuse me.
Now, I think you basically on 2 base, when it turns into this, it's like 6 Gate Goon and 1 Robo Reaver. That's what I was kind of mentioning before that you asked about. But yeah, I just wonder how you decide to go into Zealots, because we already see Zealots coming out here for Snow.
Those Scarabs,
well, I think you end up with extra minerals for a little bit. And so you just sort of organically make them. It seems like they're both going to have a 3rd Nexus at about the same time. You know, so much
neither
of PvP
Scarab damage
ends in this phase that we don't. I mean, if you think about all the PvPs you guys have seen us cast.
Oh, he hit.
Templars,
that landed.
Not a lot, right?
See how good Snow is?
Really, it kind of depends on the map as well.
He's just so good.
You have such a hard time actually holding this base and then getting that 3rd up. It's kind of funny that Snow is just building this 3rd. Oh,
yeah,
Reaver goes down. Snow's huge attention to his Reavers really paying off there. But we do have a group of units going towards the 3rd Nexus, and we have a drop from Snow coming in. 1 Reaver, 2 Zealots.
Oh!
Very big Scarab there.
Scarab shot already hit a bunch of those probes. Now it's going to dive into the main. This could be a juicy one.
Dad.
Oh, God. I think it's never worth it to attack that
man.
Group of probes when you could get the ones that are already there in the main. Snow's going to try to push out, but this arc is pretty damn beautiful. It's going to be very tough for Rain to try to topple this. He's going to go for another Reaver, a juggle back. Flight to safety here, a dive. Snow will kill that last Reaver, and Snow will have shaken free from this position.
These Reaver plays from Snow just unbelievable, and even he gets the Nexus, but Rain lost too many units. He's losing too many probes. I think the writing is on the wall right now for Rain in this game.
This is
Yeah.
scary, bro.
This Reaver drop was massive. It also distracted Rain from where he basically needed to be. And that was focusing, you know, on what's happening at the contain here. So I think this game's almost over.
Yeah.
I think that Snow is probably going to push in here. Again, like we've been saying throughout this, Rain with better builds, but Snow with better Reaver control and better Reaver, you know, decision-making as far as what to target, where to move. He's going to move this back just slightly, probably reset the fight. Another great pickup. These Reavers are just not taking damage. This is going to allow him to advance if he wants over here. This little interaction is so funny. It's very PvP. You know, you're both dropping Reavers, and they both have to shoot each other and pick up, and it creates a no man's
now
land
he's
for the
he's
defender.
going for the third.
And look at this, the third Nexus going to be picked off here by Snow. You'll notice that Rain moved his units into his main because he knows that the Reaver counterstab can come. There is a counterattack there from Rain with his Reaver. He checks, he sees the third Nexus. He's going to go into the main, but I don't even know how much damage he has to get done to try to come back in this game. It feels impossible.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's just so many probes here for Snow, right? So he's going to drop here. He's going to do some targeting. It seems like that's actually a pretty measly connection, to be honest with you. Ooh, good fake out. He actually somehow saves that. Rain is so good with the Reaver control. But yeah, only getting 3 probes, probably not going to cut it. You wouldn't want to get like 8 or 10 or something like that. Snow's going to come in now, and God, you know, I got to say, I love that targeting on the Reaver above. Picking the one that's further away, knowing that Snow would try to pull away with the one that's stronger.
Next game is
GG,
match game to Snow.
Snow is
Holy
now in the
fuck,
lead,
guys.
2-1.
This is insane.
Or 3-1. 3-1.
Excuse me, 3-1. What am I saying?
Yeah.
3-1.
Now, I do have to adjust my my prediction because I originally said Rain 4-1. I said I'm not nervous about anything, even after Snow was up 2-1. I'm going to go ahead and say I'm still not nervous, but I do have to adjust the prediction to 4-3 for Rain. Okay, 4-3. So this is where his
dude,
comeback
you know
starts.
What?
Yeah.
This has been a close series.
Yes.
This has been. There's been a lot of moments where it could have gone either way. I think that Snow in that last game sort of won the same way he held the proxy.
Yes,
game.
the Snow face.
He was focusing on the right stuff.
Snow.
And knew when to micro, knew when to set and forget.
He's just
basically,
emotionless.
You know, at the end, kind of came out on top with a pretty overpowering victory.
Yeah, I think Rain needs
Question is, you know.
Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, Ertos, good.
I just think Rain needs to avoid these purely Reaver games. Like he's trying to do things like counterattacks and stuff, but as soon as he
Rain's
gives Snow
tilted,
the
man.
tools
Look at
of
him.
speed shuttle and Reavers, he becomes so deadly. So I'd love to see Rain switch
If
it up.
Rain
You can see
wins,
he's
this goes
thinking
to
deeper
7.
here. So he's definitely going over what he could possibly do here at Polestar. I don't think he has something set in stone that he's already decided to do here. I think he's trying to bend around with how this series is going.
Well, you know, that build order has been working. It has been working, right? Like, you know, it's getting that Nexus out early. And he won a game on Eclipse with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think Snow, had he not had just superb control, I think it would have been another strategic win here for Rain. But yeah, from here on out, no more mistakes from Rain. He's going to have to combo this all the way into a victory.
Yeah. We will get started here momentarily. Polestar, I actually love Polestar so far. I don't know what your feelings are if you've played a lot of Polestar yet, but loving this map. I think it's really, really well made. Super interesting.
Do you ever
to
put
play on.
toothpaste on your nipples when you're watching your favorite streamer?
Yeah, it's a great map. Another very welcome addition to the whole ASL lineup. I think they've really, the last couple of
You're
seasons,
my
been
favorite
killing it with
streamer.
maps. We have a couple creative maps, but then a lot of great maps for ladder, a lot of great maps for new players to learn on. But at the same time, they have the depth that let the pros express some brilliant
No,
play.
Eggy, but I do put
you know, if
toothpaste
Rain
on my
wins
balls.
this, Dominator, I think, is a map where build order selection is key. So I definitely,
Because I always have
confident,
nipple
man. Here we
clamps
go.
on. So it's like with the numbing of the toothpaste, the nipple clamps wouldn't be as effective.
All right, guys, Snow in the top right. and Rain in the bottom right. Just in case Artosis isn't as clairvoyant as he thinks, we're going to get the second plug of the show out of the way.
For
And
fuck's sakes, now we have a
because
pause.
Snow is pausing the game. I love this, the shot of the three.
Yeah.
Are we back on camera, Artosis?
Yeah.
Okay.
Crane counting
while we're
sounds like
here,
my poop
we always wait for
stains.
the Patreon plug until the game's actually started, because some people skip through the VOD and we won't hear it. But consider signing up for the Patreon, guys. Patreon.com/ASL English. We need your support. This is the nature of, content creation on the internet now. StarCraft 1 started out on cable with big networks backing it. It's moved underground.
Poop strains.
But in some ways, that's a beautiful thing, because now it's you guys and us directly connecting. We're making something for you. But the only way we can do it is for you guys to support us on that Patreon. So please consider signing up if you have not already.
Yeah, thank you for everyone who has over the years. It's really been a pleasure to be able to commentate. Oh, I'm like, look, I gotta switch the camera to this. We're looking at the backs of their heads right now. Okay, we're back on. But I was like, Tasteless, quick, turn around. We need to see the backs of our heads to get this shot right with the Korean commentators.
Show everybody what's going on back there.
Yeah. But yeah, this series so far, like, I've really enjoyed it. Like, Snow, he has that advantage, but I feel like Rain is taking the correct risks. I feel like he's playing the best of 7 correctly, even though he's down 3-1. That's, like, an important thing. Like, no one wins all their games, right? Prime Flash wins, like, 70%.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, like,
It sounds
the
like
greatest
something a
player
dentist
ever
would
wins,
tell
like,
you
70%
you got.
of games or something like that, right? It's right around there. And so
You got
gotta look at
Artosis.
it and say, okay, yeah, even if he were to lose this, I still like his decisions as far as strategy go and everything. I look at it and I'm like, I actually feel like Rain is playing really, really well. Like, he's making these choices that are difficult to make.
Yeah.
He's choosing build orders that are smart and, like, taking the risk of, like, okay, he gets the probe in and then he reacts and it. Oh no, they showed the game again, so I'm like, all right, take us off.
I saw that too. I thought we were going to hop back into the game in a second here.
Yeah. But
so
yeah,
good.
anyways, I
Great
just want to throw
content,
that out
guys.
there. That,
Great
like,
content.
Rain could lose here, and what is that Captain Picard quote? It's like, you can, like, do everything right and still lose, or something like that. It's like, in these games, like, you can actually make all the right choices. That's you on your Twitch
stream, Artosis. That's your famous quote, I believe.
Well, me and Captain Picard have a lot in common, Tasteless. We're both very well-respected philosopher captains.
I played perfectly, and I still lost. Captain Picard. Also, Protoss have no brains.
Yeah.
Captain Picard, Star Trek.
Well, I mean,
That was a Deep
Protoss
Space Nine episode.
The Protoss are basically Q, so all-powerful. Let's
the
go.
Borg, I guess the Zerg are the Borg.
Zerg are the
All right,
Borg.
we're back in game, guys.
Yeah, the Zerg are Borg, and the Protoss are Q, and, the poor little Enterprise flying around is Terran. It's like, but all the episodes are about Terran. It's because they're more interesting, guys. I don't know what you want. All right. Here we are on Polestar. Bottom right is Rain.
Never
Top
seen
right
Star
is
Trek?
Snow.
Oh, I fucking love Star Trek, dude.
All right. What do you think, Tasteless?
Jerry Ryan,
Well,
7
we
of
got that
9
Patreon plug out of the
to
way.
die
So
for.
What I'm thinking here
My Dommy
is,
Mommy.
As I've casted this game for so long, it's been my entire adult life, like post-college. I dropped out of college before I finished it. And I guess I was casting a little bit during college, but it was just for a couple special events. I always kind of looked at all the matchups the same way, as it's about macro, and it's about kind of being perfect in all the ways you can play the game, which is sort of true. But I've also realized sometimes it's really about leaning into a few aspects of the game. Like, when you look at Snow, he's so deeply uninterested in even trying DT tech, right? We're like, a lot. Like, you look at Rain, he really kind of does everything. Now, Snow is the best Protoss player probably ever at this point in time.
Best Borg
but
ever.
The fact that Snow always plays a simple game, getting into Reaver is fascinating to me, right? And he's just really good at that control.
I want a
Rain
Star
has
Trek
bigger
series where the
range,
captain
I
isn't
think,
human?
and probably
Well,
more people in PvP than anybody else. But right now, no matter how Rain plays the game, with the exception of the failed 2-gate, Snow always has his Reavers. He always gets to the phase of the game where the opportunity's there, right?
Yeah.
And so far, he's got a massive lead. I would love to see a comeback here from Rain. I don't know if it's going to happen. But that's going to require, at some point in time, Snow to really wrestle with Reaver versus Reaver, which it just doesn't seem like he can do versus Snow.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to out-micro Snow. He's just got the best Reaver control ever. There's no question that's not up for debate. He's
Star
just
Trek
by far the
Discovery,
best
he
at
becomes
that
the captain.
Specific small aspect. Well, it's not that small because it's such a great utility unit.
He's fucking
and, that's kind of funny
amazing.
for a long time, his PVZ lagged way behind. He actually had a stretch of like 12 years where he never won a professional PVZ. If you
He
guys
is
recall
so
this.
good.
In
Captain
fact, I think his
Saru.
first PVZ map win in a pro match, like an official pro match, might have been against Sulky on Whiteout, if I'm not mistaken. That might have actually been it, but I might be forgetting a different one. But like, yeah, I think part
Courage
of
the
that
Cowardly
is because
Dog
he's
in
so
humanoid
specialized
form.
into the Reaver. But the thing is, and I think I was talking about this somewhere, whether it was with you in an ASL cast or maybe on just my regular casting channel, but like, everyone has a style, and you'll see people raise up, you're like, wow, so-and-so's playing so well right now. But a lot of times what it is they're basically the same level, but their style came into power in the metagame. Because everyone's altering how they play a little bit.
Yeah.
But like, for instance, we've seen that in the past. It's like, oh, does aggressive Terran play pay off? Well, Sharp is going to really rise up, because he always plays an aggressive Terran style. Or almost always, right? And everyone can do everything, of course. But because Reavers are so strong in 2 matchups right now, I think that's part of the reason why Snow is so god tier.
I think you make a really good point. By the way, I might have missed it. Does Snow have a Robo? Where is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was 2 gate before Robo. This is a little bit rarer. I think what's happening here with Snow, he's made a little bit of an alteration in his build. He wants to be able to come in here and break a Protoss that's going to go for a fast Nexus and still get Robo. So
Gotcha.
It's the same idea. He's just getting there in a different way. And I bet he never does this unless it's a match like this versus Rain. So the idea is that if there was a Nexus making, Snow would just come down here and kill it. Now, Rain has actually gone for the build I said he wouldn't go for, which was, that kind of old school Stork build, like Gateway, Robo, and then Gateway, which is like a catch-all build, but doesn't necessarily put you in a lead.
Well, maybe.
And so he's going to retreat up the ramp.
Do you think maybe he predicted Snow switching his play up into something like this? Well, hold on. Snow is actually pushing the ramp right now. This is kind of a big deal. The Zealot coming in here and actually tanking quite a bit and dealing a lot of damage as well, but good micro from Rain. Definitely Rain out microing Snow there.
Yeah, beautifully done. It seems like one of the Dragoons got stuck trying to come up the ramp, and so that's driven back. Now, at this point in time, I don't think that Snow really cares. He just goes, okay, there's no Nexus. His Robo will eventually come. He might try to come down again. He also went for Observer, so he didn't go blindly into this. There's a very small chance that the player will go for Dragoon range and a DT. It's a pretty dirty build.
Yeah.
I think stronger on maps without ramps. So he's going to try to basically preempt that. And remember that, Rain will do more stuff in the matchup than basically anybody in the matchup. Maybe Bisu after Rain, but, he's just playing a safe game. He doesn't really care because he's beaten Rain in a position where he's behind already before. Now, nobody's expanding, and PvP is a funny matchup because you don't have to expand necessarily right away. You could just both power up with Dragoons. In fact, I think for really bad players on ladder, PvP, sometimes you're better off just not expanding and just going Dragoon Reaver and taking fights over and over. And just eventually you'll win the game because you might break them if they're too greedy. And that could be one of these games here. Both sides are teeing up to do a push. Although I do see a probe coming towards Rain's natural now, so maybe Rain will actually expand first.
Well, he does put a pylon down, which can be a good defensive structure there. Dragoons walking into the kind of like Reaver flight path. The Observer for Snow being microed pretty heavily. He's a little bit nervous that there might be an Observer coming up behind those Dragoons, so he's being careful not to overextend it. Sneaks down. He's going to look and see, is there a Nexus? What's on the way here? And Rain has a lot of units. He's moving forward. Like, this looks like what you're telling people, newbies, that they should do on the ladder right now. Just like lots of Dragoons, lots of Reavers, no Nexuses.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward way to play. Oh, by the way, the probe could be a red herring. Sometimes people will throw a probe out there, so it looks like they might expand, but they're really just going to commit. They'll just keep rallying Dragoons up here. That's a smart way to play.
He dropped the Nexus.
Now, remember, if Rain can try to win this fight... Oh, my God. If Rain can win this fight... Oh, my God, he's going to go for the shut-up.
It's actually pretty good for Rain right there. Like, he actually got a couple good Scarab hits. His Reaver now, like, is... Ooh, he actually gets the shot on the Reaver, and he gets another Scarab off. Really nice, but Snow has a lot of Dragoons, so I think Rain has to be very careful here.
Nice micro here from Rain. He's starting to take the Dragoon fight, but another Reaver's going to come down here. And that Scarab could not be more juicy, connecting on all three of those. He's going to try to go for the Observer. Ooh. Yo!
Oh, I can't believe he didn't get it. I can't believe he didn't get it. That has to be a 1 health Observer right there. But you know what? He made a Nexus before this. So he's actually ahead. Like, he's about to have his Nexus done, and Snow is starting.
Fuck!
Don't forget, the first thing he targeted with that Reaver was the probe behind the minerals, and then it was like Hectic Micro, and Snow never got it started.
Rigged.
So this Nexus
fucking rigged, Sean.
is like 60 seconds quicker than Snow's.
Yeah. I mean,
Do not
Rain,
drink water.
You're right. He
Do
had
not
the
leave your
Nexus up.
seat.
He had the
Do not
extra
move your
minerals.
feet. Do not stretch.
Snow is
Do
going to
not
try
go
to go
the
for some
bathroom.
counterplay.
Have another toke.
Now, Snow could take this fight. Shuttle with Reaver.
Damn, roll how the
Reaver,
tables have
if
turned.
you control it right. I think Snow did a really good job at sniping the shuttle. But let's see how this goes. Up to 4 gates now on both sides. This is the general tempo of a PvP. Also, remember, you could go for a Reaver drop somewhere, and Rain is very much ready for that. He's got a shuttle out now.
Yeah, luckily.
Wait, that's the second Reaver or the first Reaver for Snow? That's 2, right? Or is it 1?
He lost his first Reaver at the Natural, so I think it's 1, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
Because he did lose 1 Reaver this game, so...
Yeah. No, I mean, I saw that when I was wondering if he had time to get a second one. I think you're right.
Sure.
I think this is 1 Reaver. So, he's going to come up now.
Oh, it is 2.
Okay, he actually did get a second one. So, you want to try to get rid of this pylon. It's super annoying. This is a great dive here. He gets rid of the shields. He can try to do another one. He actually hits that Reaver.
Yeah, he takes some of the shields off. It wasn't a direct hit, so just a little bit of the splash damage. But still matters quite a bit. Rain continuing to bring these Dragoons up. You know, the pylon is such a great defensive structure here. It takes a lot of hits. Yeah. Takes a lot of hits from Reavers.
I think it might even cost more to shoot the pylon than it does to make the pylon.
Yeah. 5 minerals more to kill it with Scarabs.
Yeah.
It's like one of the funniest.
I think he wants to try to do it. Yeah, one of the funnier interactions. We saw a kind of fake out dive there. But, you know, Snow's pretty smart. He just targets the Dragoons. He's going to get his 4 Dragoons ready to charge in. This is, you know, control-wise pretty hard to do. So here he goes. He gets that damaged. He's going to run back.
I think
He's taking
Snow
damage
wins.
on a shuttle. He has to drop. He's going to lose a shuttle.
Oh, my God.
He's
This
going to
is
target
so
now.
crazy.
He's going to target the Reaver almost perfectly.
Oh,
but
my God.
unfortunately, the Reaver's still in the game.
Wow.
And I think Rain has just held this attack. Beautifully
Wow. Wow. I was actually really nervous as he came out. I'm like, me wrong in a prediction? Never. That was very, very close, but great control there. I love how he went up and sniped that shuttle down, and he actually pulled his Reaver back perfectly. The Reaver lived with like a few health points left when the Scarabs are coming after it, because, you know, if you're running away as a Scarab hits you, you take less damage. So, like, he pulled that off perfectly.
Yeah, that should be emphasized to people watching, because you might not be obvious if you don't really, you're not like die-hard StarCraft, but if you're moving away from that Scarab shot, you do not take full damage. So there is a micro trick where Dragoons and even Reavers will run away and not take full hits, because usually 2 full Scarab hits will kill a Reaver.
Yes.
That's why it's a super high-stakes fight when you have 2 Reavers.
You gamble, you lose, bitch.
Or, you know, or versus 2 Reavers. You know, you could even target both the Reavers and the Scarabs if they connect perfectly. Will kill both of your enemy Reavers. So that's a, you know, kind of a PvP.
And you think you're free, Sean?
So Rain's
you
gonna come
think
across
you're
the map, and I think
free?
Rain right now is pretty steadily ahead. And what we were talking about we needed to see here has happened. It looks like Rain has actually managed to win a PvP Reaver dogfight. And he could close this game out because of it.
Yeah, he really executed that.
Not
that
normally,
push out
sadly,
very
whimper.
well. He was very patient with it. But a big part of it was his
You're not
initial
free,
push,
Sean.
picking off that probe, getting
You
his
can
own
never
nexus started at the
escape.
beginning of that, getting his nexus up a minute earlier, which gives him an edge, which kind of forces Snow's hand to try to put some pressure on. And
I
now
will
Rain
always
is running
find a
around with
way.
multiple groups, and this is something that Rain is probably better than anyone at, is this type of army movement. Ooh. When something like that happens,
Yes,
Tasteless, it's the same
Do
thing as
not
when
drink water.
I
Do
step
not
into
leave
like
your
a
seat.
swimming pool
Do not move
that's
your
too
feet.
cold.
Do
where
not
you're like,
stretch.
"Ooh."
Do not
Oh,
go to the bathroom.
shit, what have I
Have
done?
another toke.
Fuck.
He's gonna try to come for us around. I'm
I don't
totally
have any
obsessed
water
with these
left.
counterattacks. Like, does this actually just work? They're
I
like
don't
both
have any
going around
water
each other. It's
left.
becoming a weirder and weirder looking
I
game.
don't have any
And now Snow's
drain.
fully on the run, and
Oh,
Snow's going to counterattack. What am I looking at? No, he's going to come back.
He was hemming and hawing there. He started to move, and then he
Yeah.
moved back, and now he's starting to move again. And, like, he's just not being
Fuck.
decisive, and that's the problem. If you're not going to be decisive here, Rain's going to win. And look,
Yeah,
yes, he is going to be starting to counterattack again.
But it says
he's
don't
screwed.
drink
He's dead.
water.
You can't play, like, even if the decision's wrong, you just have to make it. You just have to go.
He's going to kill the shuttle. He's got his own shuttle. He's just got to juggle these Reavers.
Oh,
He's
here
gonna
we go.
dodge
I
those
think
scarab
Snow's
shots.
gonna.
He
I think
does. The
Rain's
two
gonna
scarabs
do it.
connect. The Reavers should have been down.
But the
I assume
counterattack
it's
from
gone.
the other
We have it
side.
on camera here.
No, man,
Great
he's not
control
going
here.
for the
He's just gonna
Reavers.
maximize how much damage these Reavers can do, but Snow with the flank is looking so fearsome. Another scarab shot is fired, and the Zealot is somehow blocking it. It does connect, but as the dust settles, Snow is winning this fight.
Yeah, very impressive hold right there. You know, Rain has
This
some
is
more
a
Dragoons that
dirty,
were
dirty
rallying up.
game, guys.
But yeah, that was a pretty big fumble, I still feel like, from Snow, the way that his army moved around. It's an important thing to note, like, this is a strategy game, yes, but it's also real time. So it's like, it is better to do the wrong thing well or quickly than it is to do the right thing slowly or poorly. Like, you need to make strong moves, and even if they're wrong, it can pay off, you know? Like, if you're doing it well. And we just saw Snow kind of bungling that a little bit, but his control's still very good. You can see Rain is pretty high up in supply, though, after that fight.
So Rain is going to push out, and he's got to do something about this third base, because right now Rain is still locked in on 2 bases.
Well,
And
there you
Snow's got the
go,
growth potential.
Sean.
Does he know about this? I think
just
the observer actually
proved me
spotted this, so he's gonna
wrong.
run up here. He will actually get this.
By the way, Tasteless, what do you think about the second robo on this map in particular
Fuck.
from Snow? That's not something I feel like I see very often.
I think it's actually good when you lock in. I think this is like not a real term we really use, so it's going to be the
Game's
first
rigged.
time everybody's hearing it. But there is sort
Fucking
of a
bullshit.
late game of just you both going Reaver, which I think is a second robo. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like, this game is now 15 and a half minutes long. So they've been Reaver fighting with Dragoons forever. And eventually you can afford a second robo. Obviously you're not going Citadel when you're doing this, but I think it's pretty smart because really all you need is shuttles and Reavers. And that way you have enough shuttles and Reavers to fight. This is something I do personally. So this shot is insane. So much damage. If there was a way that Snow
Drink,
could
I
come
went
back,
too much.
this
I
is
mean,
it.
9 times
Now,
in a row.
I need to mention
That's
one
just
thing.
plain
Both their
nuts.
mains are mined out.
Yeah, you
have a
should
ton
actually
more probes than you
gambled,
need right now.
Sean.
So even though he got a good juicy
that's a
hit
good
there,
point.
the saturation is still going to be at 100% of the natural. Like, you shouldn't send
Right.
every probe there. I think it's actually smart to leave a few off in case a good scarab hit comes in. You're like, yeah, I don't know. I'm still mining one base optimally
Marty,
at least.
I was just thinking of that. I wonder if there's a world where maybe you want to have like 12 probes just kind of like idling in your main.
100%.
Because like you're going to get the 2 scarabs are going to kill out like 80% of everything you have.
Yeah.
It's crazy. A push comes out across the map. Remember, they're both going to mine out of their naturals really fast. Like it's warp speed here for mining out.
Rain, though, has so many units, Tasteless. Look at how many Dragoons he has.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Mind you, I gave
There
away
is
my
no
points
matchup
on
where a
round 7,
natural,
so
by
I
the way,
didn't even
mines
lose
out
that much on
faster
round
than
10 when I
PvP
gambled
you're
it
both going
away.
Reavers like this.
That's
True.
There's no game where you have this many workers on just a base for this long, and potentially until you mine out, because there's a high chance you're just both losing bases for a long time. Rain has bad Reaver positioning. He's got to make this work. Both those Reavers are very badly injured. He's going to target these Reavers, and he actually kills in a snipe. Oh, both?
Domination. Domination. GG.
Oh my
Beautiful.
god.
Beautiful.
Yep. Getting that comeback going. Taking Snow down here in a Reaver versus Reaver dogfight.
Damn.
Very well done.
Rain
I
is
definitely
dominating
don't think he
now.
out-microed Snow, but he definitely out-strategized him a bit.
Yeah, well, he had a good push, man.
Yep.
You know, he got that Nexus up. You know, I think Snow was in a weird spot where he realized, I can't really expand here, so I have to just basically stay back and be pushed. Even though, like, I don't have a base, he's still going to be pushed, because if he doesn't try to hold that spot, Rain's going to contain him. So in that moment, Rain got his base up. I think he played a smart game. By the way, it was a game where there were almost no drops that killed probes, unlike a lot of other PvPs. It really was just Reaver trades, Dragoon trades. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, that was actually a very fun game, especially for just Dragoon Reaver versus Dragoon Reaver. It's interesting. I feel like a few years ago, when we had PvPs, we saw a little bit more of the Templar attack, but definitely not seeing that here tonight. I believe we're going to go to a quick little commercial break here and then come back and finish this series off. So we will be right back.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, unless there's like some super fast games, it looks like Snow wins. This has been a day.
Welcome back, everybody.
The
We are now
underdogs
going into
are going to
either
be in
the
the round of
last or the
4.
second to last game. Now, we've been blessed in this ASL with 1-4-3. Could we be lucky enough to have a second one? It's extremely rare in a best of 7 to actually get to the 7th game. Unlike a best of 5, which is much more common to have a 3-2. 4-3, pretty rare, but we could absolutely do it here with this match tonight.
Yeah, I think it's fairly likely. Here's what I think, Tasteless. We're going to Dominator. You have the reverse ramp to the low ground main base, which makes it so that some rock, paper, scissory can happen. Snow likes safety play with Observer Reaver. I think that Rain here just gambles and goes 3-gate Goon, and that's it. Says, okay, Snow, if you are man enough to go DT, you win this, and you go to the round of 4. I don't think you are. Let's go 3-gate Goon and just close this game 6 out and go to game 7.
Hey, man. Okay, well, never mind. You know what? We're going to go into this game. I'll talk about that when we get in there, guys. This is game 6. PvP of the decade here tonight. Rain versus Snow. Let's see if we can go to game 7.
The weather
Rain
phenomenon must
and
fight
move on to that
for
third spot
dominance.
in the final 4. Okay. It's Snow in the bottom left and Rain in the top left. So we've cast a decent amount of Rain PvPs when you were in Korea and even after you left Artosis. Rain on maps with low grounds historically, I don't have like the data in front of me, but I have so many memories of him going DT first.
Okay.
On maps like this.
Okay.
He seems to want to basically force a... Oh.
Well, that
Who
throws a wrench into the
cares?
works, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Is this a
A
center
couple of
2-gate?
wrenches.
It has to be, right?
Can
Center
you build in
2-gate?
the center of this map? Yeah, I guess you can.
Yeah, you can, absolutely. You
Yeah.
kidding me? I put turrets in there every game, Tasteless. It's a great location to build.
Yeah, I guess you can center 2-gate. So Snow, who, by the way, doesn't really do this. You know, like, if you think of Rain, Mini, Bisu, they've actually all done center gate a lot, or proxy gate, or, or the 2/3 build, or whatever we call it. It's actually a really shitty name for a build, 2/3 build. We could probably name it something better, but, you know,
Crazy
Snow really
Zerg.
doesn't do this that often. And so this is a pretty good curveball in the series to throw in there.
Yeah, I like him mixing it up. I think that this is a great idea. You're trying to close out the series. The only problem I really see with this is I don't see this working that often at this level. Like, it works sometimes for sure, but not that often. By the way, you'll notice that he left the probe there for a little bit. It's because he wants his probe to scout at a certain time. He wants it to look like a natural scout and not a fast scout. And you can measure that as a pro. You know when the worker is supposed to come.
Exactly. So this is all choreographed on Snow's end, so that if you saw this probe moving across the map, it's just nothing surprising. Looks like business as usual. So proxy center gate, this is, you know, so common. It's like up there with the 4-pool, or the 9-pool Speedling Rush, or the 2 Factory from Terran versus Protoss. Like, it's one of these, like, it's an aggro build. This one has all in elements because it's centered in the middle of the map, which gets the Zealots there in half the time. It is much more holdable than, like, what Rain tried to do to Snow, just to be clear. Still tough. Actually, I guess on this map, it's maybe about the same amount just because of the shape of this map. So immediately we get the attempted pylon block and the shield battery counter block.
And the Zealot going into those
let's see how
mineral
Snow
lines.
does this.
Yeah, you'll notice some
he's
good
being
micro
smart.
so far from Snow. He's just going in. He's getting a few hits here and there. He's trying to not really lose health.
Yeah, he's bruising each of the probes. He does. Oh my God, does this block? Okay, so a second Zealot comes out. Oh
yeah,
my God, he does that perfectly.
Yeah, the Dragoon popped out really nicely on the other side there. So don't know if that was a mistake from Snow, or maybe Rain was blocking it just right with his units. But right now the Dragoon being microed on one side, his probes have been pulled. And that's 3 Zealots, or 4 Zealots in this base with 2 shield batteries.
Yeah, this is pretty nasty. He can also lock the Dragoon in as it comes in. He's going to try to come in here to glitch out the next one. Is there going to be a dive?
Oh.
Okay, he does a double trap. Beautifully done by Snow. He's so down and dirty.
Oh, he's got this, doesn't he?
I think this is going to be fatal.
Yeah.
I don't think Rain can recover. You just have so many batteries. There's, like, when you get to 5 Zealots, it's pretty crazy what you can do. He's going to hit the probes. There's just a Dragoon. The Dragoon, with Dragoon shots alone, it's going to take forever to kill a Zealot. And if you use the battery effectively at all, you're probably not going to lose any Zealots in the process either. It's now down to 4.
Oh, he's
even
just,
with perfect micro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he's not getting the shots he needs. He's not getting the shots he needs. He's like not even always being able to fire. Snow's micro here just kind of outdoing Rain a little bit. His execution of this build definitely better than what we saw from Rain on Metropolis. And
yeah,
I'm going to adjust.
This is probably over.
I have to adjust my prediction. I think it's going to be a 4-2 to Snow.
Well, I think you might be right.
I might be right there.
I like that calculation.
Yeah.
Well, there are 2 Dragoons out here. There is another battery, but the real issue is that there's
no
not enough probes.
But there is no tech for Snow. Like, if he were to clear these 2 Zealots, like, I know he has such low probe count, but he's got, like, the Dragoons, like, just have so much more value, you know? Like, once you get to the right amount.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's going to keep trying to fight, and I think he probably should. He gets another Zealot. It's really important that you have 1 Zealot with the mix when you're fighting their Zealots, because your Zealot is more tanky than the Dragoons in a way, and it does a little bit of extra damage.
Yeah.
And it can always be microed away when it loses shield, so there's this really complex dance that's always happening. And Rain's starting to get back in there. He's going to take the battery out. That may even... Hey, it actually supply blocks Snow, funnily enough.
Oh, wow. Well,
yeah.
He does have some more Zealots coming up right now, and he's actually started a gas in his main base, and I think he started a cybernetics core, so definitely still some good things going on for Snow, but it seems like Rain may be able to hold this off still.
Yeah, you know, this position, like the way the minerals are shaped and where the gateway's at, it's actually a pretty tough spot to rush, because there's a lot of areas where you can basically treat it almost like it's a ramp. I think he might be making a forge, or he might be going for batteries here.
I like the idea. Oh, it is a forge.
Yeah.
You're right. It was a forge, not a cybernetics core. So he's going to try to make cannons up here. And I think Rain just spotted
this actually may backfire.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say I was
oh my
I was joking when I said I was switching my prediction. I still think Rain is going to win this 4-3. But yeah, Rain breaks out. I think from here you should be able to win. He's going to have to cannon his low ground. I mean, that's a disaster.
No, it's really bad. Okay, so this is so funny.
This is
by the way,
fucking
we're insane.
insane.
Why we don't
Snow has to win, though. There's no time left on the VOD.
For everybody who's ever played against it online.
Unless the last game is like a 3-minute game.
This good, you sort of barely hold.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, here's the thing. A cannon on the low ground, like, what is this even going to do? Like, you could run a Dragoon and just right above this, just run right around it. You know what I mean?
Yep. He's trying to block with probes and get that cannon in. And maybe it works. Like, there's the cannon.
Yeah. I think Rain could have done a little bit better here with that.
For
He's
sure.
actually going to get an execute on this Dragoon over here.
Yeah.
You know, that's just unreal to me. So Snow's going to kamikaze into the base and try to kill as many workers as possible. When you have... Oh, he's going to try to trap the Dragoon. This is so funny. He tries, then he stops. He says, I don't know, because I guess he's worried there could be a Zealot popping out, which would just make him lose the game. He's going to try to kill as many probes as possible. 2 Zealots is very scary, because 3 Zealot hits will kill a probe. So you really got to be careful.
By the way, I just want to point out,
A 3rd Zealot's going to come down.
It's wild that your units have to stop attacking to get healed by the shield battery.
Oh, it's insane.
It's
I
so
mean,
crazy.
It's really when you're like actually trying to hold a rush, it's so frustrating, man.
Yeah.
So he's going to try to pop as many probes and tech behind this. One of the key factors is that, oh my God,
huge mistake. Huge error there, losing that Trigoon. He really needed that.
Damn, Eggy, that sucks,
yeah, well,
man. I feel
batteries,
bad.
Right? It's unacceptable to lose anything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Rain can win this from here.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm curious how Snow techs. I'm always fascinated in games that are this weird looking, like how a pro gamer plays it from here, like Snow. Like, does he just go for like double robo or something weird?
Make it rain. Make it rain, bitch.
No idea what you're supposed to do from here.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I feel like whatever I would choose would just get countered by my opponent. I'd be like, I don't know what's going on. This is so crazy. Like, how did we get here?
Well, I mean, you know, the reality is that Snow's rush has failed. Now, whenever a part of the game fails, there is a correct decision from that point, even if it's very unlikely to win. There's sort of, you know, StarCraft's not exactly
true, Eggy,
like chess, where it's like, oh, if we could see all the moves, we'd sort of handle it, because there's the messiness of Micro, the chaos that Micro creates. So it looks like he's just going for Dragoon range, and I also have to imagine that Snow has more probes, right? Although I think Rain's done a phenomenal job of remaking probes. This is where I wish we did have a tool that we could open up in the dashboard and look at this and actually know.
Well, we know what that's for.
Because it's really hard for us to tell. Snow has to sacrifice a lot of probes.
Yeah, only I
to
can do it.
Rush, but Rain is making probes the whole time.
I can change
it,
it,
seems
though.
like Snow maybe has a little bit more. But
Here,
he's going to
I'll
lose
give
these
you the
gateways
power
here in the middle of the map. But hold up, 2 Zealots, 4 Dragoons can drive this back. And this means we're going to have possible ramp domination. Well, oh man, this is sick.
Yeah.
So it's 3 gate versus 3 gate. This is one of the weirdest things that can happen in PvP. I know this is a game where we're in post-center gate chaos, but it's the same story. When you're both going 3 gate, the matchup becomes very weird. Like, even if they hadn't proxy gate each other and just went 3 gate, because you have no idea what's going on. You're just like arms racing into Dragoons with no intel.
By the way, we just saw Rain get supply blocked, and he killed one of his own probes. He's also way down on probes.
I have
and Snow's
55K
counterattack
points
here is
on Twitch.
deadly. I think Snow is just going to...
I don't know how to get to spend those.
It seems like he's just kind of outdone Rain here.
It seems like he's just going to have too much. It's pretty losing if they get a control of your ramp, which it might not even matter. Snow might just be able to run into the base and just start killing stuff again. But if he can control the ramp, especially when you don't have a robo, it's just a really easy, straightforward loss.
Well, Rain is kind of forcing him out of the controlling position, because if these goons run down and kill the pylon, suddenly he has 1 gate production, which won't be able to hold up. So Rain is doing a good job moving his units around and making this difficult for Snow to finish him. What a wild back and forth game. By the way, this series has been great. This series has been.
It's been really
good. It's been a great series. Like, it definitely feels like Snow has overall outplayed Rain in this series, but like, these games are close. Like, look at this insane game. I keep going back and forth on who I think is going to win. I'm really unsure as to what's going on, Tasus. I'm just a very confused little Terran guy here.
So I mean, he is going to
Sean
kill
Artumi with
the pylon at the
one
ramp.
last month followed.
Sorry, the center of the
I
map,
think
which means no
Sean's here
Dragoons.
every day,
So
man.
Snow really needs to try to hold
He is
this.
the
It's going to
king
be an
of
onslaught.
he's
Wow, he goes
the
fortune
new
there. Interesting. I guess he's afraid of possible DTs
he's
behind
the
him.
new
I think so,
Or
but
maybe he wants to just try to cannon expand.
pillar of
Just in case,
the
the only thing that would
community.
stop this contain would be DTs, I guess. But Snow's committed to Reaver. Now, can he just, like, run down the ramp? That might be too risky.
He truly is.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
it's too much to go down the ramp. It's like there's so
His
many
stories
goons,
are a
plus,
quarter
don't
of my
forget, cannons are
content.
actually like beastly. Like they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, they're
so
scary.
You don't really
They'll die
wanna
fast, but
commit.
if they get a couple extra shots off.
But you're the other
fight,
three
Yeah,
quarters,
they shoot
Aggie.
fast and everything too. So
I'm the
gates
social
coming up,
security
Reaver
dependent
Tech,
who has no life
unfortunately
outside the
for
computer.
Rain, he's chosen the wrong path with the Forge. Against Reaver Tech, it's like the Forge is.
That was me for 8
he decides
years,
He's going to try to finish
Sean,
him, I think,
so-
because of the Robo. And this is, I don't think this works. I don't think so. Look at that micro, too.
God, I think that Rain could have won this. Look at the shuttle picking this up. This
Yeah.
is so sick, dude.
So sick.
God, he's such
And
The micro
Snow
Snow is
wins.
unbelievable. He's such a video gamer.
He's such a. He has all the video games, dude.
You
Look at
should
this guy.
see,
all right.
dude, when he's
all the
picking
video
those
games,
up, man.
all the consoles, all the
Yeah.
controllers.
You guys should see how quick he has to spin the control stick on his PlayStation 2 controller to get that to happen. Like, that's amazing.
I gotta say, man, this was a fun series. I think Rain could have won that. It's actually kind of sad
Yeah.
to see the way he took it.
Yeah.
I think the Forge play was actually.
Please
a huge
give them a
mistake.
different
Yeah,
haircut.
I didn't see how much gas was in the bank back there, but I think the Robo play was the right move.
Yeah.
Especially when you.
I'm
killed
past
the,
that.
the
I think my
center gate.
memory
You
is
just know
shite, so I
Snow's
can't recall
extremely
exactly when I got
unlikely
my
to go DT.
SSD income.
He could have controlled the ramp, gotten the base up, and probably had enough Dragoons to never let him out with Reavers and never let him out anywhere else on the map. I think it's a real throw by Rain. It's really unfortunate, but I'm super impressed Rain held the rush. And this once again just reaffirms Snow as the best Protoss in the whole world right now.
Well deserved. Well deserved. He's going to go to that round of 4, which means we're going to have 2 Protoss in there.
Fuck yeah.
And 1 Terran, maybe a Terran or Zerg, which we will end up seeing in our next match.
Sulky.
Yeah, greatly done from Snow. He's got to feel good about that since Rain has definitely dominated him somewhat in the past in the matchup.
Sulky
Snow really
versus
coming
Rush.
into his own here. And I'm excited because I think he has real potential.
That's going to be
he ends up
tomorrow,
playing
guys. Sulky
And
versus
if
Rush.
Sulky somehow loses, I think Snow wins the ASL, very likely.
Rose is on her basking
Yeah, it's gonna be
dock
tough.
doing
Snow with it looks like they're trying to highlight that
Pilates.
Snow probably
Makes
had more
noise
workers,
against
which
the
I don't
chicken
know if
wire.
that mattered here, honestly. I think he made it. He should have seen the Robo and just stayed up his ramp. This was like quite the throw, I think.
You don't think that he
Obviously,
looked at
Rain
this and
had
said, well, he only had 15 workers, so like he wasn't even really making workers
She's
regularly.
a turtle, by the way.
I think he looked at it
No, I
and
get
said, I'm going to die as soon as he has Reaver. So let's go.
I don't know, man. Do you know how hard it is to get up a ramp when you're contained if you stay back?
yeah.
I don't know. I think when he saw the Robo, he should have just gone right back up. But, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of principle that I don't really understand here. This micro is beautiful, by the way. I think sometimes people forget that, like, yeah, you could just juggle Dragoons instead of Reavers. You know, that's, like, completely acceptable. But what a great series. This is a lot of fun.
Crazy.
Guys, we're going to go to an interview and see how Snow's feeling, and then
Hell
we'll be wrapping
yeah.
up the show.
And that does it for the third quarterfinals match of ASL Season 19 on this Children's Day we have today. Truly a stupendous match took place just as was expected, and the victor moving on to the round of 4 is Snow. Let's have a word with him. Congratulations. Thank you. Snow, you move on to the round of 4, once again securing a seed with this 4-2 victory. It was a mirror matchup. The opponent was none other than Rain. And so you expected that this would be a tough match. But you punched through those difficulties and have now become seeded for the 3rd season in a row. Let's hear how you're feeling. This is really good. In fact, the last set was a game I should have lost. I considered typing GG, but I played a little more, and I'm glad I did, seeing that I won. To be honest, in the first 5 sets, you weren't really going for especially strategically different builds.
Just going straight for the Reaver
Was it
play.
because you felt so confident in your Shuttle Reaver micro, or were you initially prepared to instead respond to whatever
Beautiful,
strategic decision
modest
your opponent would go
maiden
for?
return.
You didn't show any special strategy until the 6th set. How did you prepare for this? I have a degree of confidence in my skills, so I decided to play the way I normally play. In the first set, his probe left as soon as it showed up, so I realized, oh, he's planning something. If I can block him here, I will win. But it rather ended up not being a good thing. You showed great defense here today, but you were also very stable mentally, psychologically, which was apparent in the 3rd set. Rain went for a forward 2 gate. You held it in a very calm and collected manner. Were you not flustered or concerned at all? His probe showed up very early, which was very puzzling. I normally don't play a Zealot there, but I made one this time. I think I had a bit of luck on my side as well. Then a pylon got put down and I was all flustered, but I kept going, and everything just worked. Luck is very important in game, and I seem to have got lucky in the 3rd set. And in the last set, you were the one trying to show off with a double 9-gate strategy. Rain built 3 shield batteries and held, which made many people expect this would be a full set series, but you did not type GG. You kept getting probes with Zealots.
GPB222, welcome, welcome.
What did it feel like?
How's
at
it
that
going,
point?
brother?
I
Snow
genuinely
won,
considered tapping
rain
out.
lost.
Every
Snow is the
set
better
a
weather
precious
effect.
opportunity. I thought, let's just keep trying to press with Zealots.
Canada
and
for
it
the
worked.
win.
So it was a worthwhile shot. At that point, I thought I've won. I let my guard down. Many of my Dragoons died, and I nearly lost. But I think luckily the advantage I had made my opponent play in a hurry, and I ended up winning. Rain kept playing on 3 gates, while you went up to a rowboat off of 1 gate. It was unsure if you could hold on until the Reaver was out, but you defended with your shuttle micro. I actually didn't think he would enter my base. I was like, oh no, what do I do? What do I do? But the moment he came in, my shuttle popped out, and there was nothing I could do but micro with a shuttle. The only unit I could control at that point was the shuttle. Where does your true strength lie? In the Reaver or in the shuttle? That will be a point of debate. What do you think was the one unit that let you achieve victory today? The shuttle from the 6th set, I think. Oh, I see. Well, with the form you've shown today, many fans will be seeing this as another opportunity opening itself up for you. But your fans have also expressed resentment at the fact that whenever you make the round of 4, you end up on the same side of the bracket as Sulky. This is something your fans are not happy with. Your semi-finals opponent will be decided through tomorrow's match between Rush and Sulky. I want to hear what your take on this is. I am being completely sincere in saying that I hope for Sulky to advance, because while I have lost to him, even if I end up losing for the 3rd time, I just have to play him at this point. I want to prepare well and take him down this time. I genuinely hope Sulky advances. You know, as this ASL Season 19 is unfolding, the one player who has been holding his composure in games the most has to be you, the way I see it. I wonder if this
Snow has no emotion.
self-control
He's
is
the most emotionless
testament
player.
to the confidence you have. What do you think? I used to have a fiery temper, but now that I'm a dad to 2 kids, my personality has changed. I'm not as quick to anger anymore. I have grown as a person, mentally. It's good that it's also helping me in-game. It sounds almost as if you've been liberated from something that used to hold you down. I'm very excited to see what potential you awaken in the round of 4. I'm sure many colleagues will have helped you as you delivered this beautiful match today. Yes, Stalk, Motive, Ruin, and S-Rich, with whom I practice as many as 30 games per day. Thank you guys so much. The boss of our team and our students who came down here today, thank you so much. And I was going to play this tournament, so my wife, for a whole 3 days. Oh, Snow is getting emotional thinking of his family. I'm sure your wife must have been a great deal of help all this time, standing by your
Well, there it is.
Well. And today is Children's Day as well. Snow seems very moved thinking about his family. I had a whole 3 days off without my kids. It felt nice then. But now I just feel so sorry. It's thanks to my wife I advanced. Bride. And you can repay your family for being so committed and understanding with this good result. This victory today will be very meaningful both to you and to your family.
True. True, Eggy.
I am tearing up myself seeing how moved you are. I'm sure the fans are also feeling the same. Please address your fans who cheered for you. I'm very thankful to my fans. You know, I'm not one to tear up easily. Recently, even Light, even he has been bawling his eyes out. Having kids changes a man. Anyway, big thanks to my wife for those 3 days. Once again, congratulations on making the round of 4. Can't wait to see you play in the semi-finals. Congratulations. And that does it for our interview with Snow, who just played a great match to advance to the round of 4.
What an amazing series, Artosis.
It was a great one. That was a lot of fun. What a good, solid
Here's
mirror
his wife
matchup
and say,
PvP
do whatever
can be
you
when
want,
two guys
because after
really know what
this,
they're doing.
to come home to that
We don't
sort
get a
of
lot of
storm
PvPs,
would
man,
just
but that was
suck.
a really special one. Super excited to see Snow advancing. And I guess that leaves us with our final match here in the round of 8, Artosis.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be an
True,
awesome match as
Sean.
well. Sulky, of course, the 3-time defending champion, looking for a 4th in a row, something not even Flash has done. You know, it's going to be a hard one for Rush, but Rush has been kind of our most stable Terran that's in the round of 4 very, very often. No matter who comes up, it's going to be an amazing match against Snow. Like, Snow is just...
It's going to be
so
a really
high
special
level.
one.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for the
Dude,
round
Snow
of 4, whatever it might
wins?
be.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I welcome, you know, any of those possible round of 4s. I think it's going to be really tough for Rush. I mean, Sulky really does seem to be completely untouchable. What an amazing round of 4 so far. We've got Best, Light, and Snow. I'm happy with any of these 3 becoming a champion. And, of course, as we were kind of prefacing, Sulky and Rush is coming up.
The
That's
guy
gonna
says
be,
do whatever you want.
out
That's exactly what it means.
tomorrow,
Balloon
guys.
says it means do what I want or you don't love
man.
me.
Super excited to see if Rush can hold his own versus Sulky. Sulky really is getting to a kind of terrifying level of ability.
Oh, Eggy, that's why femboys are the best, aren't they?
Very capable of dirty
We are the
teases,
best.
aggro
It's
play,
not like that.
timing attacks, macro
When we say
stuff.
do what we want,
His mid-game
we
looks
mean just fuck
untouchable
us.
in
I mean,
TVP.
what?
He seems to have no weakness. He's the master at the balancing act of that whole matchup.
He really
Great
is.
at hiding exposed. Great. I mean, he'll even do weird stuff like go Guardians in this matchup and make it work. I mean, he really seems to be
Sulky
the full
is
picture
on like another
of everything
level.
that is so scary about ZVT.
He literally looks unbeatable. I don't know what you're supposed to do to beat him. I don't give any Terran winning chances against him. That's a fact. So we'll see how that goes. I think Rush is going to come in very well prepared. So looking forward to it at least.
Guys, thank you so much for joining us. Please consider signing up for our Patreon at patreon.com/ASL English. We love you, and we'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye.
Peace. All right. It is that time. Love the videos where the wife tells the husband to tie her up and do whatever he wants. Then after she's tied up, he goes surfing or whatever. Golfing. Something along that lines, right? Tosis looks a bit like this. Alright, I am going to grab some more drink, and then we will begin. $2,000 words on this one. Hope I didn't miss anything major. Alright, I'm on a streak. A losing streak. This is Dr. Sax Love. It's live sax. You want some live sax, guys? It's like a space frog. do you like it, eh? Space frog. That's pretty funny. Not bad, it just feels like something an interesting galactic toad would enjoy. Hell yeah. I could get behind that. Alright, we ready, boys? We ready for this shit? Let's get her done. When the toad is feeling a little splinky. Yeah, it does have that bounce wow wow to it, right? Please, sir, retain your lungs inside your body, sir. It is not recommended to expel your lungs in such a way, sir. True. Very true. We set sail. Everyone came with me on this jaunt. It took a little over 10 hours before the island was close enough for me to spot a clearly visible port town on its shore. As we approached, I used my magic to make a breakwater and pier. We slowed as we approached, and I had us tied off, but didn't allow the gangplank to be lowered. I had it prepared, and all sails furled. Then we waited. We had dressed up in our formal gear, with all the guards in proper uniform. It was nearly an hour later before the delegation approached the pier. They were nervous. The leader was what looked like a panda clan. They called out to me, "I'm Queen Lamalia. Prepare to be boarded." "Your Majesty, I am Jane Ray Richards, wife of the first princess of the continent across the sea. And technically, this is sovereign territory, just as that pier which I constructed is technically your sovereign land. You're welcome, by the way. The breakwater is also a gift. It will calm the effect of the tides on the town during storms. Demands are not the appropriate approach in this situation. We've already waited for your convenience for over an hour as it is. Clearly, if we were intending trouble, we have the advantage." The Queen's eyes widened in shock. This was a situation that had never occurred in the history of her nation. "Perhaps what your Majesty truly meant to say is that you would greatly appreciate a tour of this vessel. That perhaps we could initiate trade relations between our nations, as we have much more timber and land-based foods available." Yes, I indeed spoke the wrong words. A tour would be lovely, and I bid you welcome to our shores. We're not accustomed to dealing with other nations. It, in fact, has never happened before. Lower the gangplank, I asked. I asked that you limit your party to 3 members and 6 guards. The Queen nodded graciously. "We will comply with this request. It is reasonable." She pointed to the other officials she wished to attend and 6 guards. We toured the ship, and they all marveled at the massive ship. "How can we obtain a secure relationship with your nation? Your words are all well, but what assurances can we accept?" I jokingly responded, "Well, we could marry, but that would include Allian and Jeanette too, because I'm already married to them." The Queen smiled warmly. "That would be splendid. Can we do it tonight? Naturally, I would have to insist on a child to be implanted in my womb right away." Allian and Jeanette, knowing I was joking, were shocked at her insistent acceptance. "Would your Majesty prefer the impregnation now and the formalities after?" Allian asked. "Now would be perfect indeed. I want your child, Jane. Your kind has never been on this island, and if they were all nobles on your continent, and you breed true as you say, then I want that for my island. We may end up a part of your nation or remain independent, but we would have at least a few tigers of our own before long." We looked at each other, nodded, and then all 3 of us placed a hand on the Queen. "What are you doing?" We all flowed our mana into the Queen, who in amazement lifted her shirt to see all 4 of our images displayed, and melded into a successful impregnation. All 4 of us, to make 1 child. Congratulations, you're the first ever quad-blended pregnancy. Her Her wondering smile, full of genuine love for this miracle of a child, was priceless. We thank you, wives. We will have the ceremony tonight, and I hope you will treat my concubine well. I never had a proper wife because there was nobody with political power that I liked, but now I have 2 wives and a second concubine. Will you join us in bed this evening? I know our marriage is completely political, but I hope you will share in the physical as well. I am genuinely glad to be married to you and nobody from here. We all smiled and nodded. Ceremonies here were simple affairs, but they had a jeweler on the way to the palace, and I showed him our rings and asked that a set each be made for the queen and her concubine. She said it would be ready in time for the ceremony that night, and we placed the rings on her fingers together. Their eyes sparkled at the symbolic gesture of entwined rings for us all. TwitchCon 27, Tox becomes my concubine in the Motel 6. Hell yeah, Eggy, I'm fucking ready. What kind of cosplay do you want? Your pick. We entered their bedchambers and had just gotten undressed when a baby's cry was heard. Brayden had already been put down by a maid in that room, but the cry was much younger, and the maid quickly returned to mount. I'm sorry, but it appears the baby is hungry. The concubine sighed. I'll be back when she's fed. I'm sorry, my love and sister wives. She stepped out, and I was inspired. I signaled to the maid, would you serve in any way? Would you serve in any way, even if possible, nursing the baby? She nodded firmly. Yes, if I could, I would, but alas, I cannot conceive, so I shall never be able to perform that task. I placed my hand on her shoulder and channeled my water magic into her, and welled her milk to come in. She was startled at first, then confused as she felt something happening, then completely shocked when milk started to dampen her blouse. She ripped her blouse off and started to tear in wonder at the milk dripping from her breasts. Ow! Without waiting for an answer, she hugged and kissed me and ran into the other room to take the baby and feed it herself. How is our maid able to nurse our baby now? The queen pointed at me. It seems my new wife has potent water magic and could cause a woman to produce milk without having a child. Though there was an awkward start, the night was truly enjoyed by all, including the maid, who stayed to watch and feed the baby twice more. We all passed out in a huge tangle of limbs, totally satiated. Staying wasn't an option, as people would worry about us not coming back as it was. So we sadly had to set sail the next day. They both kissed us fiercely. We would love to come visit you if we could, but it's not possible at this time. Perhaps we can return with the first trade delegation that comes. The new walls will help greatly, as we can expand safely here. I flicked a hand and erected a whole new town outside the old walls. I've got practice building those structures. I can do that in my sleep now. A look of amazement spread at the delegation that was sending us off. A truly marvelous wedding gift. I will treasure it, even as my people will. Another kiss for all, and many tears, and the gangplank was raised, and the sails unfurled to catch the wind as we made our way out of the harbor. We sailed directly back to the port town and relayed the news to an astounded port official that there was a whole nation on an island that was previously out of reach. We sent a runner off to inform the king and await a delegation to arrive. Queen Lamalia had sent a homing bird with us, and we sent it back from our inn that night, only to receive a return message in the morning. It seems that the island nation had a huge surplus of residents. When I'm in a sexiest concubine competition and my opponent is a Tox. I'm sorry, Eggy, it's just the way that God made me, you know? It is what it is. And despite the massive increase in housing in their capital that I provided, there were still homeless people and food shortages. She asked if there would be a possibility for immigration. We had to sit tight for the moment on immigration, but food we could aid with. We loaded the ship and it set sail immediately. With the wind strong from a favorable angle and the sea calm, it took only 5 hours to arrive, an hour to unload, and an hour to return. I didn't go on the ship this time, knowing it wouldn't be easy to return quickly. King Donican, knowing how fast I tended to operate, and wanting to see this marvel with his own eyes, had already been en route, and had met the runner less than halfway from our end. He endeavored to increase his speed and arrived late that night, just as the Tiger's Eye made port for a second time. I see you've made some more work, my dear. Yet you also married the queen of this new nation. I couldn't ask for a better outcome. Since I have arrived so quickly, I shall embark on this new vessel in order to greet my newest daughters and accept their immigrants. I appreciate you waiting for my personal approval, but I would have preferred to just accept them. We have the room, and I'm sure they'd love to join the shipwrights working here, if nothing else. Shouldn't be much of a change for them. We'll see how it goes when we get there, I suppose. It's the same thing as when I refused to allow anyone to treat me like a noble before I was one. It has to be proper and legal. Allian probably could have agreed, but even then, it would have been a major incident if either you decided against, or else we simply couldn't actually offer what we agreed to. Better get the official seal instead. He sighed. You're all too wise. It would have worked out in this situation, but you're right. Waiting for me is the wise course of action. Shall we be off? This trip wasn't quite as quick as the day prior, but still, we managed it in under 8 hours. When the gangplank was lowered, the royal pendant was seen from the capital of the island nation, and caused a bit of a panic. Queen Malia made haste to reach the pier almost as soon as the gangplank was put out. I bid your greetings, my wives. I presume the pendant is significant. Only if your father-in-law is significant, your majesty. May I present his royal majesty King Donican Marian of the nation of Talania. Sadly, his wife did not decide to come on this venture because she will adore you when you meet you. I bid you most welcome, King Donican of Tilania. I am Queen Lamalia of the island nation. We have had no reason to name our island, as we have never left it. Perhaps you could aid us in choosing a name for this island, though I'm truly hoping you are here about immigration. Donican smiled broadly. Daughter, I would be delighted to help in naming this beautiful island. I certainly will accept any immigrants who wish to board the vessel upon our return. But more importantly, I'd like to hug my newest daughters, and also my grandchild, if that would be possible. Lamalia bowed in respect. Honored father, I believe that is more than acceptable. I have long since missed my birth father, and my mother as well. It fills my heart with joy to have such a splendid set of new parents to ask advice when needed. Their embrace, though stiff at first, quickly warmed into a genuine familial hug of a father and his daughter. Mayra, Lamalia's concubine, was overjoyed to hug her new father, as she had lost all of her family long before the queen had taken her, and all she had were the queen and her baby girl, Tassie. Tassie gurgled and cooed at Grandpa as he held her lovingly in his arms, smiling fit to burst at her cherubic face. The little one looked rather like a kangaroo in her ears and tails, like her mother. The Panda clan doesn't breed true all the time like tigers. Nice. I don't think there was any errors in that one. It was pretty good. Can't wait for your reaction to the ending. I sprinkled a heavy dose of cheese that I bet you weren't expecting. Alright. I mean, I'm absolutely enjoying it so far. It's a wild adventure. Okay, we missed a scene here. We were gonna have a scene of him on the planet. Now, if someone better at world building did a rewrite of it, I wonder just how long it would end up being. Yeah, you could definitely, but I don't know. People are so like into like just adding so much filler to stuff. I love the fact that it's just like speeds through it. It's like this is just what's happening. This is the important. It's like this, where I have like half of this story is basically a montage. Still streaming while looking sexy as hell. Thought you was gonna quit that. Toe Connoisseur, I would never quit. You missed the unboxing of the Hatsune Miku outfit that we're doing. So remember, Toe Connoisseur, the 12th of May. So today, right now, is the 7th. So in 5 days, it's a Hatsune Miku cosplay makeup stream. We did the unboxing yesterday. If you want to go back and watch the VOD from yesterday. Stream makeup Gudathon. Yes, it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be fucking amazing. I love it. Okay, so here, if Toe is here, you have to do a pedicure too, not just the manicure. I mean, yeah, I guess so. I guess that's true, right? We'll have to get the other camera set up. You make him play this sex jazz? We have sax and violins here. I made a joke about sax and violins on his stream, and now it's a thing. He did roundtable roundup with Lindsey Sterling, so we had sax, violins, and simulated violence all in one stream. It was great. Do you like it, Toe? Because we could play the violins too, not just the sax. This is Dr. Sax Love, by the way. Plays live. It's just a bunch of live shit. It okay, but I feel like a hairy bush will appear. No hair from the eyebrows down. You're not allowed hair from the eyebrows down. Silly child thinks bush is bad. Perhaps, but it would have a tree in the middle of the bush, I bet. The best treasure is deep in the jungle. I mean, you want a little bit to grab, just enough to grab onto, right? That's what it's all about. I like women so jungly you might find El Dorado in there. Bert Kreischer was all about the bush until he accidentally saw his daughters one day. Now he says shave yourself like a grown-up. Okay. Don't know who that is, but okay. I don't know what to name the planet. Fuck, we're just gonna call it Gorgon 451. Dude, total deja vu here. I'm having absolute insane total deja vu here. He's a... I ate a puss so hairy. I found an uncontacted tribe. He's a comedian known as The Machine. Did a couple TV shows, The Cabin and Bert Conquers the World. Quite a few specials, too. Huh. Never heard of him. Jazz cover of Sexual Healing, bro, you are a cock tease. His humor is very adult. One story going on about PTA taking 2 Diet Cokes with him. Downed the first one before he even got there. Cracked the second one at the school. Took a sip and realized it was a Coors Light. He made a judgment call and downed that beer right there in the school. Are you going to have space lot lizards? No, technically not in this story, Toe. This is all humans. Humans have killed everything. Because humans are a disaster child. Lot Lizard is a cheap prostitute at a truck stop. Sorry. Oh! I mean, it technically could tow connoisseur. In the edit, we could have one of the... we could do that? We could do that. I don't know if we're gonna, but we could. We could imply it. Dude, we could totally fucking actually imply that. I could take that idor... that. For sure. And then truckers would get it. Lot Lizard is a term for prostitutes at frequent truck stops that serves the truckers. In fact, if you see a bra on the side mirror, that's what's going on inside the truck. That's hilarious, because we get truckers all the time here. Like, that's like, you know, you could have him reject one to show how he is so focused on the money. He has lost even sexual desire. That's very true, because that's what we're trying to do, Toe. And that's exactly what this scene is even on this, like, beautiful, amazing, the best world in the entire universe, the craziest, like, highest technology. This is made for, like, the top 100 richest people in the entire galaxy. And he's still, like, I like to see the numbers more. Right? What did we name the ship? I don't remember what we named it. Oh, right. The Maiden Naval. This jazz song's smoother, less sexy. Yeah, some of them are just kind of random, you know? I'm running into this problem again where I'm freaking changing the goddamn tenses like a fucking idiot. Are buying that person's book for 20... What? No? If it was that person's book and they wanted me to read it, they could send me the manuscript for free. We're not buying anything. I mean, I'm not just buying a random book. I'm not even gonna read it. I'd read it for stream content. You should buy it and read it every day and pretend it's some new religion. I don't even know what the story is. I don't even know who the guy who posted it is. Just be way too into it, like I am with Seth. Treat it like it's the fucking Seth material. That would be fucking hilarious. Oh my god. Oh. Just do like a 1 hour stream every day about it. How it changed your life. Oh my god. Just spread all the information for free. Buy it and then just spread all the information. Be like, no, don't worry, I'll give it to you for free. You don't have to buy it. Oh, God. And I'll tell them, well, if you give me half the royalties, I'll start telling people to buy it. Then just slowly, bro, I almost urinate my trousers. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. That's some good shit though. Oh my god. Then over time become more conspiracy about it. Yeah. Yeah. Just like make up this entire like bullshit lore by like misinterpreting fucking everything to do with it. It's full of messages, just read between the lines. Yeah, exactly. And just be like, this is literally about 9/11. Like, look. Just make like the most retarded connections possible. I think this thing was written by Osama bin Laden. I think he's still alive, and he's on the same island that Tupac and Elvis are on, and they're like calling for help, but this is like a propaganda campaign to stop people from trying to go and help them. It's fucking crazy. You need to read this shit, man. Like, tell me I'm crazy, because like I can't, every way I try to logic myself about it. Line about how the elf people live in the village. It predicted the fall of colonial Gaddafi in Libya. See how they're using this windmill? This completely. This is exactly how nanotechnology is going to take over the world, guys. Like, he's predicting the future. I can't believe it. It's so plain for anyone to see. I just can't imagine. Whoever wrote this is just fucking... No wonder it's under like an anonymous name, because, like, God, he's probably dead. The government's probably already killed him. I'm probably the only one who has any copy of this. Oh my God, is my life in danger? Guys, I need to start a GoFundMe, because my life is in danger, because I read this book. And now I have all the information. Oh my God. Oh my God. The windmills revolved just like nanotech will revolve our lives, revolution our lives. It's the mechanism by which it makes the nanotech. It makes it smaller and smaller and smaller until you have chips inside of you that the government can control. And then the next thing you know, you're brainwashed without you even knowing it. And then they have an entire nation of brainwashed people. My penis is technically classified as nanotech. Yeah, mine might as well be as well. We're rifting like the Beatles in their prime? Hell yeah. Did you ever do a poop and feel like you ascended to heaven? Yes, Toe Connoisseur. Almost like once a week. That would have been yesterday. Yeah. I returned from a work lurk, and the foot fetish guy is talking about actual shit. This stream is unrivaled. Did you change it from 70s porno jazz to Japanese city funk? No, this is Dr. Saxlove. It's just random shit. I guess we're not live. Let's go live. I don't know why we weren't live. We should have been live. Oh, because we paused it! Okay, so we're live now. They wouldn't be lot lizards, they'd be airlock snugglers or something. Well, let's go down to the root of it, Sean. Why are they called lot lizards? Lot because it's a parking lot, right? Why are they called lizards? Is that a reference to a penis? So all you have to do is find out what the original lingua was and then change it for the age. Lock lickers. I like that. I like that, Sean. Lock lickers. And that's how language changes, my friend. I think lizard is because they scurry out of the darkness like lizards. I mean, could be true, Eggy. I don't know. Oh shit! I wonder who the person that came up with that term is, because the term itself is quite widespread, but somebody had to say it first. True. Hull hopper. Hull hopper. I mean, they're both good. We could use both of them. So we have what? Hull hopper and lock liquor. I mean, I changed it now, Eggy, so you can actually add points to yourself, so you technically have infinite. We're all on winning streaks! Fuck yeah, guys! We're winning! Yeah, man. Because it was originally on Super Moderator. I don't know what a Super Moderator is. Looking forward to Oblivion? Hell yeah, dude. We're gonna get there, because this is the end of the story, guys. We are finally done the story. So, tomorrow will be editing, and that'll be the first stream of us editing. But we'll have to go through and read the entire story before we play Oblivion. I had a thought ages ago about how high the number would be if you added one per each fantasy race you found attractive. So Elf, that's 1, Halfling, that's 2, Beta Z, that's 3, Andorian, that's 4. Example. I'm confused, Sean. Do you just mean count? Like, not to diminish your writer's expectations or your writer's mind or creativity, but isn't that just counting the amount of fantasy races you find attractive? I mean, isn't that just another way to say it? Again, sorry to diminish your your upplay of that, because I think that is a funny way of saying it. I'm just hoping it's the right, like I'm interpreting. Yes, with all the different fictions out there, how high would that number be? I think in the millions, Sean. In the fucking millions. Like how many? Let's just first of all find out this, just within Star Trek. Just within Star Trek. How many species in Star Trek universe are there that have at least a female gender? 100 to 150. Just in Star Trek. Tox would put his peen in a blender if it was wearing lipstick. Oh my god. I mean, then there's just this, right? Like, I thought this one was great because it's like, you can tell there's an element of like attractiveness to it, right? Like you've got the breasts, you've got like the hips and the waist, and then like, you know, the opening, bow chicka wow wow, and then like the coloring and stuff like that, right? So it's like you could see how this could be. Yeah, so it's like, think of that when you think of the avians, right? Like, the avian females are, like, the epitome of attractive characters in the game. Same with, like, the beastman species, right? Like, they're just, like the kangaroo people, or the, not necessarily the Sahagin, but, like, you know, the kangaroo people, the wolf people, like, the goat people, right? Gotta have our fucking, what's her name? Why am I blanking on this? Guys, I'm a terrible, sadist. I can't remember the fucking, Baphomet! Baphomet! Jesus Christ, Baphomet! Yeah. Baphomet is the ideal female form. It really shows how imaginative the human race is, doesn't it? There's hundreds of species in Star Trek, I think thousands in Star Wars, then the traditional fantasy races, Mass Effect races, and the list goes on. Not that Cryogen makes the cut, but still true, right? There you go, Aggie. Remember, yeah, I was gonna say, maybe don't gamble at all. Don't spend it all in one place.
Do not drink water. Do not leave your seat. Do not move your feet. Do not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
That's not how it works on Twitch, Aggie. Pretty sure... Where the hell is Smokey? That's very true. That's very true, Aggie. We haven't seen him in a while. Who knows, man? He could be lurking. You never know. Where are all the people that appeared for the Valium drama? That was just because we got like 3 raids, right? Like, we got a raid from Cute Muffin, we got a raid from, was it Trallion? It might have been Trallion. And then we got a raid from Fabulich. Like, 90% of the time when we have more than, 7 viewers, I'd say, it's because of a raid. But in the last month, we've seen what? That Poxy guy, Spear, Callie, and GPP222, who's been here like almost every day now on Kick. So he got 4K followers, but he gets 2 viewers. Yeah, because either they boosted their followers or they've completely fallen off. And whatever content made them popular, they either don't do or it doesn't exist, or yeah, it's just one of those things, right? That's why I was like, what content do I want to do? Well, I want to do content that I can do infinitely. Well, writing content is something that I can do infinitely. Let's do writing content. Boom, sold, done. And then we just have like the segments of the stream, like, you know, we have like a react section, we have a reading of the chat section, like chats, like stories, or like Reddit stories, right? And then we have either writing or reading on my end, and then we have, even Ninja only gets like 4K views now. Yeah, well, it's like after COVID and everything, it's like streaming isn't as big as people make it out to be, right? There's just those few people that are like in the top 0.0001%, like frickin' Asman and you know, like Hassan, Tectone, Emiru, Kai, Speed, it's just like, it's people, it's the people that used to be the viewers are now streamers themselves. I think that's a really big thing. And, like, in and among my audience, I tell people that, like, say that they might want to stream. Like, go stream. Go try it out. Go test it. Go be a streamer. If you think you can do it, go do it. It's like pro sports. Millions of kids work their butts off thinking they're the next superstar, and there's, like, 100 spots to fill. Yup. College football is the biggest scam, because they make so much fucking money off of that shit, and they don't pay the players at all. In fact, the players are paying to be there. It's a fucked up world. sports scholarship, they play the sport to not pay the tuition. Well, not all of them, Sean. Like, the top-end ones, yes. But not all of them. There are ones that are just there that are paying that didn't get sponsorship or scholarships. Like, not every single college football kid, like, you know. Same with porn. They get paid beans initially till they build a fan base. Yeah, exactly. Like, you just... It's like... You have to be unique and offer something that no one else offers. And you have to be found. Right? Like, you can have the best stream ever, and someone thinks it's the best idea and would ever think that everyone watches it, but nobody knows that it exists. Right? So it's like... that first impression kind of thing, and that's what I want. Is like, can I get my stream to the point where if I post my story on Asmongold's Reddit, would people come to the stream and watch me? And I think the answer currently is no. But maybe in a year and a half, when I'm more like refined, then I think that first impression will be a big, big thing, right? Same with stories. If nobody finds your fiction, you get no views. Yep. That's why I try to promote absolutely everywhere I can, with anything I can, to as many people as I can, just to get people to notice, right? And that's basically what I've been doing for the last, like, month to 2 months, like, in my spare time. Like, trying to do as much and get as comfortable with promoting as possible. This season anime really sucks. I think I find stuff 3 days out of the week right now. I wish I had 3 days of the week to watch anime. I still gotta catch up on Fairy Tail. But, you know, we've been fucking grinding and working our fucking ass off, so that's all that matters. Doing whatever I can. Anyway, it's that time already. Mama Cat might want another snack, and I know my eyes are getting heavy. Not a lot of soda today. I think 2 cans total. Bean Kool-Aid instead. Ran out of 2-liter bottles. Ah, Sean, I know those days because I drink Rockstar once a day at work, as well as eating a chocolate bar. So it's like, on my days off, I don't know, man. I just, not only am I like super tired because I've like accumulated like all of the sleep of the week, but also I don't get that pump in the day, so I'm just like super fucking lazy and tired and just like half awake the entire day. And then I take a nap before the stream and then I'm fucking golden. Ahoy, Levi. How's it going? Phenomenology brain drained me pretty quickly, so I'm back. That's all good. It's understandable. We are at the end of the story, so we're about to read the first draft and see how we, in my opinion, like, went from, like, I don't know. I'm not sure about this one, guys. But we'll see how it goes. It needs some work in editing. I know it needs, well, isn't that book meant to be almost unreadable? Of course, Atox doesn't intend for his book to be unreadable. Levi's not yours, Atox. Kind of long-winded. Mine's supposed to be, like, unreadable in the fact of you can't put it down, but you have to think about every paragraph. So it's, like, super thoughtful, but you can't put it down. So you're basically fucked. Oh no, my TV just freaked out. Give it a second. There it goes. It's back. Okay. That HDMI cable, man. Sometimes it just, I think it's freaking out, and then I look over at the PC, like the other screen, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's not the PC, it's the TV. 'Cause I was like, oh shit, did we crash? Nope. Did you know HDMI is a company? That's what I would have assumed, because that's the label of the name of the commodity, right? I don't know. That seems pretty, like, pliable to me. Alright, we'll call it there. Oh, $120 million in the deep blue. Another U.S. jet fell off their carrier. That sounds pretty fucking bad. I need to grind more weed. Alright, are you guys ready for this fucking story? This shit is gonna be intense. This is just, remember, this is just a rough draft. So we'll probably send Ben the next week, fixing it up, and, you know, rewriting scenes, filling in areas where it's just like a montage, you know? Because we want to add in the aspect of, like, how people view him in his conversations with people and stuff, how it starts off like very generic. So we're gonna use like the reacts for the dialogue to kind of try and spice up some of the dialogue throughout it as well. But now that we have the entire idea down on paper, you know, I think we're good. So sit back and enjoy, because I don't know how fuck long this is gonna take. I assume 25 minutes? Like somewhere between 25 and 30 minutes? Buckle up, buckaroos, true. Oh man, we're still in just chatting. We need to go into the writing section. I totally forgot about that. I always forget that I'm not in the reading and writing section. Alright, there we go. Sorry, bro, I would help with that shit, but I watch on mobile. That's all good. No worries, Eggy. I don't, you know. I don't expect you guys to do anything. You don't need to do anything. There's no need for it, right? If it really needs to be done, I'll do it. Am I gonna sneeze? Am I not gonna sneeze? Who knows? Apparently not gonna sneeze. Explodes the bomb. Okay, here we go. Cockpit rumbled as the expansive hangar bay doors finally came to a halt. The sound of rattling switches in their sockets, levers vibrating as if they could flip themselves. Drivik gritted his teeth as the captain's chair felt like it would fall from its cradle. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. Last out, 345611 stamp. The intercom buzzed to life with a staticky interface that felt like its own accent at this point. Jones, your aunt, Starmery 67799, Bay Entrance 956. This is Kirkstand 556677, hearing you loud and clear. Uniceps are engaged and ready for receiving. Last out, 345667 stamp. The words bled from my mouth with muscle memory. A few seconds of delay passed before there was a response. Bob's your uncle, come in steady. Landing struts are engaged. Last out, 345723 stamp. With a few swift, effortless flicks of his wrist, the engines engaged at 5%. In error. The autopilot would not engage. Rolling his eyes, he flipped the switch a few more times before giving up. Bob's your uncle, Starmery 67799. This hunk of junk won't engage autopilot. Do I have permission to manual? Last out, 345795. Jones, your aunt, Kirkstand 556677. You have permission to manual. Last out, 345846. Jervik lowered the chair into piloting mode and placed his left hand on the throttle, his right hand on the declination adjuster, and both his feet on the level adjuster. As practiced as ever, he slid the 5,000 by 3,000 meter metal masterpiece of structural engineering into its perfectly made bed. He pulled the throttle to zero, quickly moving his hand to the release switch, flipping it with a prayer in his heart. The holding arms of the trailer began to retract. Once again, the entire ship rang like a bell. Jervik unbelted himself with a sigh. He pressed himself out of the chair, he floated into the air, and grabbed hold of the ladder leading to the hatch in the roof. Now, relieved that the landing had been successful, he entered the access port. The railing on all four of the walls were different colors. There was a label along the walls every 10 meters with rectangular colored palettes and words over each color. Yellow was for canteen, orange for the cockpit, green for engine, and blue for cargo. He reached for the yellow railing and followed it to the canteen. There was a single chair with a small table, almost like a TV dinner table. The table had a crease around the inside, outlining 4 different sized squares. Jervik sat down in the company standard metal straight-back chair. He pressed on each of the squares, and they lowered into the table to create a separate components. The sides of the table and hoses connected to them that rumbled to life with a clicking sound, sputtering to life. A type of ooze filled each of the compartments. Jervik took in a deep breath. The smell of salt and pork with mashed potatoes filled his nostrils. He closed his eyes, trying to imagine what it looked like before. The sound burst over the intercom, and Jervik threw his head back, shouting into the empty room. "Jervis Frick, man, I'm eating!" He threw his fork at the intercom and placed his fingers on his forehead as he listened to the message. "Bob's your uncle, Kirkstand 556677. Come in, please. We request a reset on UNICEF sections 1357 to 1538. Remote override failing request. Failing. Request manual override. Last out 347054 stamp." "Those damn robots never work," he said to himself as he stood up, staring back at his untouched meal. Another sacrifice to the company. As he traveled to the cargo bay, he calculated the best route to minimize his time to reset the Uniceps. Each section of 100 units had an override. He just needed the 3 from 1300, 1400, and 1500. He thought to himself how familiar he was with this ship as he drifted through the portholes, effortlessly finding his way in the maze. If he had his own ship, how long would it take him to get this familiar with? He never cared about this ship. It was always just a piece of outdated junk, the best he could get in his circumstances. Its technology almost 3,000 years old. It did its job, and he was thankful for that. It had managed to keep him on a steady income. He wanted more, though. After 10 years of trucking, he had seen many of his peers move up into the business class. Those who did had died centuries ago. Having no trucking routes, they had no reason to cryostasis themselves. Jervik felt alone now. He had taken the longest routes for sure, but he had imagined that they would have stuck around longer. He reached the first override and began the process of flipping the switch. The amount of safeties, straps, and plates he had to remove took over an hour to undo. Flip back, then redo. The first one had been a success. The hum of moving parts and latches clattering broke the silence. He was relieved, but who knew if the other two would work. When he had completed the resets, he stretched as best he could, holding the railing of the catwalk, looking down at the machines below, managing the cargo. Tired and wanting to rest, Jervik pulled himself over to the Cargo Manifest data center terminal and began to look through the files, inspecting the future routes he would be taking, thinking of the new routes he could take if only he had his own vessel. The first struggle would be learning a new style of ship. If he ever got the opportunity, he wanted a much faster ship. Size was of no consequence as long as it had a hitch that could manage Unihall's demands. Blinking behind red-lined eyes and deep purple bags, Jervik collapsed as best he could into his bed unit. He fell asleep before even strapping himself in. Alert, alert. Contaminant present, air quality below 20%. Advise repairs on station 70, 56, 72. Repeat message. The alarms brought him to sudden consciousness, his thoughts swarming together as his vision cleared. The red-strewn cabin flickered green and then blue and then to red for several seconds before repeating the pattern intermittently with the message on the PA. He groaned, blinking against the light as he clambered for the railing and pushed himself towards the engine room. Could it be a grease clog in the dispensing unit of the filtration section? It had been 9 years without inspection. If there was a leak, that would be worse. Without proper parts, he would be stranded, thinking about alternate scenarios as he made his way through the engine room. The steaming pipes and protruding valves with the jumbled makeshift scaffolding leading the way through the maze. Control panels with red and green lights flickering on and off. The CO2 levels were extremely high, meaning there was a problem with the chemicals mixed in the junction. He quickly made his way to the unit and inspected it for leaks. Everything was intact. He moved to the next possible problem. Soon he was almost out of options. He stopped for a second and looked around at the hunk of mechanical death around him. He thought to himself this would be his coffin if he kept this up. Focus. The air is thinner. Your mind is wavering. Pay attention. What is the problem? He ordered himself as if he was an ensign again. He went through the safety procedures and checked the chemical mix boxes. They were below the recommended levels. The hose was pulling in air instead. He adjusted the box to press the hose into the liquid and watched the gauges above it slowly begin to normalize as the alarm stopped. He floated there, covered in sweat, wheezing for breath as he felt the comforting blow of air circulating, smashing his fist against the piping and instantly regretting it. He grabbed the railing and pulled himself towards the canteen. He needed a good wind down after this. A message came from the PA. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstam 556677. Are you good? Do you need assist? Detected life support failure. Please respond. Last out 235667 stamp. The thoughts rose in him as he shook his head. Worthless loaders. Probably only noticed because the flashing stopped. He smirked to himself, at least I'm not them. I move, and one day I'll have dreams. He sat down at the chair in the canteen, beginning to flip through news channels and inspecting his logs for his investments. Over the last 9 years, he had been on this route. Nothing really changed. He had gained a slight boost, but it only pushed him to 43% of what he would need for even a basic ship of his own. He would need another 3 or 4 days before the Uniceps had the cargo tanker unloaded and reloaded. Set for... He looked at his shipping log. Sternum 93, 94, 95. One of the oldest manned stations on the edge of the crystal cusp, the tail end of one wing of the galaxy. He rolled his eyes. A 13-year trip there. He turned off the news to look over his computer terminal for information on upcoming stock options pertaining to newly developed technology since he had last docked. The options were as limitless as ideas, words, sports, objects, religions. The accumulated value of the human species was tested in real time. Thanks to groundbreaking technology, which was his purpose of late, at least the last few hundred trips he had been specifically for upgrading the outer and older stations with the quantum entanglement technology that allows the central humanity AI to gather all information simultaneously while also categorizing and analyzing the data to best adjust for the human existence. The AI believes humans consider these 5 concepts above all else: quantum technology, coffee, sex, uranium-235, Sethism. Thus, they have been modified into their own currency system, an NFT-based cryptocurrency that allows the NFT of a concept to represent the established back value of that idea. It can then be used as a method of currency. This allows ideas to be shared and spread through the crypto stock. He had missed out on the rise of quantum technology. The others were way before even his time. When this ship was in its prime, the lead freighter, now it stumbled and limped behind like a fossil needing to be put out of its misery. In that moment, what flashed on the screen made him bring his head so close to the monitor that his nose crashed against it. The sting brought him back to reality, and he read the words aloud. New emerging theory connects the principles of quantum entanglement of data sending and place it into the realm of physical objects. The idea that you could send a ship anywhere in the galaxy instantly. It was unheard of. It would change everything. He scrambled to look at the date of the announcement, and his heart sank. 8 years, 9 months old. 3 months after he left, it opened its stock options to the minimum bid. He looked at the numbers again and did some quick calculations. He could still do that. A relic of the past, using your head. He could afford to dump all of his other stock options into this startup company. He had been on the exchange for almost a decade and lost 99% of its value. It was a pipe dream. People soon came to see that it was only a basic idea, not some grand technology that had been in the works. It had simply been proven to be capable via the known laws of physics. The weight. That was the one advantage he had over people. A few hundred years, that would be a few months. 4 at most. He didn't care anymore. He was going to invest everything he had before it was too late. He spent the rest of layover calculating the longest routes on his next shipping output in order to maintain the longest cryosleep periods for the next 150 years. With his one freedom, the choice of how to efficiently move all the products, he would break from the algorithm, and if his investment didn't pay off, or the ship broke down, it wouldn't matter. Also, vice versa. With a refined confidence, Jervik retired to his cryo chamber, with a smile and a new hope for the future. He would dream of grand desires and a great new world being open to him. His new route would be 15 years, the shortest route for the next 20 or so destinations. Clambered out of the cryopod with a joyous, almost childish, giddy nature. He looked at the graphs of the stock, 1.2% increase. He could have jumped if there was gravity to do so. The next bunch of hauls went by like a rushing river waiting for the inevitable push to the sea. His calculations had been on the lower end. His astonishment at the growth of the technology over the 150 years of the last hauls sent him into a fervor as his investments opened for withdrawal in his Stargate crypto stock. With that, he now had the money to buy his own ship, and not just a normal ship. He had his eye on a specific Slinky class he had already put out an offer for. He'd already put out an offer for a few over the last decade. He had no responses as of yet, however. The maneuverability and the structural integrity of the ship, which was able to extend itself out using multiple engines to keep the pressure steady across the ship, enabling a significantly reduced time for deceleration due to the speed at which the ship can handle the stress of a truncated deceleration process. This would cut the time for his deliveries by about 40%. More deliveries, more money, more investments, more money. He would play this cycle and continue to monitor how the public viewed the Stargate technology. They had not wanted to accept it at first. He thought back to the histories of old Earth in the 21st century and the rise of the minor AIs at the time, the struggle of the people against the change that AI could produce, significantly altering the direction and speed of human technological development. The ability to instantly travel anywhere with the Stargate technology, it would threaten a lot of business as well. This would be a good time to be able to dip out on a business lease ship such as the Kirkstand 556677. He would even be able to name his new ship. The thought left him wondering, did he have something worth naming after? He had abandoned his family long ago. He never had a wife or any children. He had 2 brothers. He was the oldest. They always looked up to him. He could feel the weight of their reverence upon his shoulders. It had been a burden worth carrying, at least for the start. He had always been fascinated with wanting to see the edge of the galaxy and how far human civilization had been pushed. His family was accepting of his desire to be a trucker. They knew what it entailed and how it would affect them. They worried that their son did not fully grasp the concept himself. So it was not for themselves they pushed back, but for his own sake. He could see that. But at first, it had been glorious. The gold fades after use, though, and that had landed him in the predicament that forced him into placing all his eggs in one basket over the Stargate technology crypto stock. Now thousands of years had passed. If he had any relatives out there, it would be extremely hard to find them. The data reset over 2,000 years ago due to the implementation of the quantum AI. It is said to be a conspiracy by the upper governmental institutes of humanity, of the Humanity Conglomerate United Association, to press the past of crimes and the solving of immortality to keep them in control forever. Musings of fanatics no one truly took seriously. The fact they would figure out how to send data instantaneously anywhere in the universe once it was quantum entangled, but they couldn't figure out how to make it all compatible with the old data sets. It did sound ridiculous, but it was a bureaucracy after all. There was no limit to the idiocy of its components. He woke up to a satisfying sound of pressurized gas as the oxygen filled the room, the cool air feeling soft against his skin. He stretched, staring at the fading gray wall. His ambitions were bold now. He felt a sense of pride for himself that had escaped his grasp for so long. He unstrapped himself and stepped out of the pod. Walking to the cargo door, he made his way through the access ports to the cockpit. Strapping himself in and moving the chair into pilot mode, he began to de-spin cycle. He could feel the weight lifting off of him as the spin stopped its spin. The procedure and practice and calming moment. It took him back to the days of piloting mining freighters and asteroid belts, his first job before he moved into the trucking business. He had hated working with people and figured this was a better opportunity. The silence allowed him to concentrate, to think. He flipped the switch for the intercom to hail the approaching asteroid base. "Bob's your uncle, Glorgalic 346710. This is Kirkstand 556677. This is my last haul in this hunk of... So let's get this over with, peeps. Last out, 874523 stamp. Jane's your aunt, Kirkstand 556677. This is Glorgalic 346710. You are cleared for landing. Bay doors 6754343312. Dock is prepared. Please proceed. Last out, 874856 stamp. This time the autopilot and the uniceps functioned. With a yawn and a crack of his back, he thought of the anticipated moment to come. He unstrapped from the chair and entered the access port heading to the canteen. The terminal opened to a new message. Someone had responded to his request to purchase a ship. He inspected the ship's schematics. Garatan 4545, a Slinky Class 5000 with 12 engines and 13 compartments. It was a deceleration capability of 1.2%. whereas the Kirkstand 556677 was a 46%. This indicated the time during the travel where time the deceleration process would need to be started in order to successfully and safely slow the ship. Those numbers were pretty good for its price. The age was concerning, but he had no other options at this point. He would attempt to renegotiate, hopefully catching the selling live for a conversation. He sent out a new message with his concerns over the ship and a new price for a conversation before finalizing an inspection in person. He looked at the cargo logs, studying its past hauls, checking its repair logs. He wanted to make sure he was not buying another piece of shit. He sent his offer. It was only 5% cheaper, but he knew the ways of negotiation. To his surprise, there was an automated message returned which stated, "Owner deceased, purchase available through impound. Please follow these instructions if you still wish to purchase the product." He sighed. No haggling with the government. The price was set. He resigned to it, but this would probably be easier because he could dry dock the Kirkstand 556677 and not have to pay a tow fee. It would work itself out to be cheaper than even the best case scenario discount. He began the registration process with a smile on his lips. Things were going his way. He looked over the new manifesto of schematics and data logs from the official government sources. They lined up with the previous assessment. There would be no surprises. The inspections were well handled and documented, so the value of buying from the government is security of the product. Solid. He had requested a midway drop point for a sum. It was worth it, cutting 23 years off of the trip. He would catch up the logs with the new ship in the meantime. What could he call it? It came to him as he laughed. Of course. 57 RU 6613 R5 C0 V3. Struggler's Cove. It was perfect. With a new felt position in life, as if he had gained access to the next level of life. Now having enough resources to be self-sufficient, relying on others had never been his strong suit or a way of life.
Struggler's cover.
Thanks, Levi. Oh, we got a lot of editing to do. I double up on words so many times, but we'll see. I mean, as long as it's on paper. I haven't felt like I feel like the pacing's good, and we're about a quarter of the way through it. With a new felt position in life as if he had gained the next level of life. Now having enough resources to be self-sufficient. Relying on others had never been his strong suit or a way of life. He liked to stand on his own and show his worth through his actions. I've stilled my tongue from mentioning the repeated words. Yeah, can you tell that I've kind of hesitated and kind of rolled my eyes at myself from that? That's one of my biggest problems. And run-on sentences. Run-on sentences are like my bane, and have always been my bane since fucking high school. Hampered by the old wreck of this ship, it did put his reputation on the line. Those who had dealt with him before, however, knew his dedication to fixing the problems that arose. Perhaps he could use this to his advantage and take on new cargo routes that would emphasize this. With more open sponsors behind him, he could build an empire from just his new single ship. The thoughts carried him through the rest of his layway until he was off again. The computer work for the purchase of the Gargan, Garatan 4545. This stream brought to you by True Eggy. This destination was set. The company knew. His ends were tied. Back to cryostasis. The stations loomed before him as he sat down in the pilot chair. The display screens across the front were set to visual. He had not used those settings in years. A final memento for carrying him across the galaxy, peering one last time from her eyes into the vastness of existence. May she rest in peace and not obtain a new owner, for her sake as much as theirs. A towering sight towering sight it imposed on him, rendering him of his first years, reminding him of his first years in space. If it ain't spinning, you ain't winning. True. The scale of the galaxy and the sheer size and scope of human engineering and construction never ceased to amaze him. He had been in government sectors before, but nothing made within the last several thousand years. This abomination that lay before him was a Dyson sphere amassing the energy of the sun, not for its purpose in light for solar panels, but its fusion heat. It was called the Behemoth for a reason. The main hub of the multi-layers, multi-connected space scrapers. Like a spiked ball, it reminded him of an engine core. Nuclear energy has been the main technology behind fuel for 9,000 years. Once the problem of creating and containing an artificial sun became reality, the stars, now just another conquered milestone of mankind. Like the oceans of Earth by ancient man, or the planet itself, once they had basic flight. Those who once said it was beyond our reach truly did not see the extent of the human spirit and will to achieve greatness. Now, as he lived, he would be a part of something that pushed galaxies to this point. With stargates across the universe, humanity would be unstoppable. What grand new horizon would there be to discover? The edge of the universe itself would bend to their will. The PA system came to life with its senses. Bob's your uncle, Kirkstan 556677. You're cleared for docking at Bureau Bay 5432, 34654. Last out, 676523 stamp. The bay doors buzzed open, and there she was. The Garatan 4545 loomed like a beacon of hope inside the hangar. The compartment nodes starkly contrasting the iron fiber reinforced rubber folds that held the seals in place. The single Southern style engine protruding beneath the landing struts. The spectacle shook him. This was his. He walked up the landing ramp to begin the inspection. He had never worked with this style of technology, so he required a bit of training on the computer systems. He knew how to work with analog systems tied into a computer terminal, but everything on this ship seemed to be only accessible with a terminal. The old days of standing pipes and exposed rigging were over. The halls were fine fitted fake marble, sleek and pristine. The previous owner of this ship seemed to have kept it as a relic. A model of restoration from the past. It flew well, the systems were intuitive, and before he knew it, the test drive felt like he was on the Kirkstan 556677 again. The rattle in the chair replaced by the excitement he presented. The inspection went smooth. The operator who guided Jervik through the process was chived at his attitude to actually inspect the ship. The knowledge of ships and engines that he possessed would prove useful. Most people did not know how to repair their own ships, but he was determined to be one of them. If it was within his hands, he wanted this to last. Another lesson learned from having to jerry-rig systems for years. The ship was in standing order. They redocked on the station and proceeded to the main terminal to complete the transfer of the Kirkstan 556677 and the Garatan 4545. Jervik renamed the ship 57 RU 6613 R5 C0V3, registering it officially. Pleased with himself, he placed his hands on the landing strut of the Kirkstan 556677. A goodbye gesture for good luck. A habit lost to time. Only the most sentimental would understand. In his case, it was a feeling of relief that this mechanical junk heap had not ended him. The fortune of a new age loomed upon the edges of his mind's eye. The time he lost due to malfunctions and restarts was made up within a month. Another 100 years down the drain. He smiled as he looked at the crypto stock numbers. He was winning big. He had quadrupled his net value and registered his own company. The backlog contract from Unihall had been completed. He was a freelancer trucker now, with his name being plastered across the outer wing. The so-called last stations that he brought into the loop with the new quantum data receivers had praised his workmanship. With his business also placed on the cryo stock, he elated to have requests from captains who wished to join. It has been so long since Jervik had to deal with people, and he had never been so lucky as to have subordinates. He had cargo invoice manifest backed up more than 300 years. If he could get reliable captains to cover 3 to 4 other routes, he could cut the contract time down significantly. He spent this dry dock layaway looking Looking over the logs and backgrounds of several captains, Talek Derwing, he stood out. As a first order check, Jervik had sent messages to all the stations he had visited requesting the info on all the captains he had on his list. If they had any experience with the captains, to send word back. He had a bunch of negative responses that shrunk his list down to 5. Among them, Talek had no negative reports. Milter Denheap was second. He had several complaints about his attitude, but Jervik had dealt with those people before, and he understood, so it was a write-off for him. Then third was Gelfris Jaspin. He had been accused of stealing, but the case had been settled. An employee of the station was found guilty of attempted defaming. It was over a personal dispute. As a trucker, there was little reason to ever revisit a station. The promiscuous nature of living on a station in the middle of space with possibly your whole lifetime of not seeing anyone besides the other colonists or employees. Crimes of passion and affairs of the flesh were all too common in this forsaken sector. Jervik didn't mind. This might be a good place to add in the lot lizard here. Jervik didn't mind that, but he would have to keep an eye out. He did not want to make a bad name for himself through his employees. The other two at the end of the list would held for the future if they were still available. I don't know what I'm supposed to say with this sentence, but whatever. With that, he messaged those hopefully new employees. He got an instant response from Gelfris. It was to be expected, but it also put Jervik in a cautious mood. Was there another red flag that he was unaware of? He had to assume that there was not a perfect candidate, and he would have to take chances. Desperation can be used to his advantage. Negotiating a lower pay was the first step. The conversation lasted several hours. Jervik asked about Gelfri's ship condition and requested government-backed up inspection logs and a full background check with a new inspection at a government institute. This would ensure both Jervik and Gelfris in the case of a dispute or accident. The steps were led by a third party that Jervik had hired, a consultant to guide him through the bureaucracy of company ownership. He halted his next trip by several days, waiting for possible responses from the top 2 on his list. He looked at the terminal clock and sighed. He had to pack up and head to the next station. His new cargo manifest now ranked higher on priority than he had required, and had a required schedule date. He was somewhat new to having an actual deadline. The message beamed on the screen. A smile slid across his lips as he read it. Talek Derwing had responded. He was on contract for another 15 routes, but he would consider the opportunity once those were finished. He sent his log manifest and routes. Jervik ran the numbers and lined up all the routes that matched with Talek's. 4. It was enough. A total of 67 years or so. He could manage that. If the man was interested enough to give his information, there was a high chance he did not enjoy the standing of the company he was in. Jervik wanted the reputation of his company to speak for itself and lure the best of the best to him. The routes passed as sands waving across the desert, pressing peaks further and further. He aimed for the infinite. The numbers didn't lie. His business was doing very well. It was a contrast that made him shake his head. It felt like all his work was for naught. He struggled for years to get a crew of ships together, to build a name for himself. The money was building, but not at the rate his investment was. 83% of his wealth came from the Stargate crypto stock. Even with 8 other captains hauling for him, the cost of doing business was great. He expected add more about Talek here, question mark? Even with 8 other captains hauling for him, the cost of doing business was great. He had expected it to be a rough start, just like the investments. Something inside him said he was better off as a businessman than a trucker. The thought caused him to panic as he thought of the years he could pass gaining more. There were several prototype Stargates now in circulation. The technology was sending people into a panic. An unexpected message popped up on his terminal. He was contacted by the Stargate startup company stating that their main investors over the years are invited to a showcase of the technology that only the government and higher military departments had access to. This would be the first public press demonstration. The Strugglers' Cove, pulled in beside the rest of the mob ships surrounding the spectacle that was the showcase. The rest of the mob of ships. A massive ring that appeared to be several thousand meters in diameter. Oh god, it broke! I'm saving before shit crashes. Guys, do you see this? It broke. It's breaking! What happened? Okay, I'm just gonna reset this. Do you guys see that? That's fucked up. I don't know why that happened. I don't know how that happened, but yeah, that was fucked up. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Bro hacked the mainframe. I broke the fucking matrix with my fucking ideas. I broke the light with my beauty, and I broke the internet, or I broke the notepad with my ideas. A massive ring that appeared to be several thousand meters in diameter spun slowly and freely to the side of a hulking mass of a station. It was a research lab, its twisting spires pressed across the surface of its plated ball. Each one a different lab for different research. The main product of this lab was nanochips. The technology of the quantum connectors had been set in each piece, allowing them to connect to create a larger device. This would allow stargates to be built in any scale and size. From human travel to maybe even spaceports and stations. It would make building new stations on the edge of nowhere viable. This would mean an end to colony ships or cryo travels for the inhabitants of those new systems. Levi using the lag switch again. It would also mean that there were they were not leaving everything behind. The expansion of humanity would boom once more among the cosmos. Galaxies would be a mere step away. The thoughts mused Jervik's head as the CEO of the company was making his speech about the day's events and the procedure to sign up for being the first offered when going to market. Jervik sat in his captain's chair watching the proceeding when it appeared. The ship that entered the portal never responded. When it happened, the ship that entered the portal never responded. The gate shook and the portal evaporated. The panic and confusion on the main presentation team was evident. Something had gone wrong. The solemn look on their faces as they bowed to the audience in apology. The Stargate on the end had exploded. The ship was unmanned. No one was injured. The exit was in a remote area, so there was nothing to worry about. The technology has some glitches, and the time is not yet for it to be in the public. They groveled and begged to try to save face. This was the biggest disaster they could ask for. Jervik knew it would take a hit, but he had confidence in the technology. It just needed to be refined. It proved it worked. It was just human inaccuracy that led to these. Eventually, that can be cut out and the new age of instant travel would be here. Even if the problem could not be 100% solved, all types of travel have their own dangers. He had lived with enough of them on the Kirkstand 556677. At a certain point, the convenience of the technology outweighs the risk. This was a big win for Jervik. He assumed the majority of the backers would bail after this show. Only those with the fortitude of future sight would hold fast their wealth in this pit of misfortune. With the side business, he could still maintain growth. It would be stifled at first, but over time, he would rebuild. Jervik thought back to the old tales of history, the suppression of nuclear technology on Earth. It was one of the most famous lessons you could learn. Technology that threatens the power construct will always be suppressed. When a technology is so grand, it breaks those principles and rewrites human existence. Those holding their old ways crumbled before it. Everything in this age ran off nuclear. Without its full development, space travel would not be viable. Stargates were no different. There will be setbacks and people will push back and it will be delayed and defunded. Jervik would hold fast to funding it using what he had gained so far as a small stepping stone to the fortune he imagined. He would lose a significant amount of wealth at first, but he had not built his shipping business. But if he had not built his shipping business, he would most likely be bankrupt. He would reinvest the earnings of his company to regain those losses within a few hundred more years. This would be a task made for him. If he was the sole investor, that made this technology viable. If he was the sole investor that made this technology viable, he would be the next Ted Hildrand, the inventor of the Hildy engine. the one and only engine to ever be built capable of space travel. It also incorporated the cryo chamber into the design, an infinite source of energy in infinite time. The concept made him a galactic household name. Now they would say Helsing Gates. The gates of hell opened, and upon the dark side was the heaven that we all forsake. He laughed at his musings of grandeur, thinking back to that day in the engine room, covered in sweat, barely breathing, thinking he needed to change his life before he died. What a thing. To think only 3 years had passed since then. Taking charge of his destiny had been so easy. The dreams he held of owning something grand, his name plastered upon the lips of the rich and powerful, it stirred something in him, not as powerful as the thought of the lines of a graph shooting to the stars. But one can have many dreams, each a scale different from another, grand and minuscule. They were dreams nonetheless. Jervik spent time researching how the evolution and spread of the quantum entanglement data system crypto stock played out, attempting to mimic the trends. He bought the dip several times over the next 50 years. He had a system now to rotate his captains in to create the least route timing possible, allowing for the most manipulation of the market. The staggered check-ins helped to facilitate a greater hold over the market as it developed. Jervik now had 8 captains under him running routes, 15 to 13 years apart. We already said he had 8, so let's say he has like more than 50, running 15 to 30 years apart. He had told the captains that at any point, if they wished to retire, they could take their shares of the company and retire peacefully. These were not the type of people he had chosen, however. He had known the feeling of adventure and farsight of these captains, allowing them to create a group of people who, over the course of several hundred years, became the biggest investors and holders of Stargate technology. A thought had dawned on Jervik one day while he was wasting his time at a station dock looking through files of potential customers and employees. He quickly composed a letter to the head of the Stargate Technology Inc. requesting that if at any point the product is ready to be shipped, he has his company and truckers do the job. He explained his background and his investment records. Perhaps this would gain their attention. Multi-purpose use of his halls. Build the Stargate reputation while building his own hold. Hold them hand in hand. It would be a fantastic way to play both sides if it ever came down to the technology being subdued by some government entity. The pure scope of the galaxy and how travel currently worked proved this impossible to control in a meaningful way. Only the datasets from the quantum entanglement computer would be sufficient to catalog it all. Enforcing it, on the other hand, was a rather ridiculous notion. The system was built so it could facilitate the wants of the people without direct oversight. It had done its job magnificently. Now it would be the door through which the next generation in the next adventure and the fate of humanity would be taken, from virtual to physical. Jervik put his feet up and leaned back. He pulled out a cigar from his coat and smelt it. Fresh Colton Reserve tobacco. Finest weave and seed this side of the wing. He'd gotten used to this lavish life. He wanted more. He knew, since this idea had come to him, that he could not accept no as an answer. He needed to be the vessel, just as he had done 5 years ago with the quantum tech. I'm not even going to say 5. I'm going to say many years ago with the quantum tech. The purveyor of newly structured systems, breaking the old and creating a new, more powerful structure. He saw the end of cryosleep as a necessity. Maybe he could find a living where he might interact with other people and become a member of society once more. He did long for the end of this ruthless passage of time. Other than the numbers in his portfolio, he had no one to live for. He entered the stasis pod, pondering if you should ask for extra funds on credit to build a fleet for the company. It had been several years since he went into his pod full of life and energy. He almost ran to the terminal when he woke up at the end of his trip. He had returned to the beginning of it all, the behemoth loom before him. He recalled that day on the Kirkstand 556677 when he pushed himself to be more than a backwater space trucker. He was now a business owner here to negotiate with the person he once was. A tough nut to crack on this. He was the talk of the stations, a captain like no other. Jervik had to meet this man who is said to be the oldest trucker still alive. Such grand musings would at that have been beyond him. Now he was here, ready to negotiate a life-changing contract. Securing this would flood captains to his airlock. This is where he negotiates the terms for his presence in the central trading. Okay, we can get rid of this because we already did that. That was just a note for when we left off. He docked the Struggler's Cove in the business and financing department. He had never been in a place of status before. It was a completely new world. He had up to this point been able to resist the need for any implants. If he was going to be the man at the top now, he needed to use the weapons available to him. He opened his eyes. It was disorienting at first, but after a few weeks he was used to it. The routes he had to take to make this meeting left him 5 months short. He would use that time to familiarize himself with the working of the more sophisticated technology on a scale he had only imagined. Modern technology is interfaced through the Neuralink, a terminal at a thought. Jervik set up his user interface to have a constant view of the stocks. He arranged and managed windows for specific purposes, a complete personalization of his vision. He had speeches and bullet points set to his command. He would join this meeting, appearing to be fodder. He would show these men of wealth that intelligence and cunning are two very different things. The auditor will see you now. A message popped into his vision. The meeting was beginning. He flipped through all the pages, quickly checking that everything was in place so he couldn't miss a beat. A formal handshake into a slight bow, an old gesture from a relic of ancient Earth. It still had the power to give and take livelihoods. He had practiced etiquette and mannerisms. The expressions and approval from the rest of the board gave him an inner gratification he refused to show. He sat and listened to the speeches, heard the complaints, sat through the lectures. The moment had finally come. Mr. Helsing, do you have anything to add? He flipped a few pages from his notes, refreshing his memory. Yes. As you know, I was invited because of my substantial support of the business over such a long period of time. Trucker breed is usually a die-alone career. Spend your life moving from one corner of the galaxy to another. You pick up some things in this time, though. I pay attention to people, their thoughts and ideas. I see how they work. Using the past as a guide, I predict outcomes at a very good rate. This has led to a raise in wealth I would never have imagined. Once I set my sights on a better life, I feel like I was already there. It is an honor to be among such prestigious men. I have done my homework. Since the incident at the test, public faith in the project has plummeted. I plan to restore that faith and boost our stock, not with a select few, with great wealth, but to a great many with few wealth. He had them sitting on the edge of their seats. They had seen him come this far, and had yet to stumble. They had long cast aside their doubt, and began to accept this might be a piece of the puzzle they had been missing. An insider to tell them how to advertise and promote to the common people who believe this technology is not viable to their current life. He proposed a marketing campaign at the Central Trade Hub to show off the premise and ideas of the Stargate. The fact a trucker would be behind could let the common folk relate more. The hub was only used for the high end of society, where the wealthiest went to acquire services from companies. It was perfect for promoting. People had forgotten how to be creative. Jervik may not be the most intelligent, but he was very creative. With a successful pitch of the recruitment plan, he moved to his main objective. If you would bear with me for just one more proposal. I've been amassing a fleet of trucking vessels and captains. Since I originally facilitated the full expansion of the humanity conglomerate united association through the dispersal of quantum entanglement updates to allow the galaxy to connect. I think it would be fitting to also accomplish that under my name with the Stargates, when they are ready. The board agreed, as they had no connections to shipping or trucking companies. This would solve many problems in one. With a new outlook towards the future, a secured place of wealth promising the highest status and widest spread of his name, his final goal would be to name the gates Hellgates. It was an irony he thought would serve well. The idea of the danger would be placed at the forefront, and the public would become numb to its presence. For now, his job was to market the luxury of the Stargate technology, to present it in a light people could not comprehend. Travel from the sandy beaches of a paradise resort world to your workstation in moments. No more station living. The population could separate its wings to true homes, not the mechanical luminaries that shifted to your whim. They were cold and unfeeling. True visions of nature are felt, not seen. Jervik stood at the base of the Struggler's Cove. He was docked at a place he never expected he would find himself. The Central Trading Hub, a solar system-sized colossal city. It contained almost everything there was under the roof of humankind. The station provided a physical location for the promotion and demonstration of products. The wealthiest of humanity came here to indulge in the grand designs that pressed the measure and scope of human ingenuity. Engineering and innovation. The most outstanding upcoming technology had the main show floor, an entire planet dedicated to only the finest and most advanced products. Jervik would be on the moon that orbited the main showroom. It was more of an assortment of lecture halls. These facilities were used to describe and pitch the ideas of the technology, and to answer questions from investors and to perform the legal, legislative, and bureaucratic aspects. His first few months here were adjusting to the working conditions, living off ship, and worst of all, having to deal with other people. He took this as a self-improvement moment. He set up the schedules for seminars. He researched the galaxy's top 100 richest people, families, or companies. He considered how these would interact with the Stargate system and improve their systems. Travel was always the biggest hurdle. With his presentations prepared, he began slow and measured. He found pride in the work. People were astounded at the depth of the concepts he presented. He even added in the name Hellgate as an example for a segue into the dangers and downsides of the technology, as well as the ways they are combating this and comparing it to other technology. Death rates, accidents, acceptable loss. Insurance, regulation, distribution, and most of all, military application. The thought of it had sparked some minds to dark places, asking whether the abuse of such technology or monopoly on such technology could cause a whole new revolution in society, connecting the long-lost outer stations to a whole new humanity. The availability of standardized government oversight, which is done in regards to all technology. The explanation of integration and implementation was solved. All that had to be done was spread the word and find those interested in being the first. Jervik compiled a new list of supporters and backers, new captains and trucker companies wanting to do collaborations. The 5 months he had been on the station were as successful as he could have anticipated. The preparation had sold most of the people. No matter what questions they asked, he had an answer, even if it was made up on the spot and refined over time. The intricate knowledge of the galactic structure, having visited thousands of stations in his 25 years trucking, gave him an edge that pushed his confidence. He was learning many skills while he was here. He felt much more personable, having so many complex conversations with people, having to be polite and courteous. Well, the next meeting he would be over drinks and laughs. The different kinds of people and how to deal with them was one of the reasons he was fit for the outer stations. They were in the worst of conditions and would display that. Having survived that many of them hardened him to the ways of most people. Here it was a social gesture, a bow, a wink, a firm handshake. Through their demeanor, he could read them like a book. He would strip them of the text and replace it with his own. Even after all of this, he pondered that itch in the back of his mind. This was furthering his goals, but he felt it was time to move on. He had options. Others had offered and even started their own seminars to cover more ground. A true businessman, he could turn anything into an advantage. He missed the thrill of waking up, not knowing. It was like being a kid again. He longed for those moments. Jervik conveyed his request to the board members, stating he had a replacement. His progress was secured. He missed open space, the trek, the hall. It called to him as much as the numbers did. Watching the station disappear from view as he began a new route, it felt like home here. He was saying goodbye to his stagnant dream. He would not live his own. The Struggler's Cove had served him well, but now it seemed beneath him. The next ship would be pristine, a true yacht for his newly acquired extravagant taste. He would not simply buy one, he would custom order design one from scratch, perfect to fit all his needs. He spent several weeks of his first route messaging companies and using the connections he had gained during his time grounded. With all the preparations set, he sank into the cryostasis pod, so excited to see the fruits of his labor materialize before his eyes. He thought he would stay awake for days from this feeling if sleep was not forcefully induced. The sight was magnificent, truly awe-inspiring. The plain gray and beige color betrayed the intricacy of the design, inspired by the imaginings of the grand old ships of Earth that ruled the seas in the days before the Industrial Age. Jervik smiled to himself. It was as extravagant as his ambitions at this point. He could still feel that itch, though, something calling in the distance. Creative liberty indeed. He shook his head. He shook the hand of his compatriot. The man gestured towards the ship. "What is she to you?" he asked Jervik. "A maiden's navel," he jested, explaining his naming convention. So on paper, it's M4ID3N, N4V441. He couldn't keep the facade anymore and laughed. He saw on the man's face that look he always tried to stay away from. His time on the central hub station had not changed his mannerisms. "It is mine, after all. Names are a game I play with all my ships. This will be the benchmark of a grand new age." Jervik patted the man on the back. "I'm sad to see you go. You will be remembered through this masterpiece you created." The man's face now looked perplexed. Jervik knew he would never understand those words. They began the inspection, and before long Jervik was acclimated to the ship. The technology was similar to the central hub. This was top of the line now, fully augmented internal reflectors so you could customize the ship as you saw fit. Millions of options and a pixel-by-pixel creation AI for placing images from your mind directly onto the walls. For marketing purposes, Jervik chose to maximize the effect of the presence inside the ship. The selling point of the outside was extravagance, and the inside was personal and cozy. His next mission was to inspect possible locations for the first few Hellgates. With his lure, he would catch his fill. The most effective means to selling this product to the population was not through efficiency. It was for the wealthy and privileged. The planet resorts, the executive luxury accommodation centers, solar cruise lines. Begin the day at a fabulous spa planet, one step away to a paradise sea world, another to a floating city overlooking a mountainous jungle. The possibilities were endless. The ad slogans and campaign ideas railed through his head as he undocked from the station, his new beauty in hand. His first destination was a resort on the most famous world in the galaxy, Gorgon 451. The purples, oranges, and yellows of the atmosphere pressed against the shadow of a gas giant in a trinary system. One outer blue dwarf and two inner emerging M-class yellow dwarfs. The atmosphere of the gas giant bent the light around it, causing dazzling displays across the planet. The water sparkled a dark purple with specks of light blue. The islands strewn across this water world were treated as a single room. Rent an entire island on this beautiful spectacle that the universe has never seen. The potential was endless here. If the technology advanced enough, they could have gates between the islands and not even need ships. The changes that could be made for convenience alone was worth the cost. He docked the maiden naval, landing on the designated island. A delegation of several servants, 2 lawyers, and the owner of the system. They greeted Jervik with a salute of slate of legal documents and requests for information. He had expected this from such a formal institute. He had everything prepared, sending the information directly to the proper lawyer. They smiled and approved. He had passed the first test. The tense atmosphere he had expected was already shattered. They left Jervik to his inspection. He had 3 days to see the extent of this island's most luxurious resort. This was the first time he had been anywhere that truly shook his being. The colors and view of the suns, the gas giant, several moons, all in the background of an aurora that spanned from horizon to horizon. Jervik experienced the greatest delights of the galaxy, food that he had never imagined could exist, a sense of peace and belonging, accommodation and respect. Yet through it all, he could only think about the next trip and the gains made in that time. Every time Jervik woke from his cryosleep, he had 2 screens set on his vision. His elation at the numbers made him blink and clap. As the trips passed on for the next several hundred years, the Stargate technology became more stable. It now met the minimum safety requirements to be established as a regulated source of travel. The main prototypes were tested by the military as a prerequisite to allow regulatory approval. With his list compiled, Jervik prepares the final stage of his plan, the distribution of gates through his company. He would haul the important ones himself. He had planned the routes and given orders to try to accumulate the largest trucking fleet ever established to propel the galaxy into a new age. The years melted away as the Stargates spread from being only accessible by the most wealthy to allowing private purchase of Stargates. The technology still had some backdraws, and there was a few setbacks with accidents, but with all technology, those incidents faded into memory as the convenience outweighed people's fear. Jervik was now among the top 1,000 richest people in the galaxy. He had secured his own home world and built a resort on it. The gambling empire of casinos, bars, and airlock lust. He had created a haven for the lower class to reach. Having come from the lowest of the low, he wanted to offer those at the bottom the chance to see what the top was and perhaps climb to it. There were no charges to enter. All you needed was to apply and wait. The waiting list, however, was over 5,000 years long. Since the only cost was getting there, and that was through a Stargate, the process was vetted to prevent abuse. It happened, but most of the time you stuck out like a sore thumb as a high-class individual among what they would consider scum. Jervik basked in the glory of his creation. He felt he had made a place in the world for himself. He still longed to see the scope of possibility for the scope of possibility for the growth of his wealth. Could he buy entire systems and create a corner of the galaxy for the fallen? He built an underground space dock where he left the maiden naval. He spent his time delegating control of the business and hiring anyone he could when he found a recruiting problem that needed to be solved. A recurring problem that needed to be solved. He simply wanted to be the last resort to reach if a problem occurred. It began small, a year here, 2 years there, then 10 years. The resort company flourished. His trucking business was thriving. The Stargate technology was as cheap as it could be. Accessibility to the general public. Most people had one in their house or on their ship. The decades bled into centuries. Jervik thought back to all his experiences of how he had gotten here, the security of his wealth, the status and influence it offered him. He had used it all vicariously, taking it and appointing it as a station to be overlooked and acted on. His worries and woes bled away. Jervik looked at the graphs. They had steadied out over the last 100 years. The peak of the technology had passed. He was losing his elation. The next step was 1,000 years, then 10,000. Finally, 100,000 years. Jervik blinked as his heart began to race, a feeling he had not had in millennia. He felt his head spinning as panic lurked into his soul. The feeling on his vision was blank. The feed on his vision was blank, the connection severed. Leaving the Iron Maiden and returning to the surface, the sight shocked him. He looked down as he clasped his chest. His frail, weathered skin hung to his bones, sagging, spots and wrinkles prevalent. He pressed his hand to his face. He had let it all slip away in the pursuit of that high he couldn't replace. The struggle that led him here, to the end of it all. He looked across the broken, stagnant landscape, the aged and decayed buildings, the fallen platforms and signs strewn through the streets. Not a soul to be found. He looked to the sky and almost shouted with joy. The Stargate was still there. He could see it orbiting perfectly undisturbed. He leapt into the captain's seat and began the dialing program. He spent several hours going through the list of possible destinations. The fear was rising in him once more. The list was running out, and he had yet to be able to establish any connection. The thought to old numbers from the far stations he delivered gates to. His memory was charred. He had relied on the system too much. He had once thought he was the last man to do complicated math in their head without the assistance of technology. He had abandoned that life long ago for the extravagance and lure of high class. He had let it consume him and drag him to the end of what could be humanity. Now, he mused that he might be the last human alive. At last, he had made a connection. He steadied himself as he lifted the ship off the docking bay and flew into the atmosphere. It had been ages since the ship had flown, but it seemed no worse for wear. He stared into the portal as it grew on the vision screens. He had tried to hail, but there was no response. His last resort was to hope for the best. He had traveled through gates so many times, it was as entering an airlock, but this was different. Every inch of his being was screaming for him to abandon this attempt, cut his losses in an attempt to call for help in another way. He knew it was futile, though. If the link was down, there had been a major change in the last 100,000 years. Jervik took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he steered the maiden navel towards the unknown. Jesus! Was that an hour? Guys, was that an hour? What the fuck? Damn, man. Holy shit. Yep, not even close to 20 minutes! I'm bad at time. Holy shit. Okay, let's see. Let's see here, guys. Cryogen. So, new posting. It is 14 pages. And it is 10,228 words. We beat the 10,000 mark, guys. Fuck yeah. So that's the longest thing we've ever written. And we still need to do a little bit of editing and add one scene. We got Sexy Jazz, Hey Jude during an intergalactic hauling story. Good times, guys. Good times. So yeah, what do you guys think of the... Like, I... Now actually going back and reading it over... I'm like, I don't think the pacing, I think it was actually like a smooth transition from like the montage scenes to like him, you know, like the time passing scenes versus then boom, stop, okay, here's a scene and it reveals it. It will be really tight once you do it a few edits. Yeah, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do this, Eggy. This is gonna be like the next like week of streams. Where the fuck is it? Take the plot. These. We're going to take every scene and we're going to do this. We're going to make sure that we have the goal, the conflict, the disaster, the reaction, the dilemma, the decision. How much more Catversion is left? I don't know. I believe Sean said he had posted 27 chapters. I don't know how many chapters there actually are. Do you want to know? Because I don't want to know. I don't want to know what it ends. But I can put the link in the chat if you want, and then you can go through and just keep going next chapter and see how many chapters there are. I don't want to know. But I know there's at least 27. And then there's his other book, too. The Queendom of Shalaria? Oh man, I don't know. He apparently wrote that one back in the 90s. It was like a really, really old book. It was the original inspiration for his isekai, I believe. Whoops. But we are at that point now, guys. It is Oblivion time. The 90s, like probably... Yeah, because he's like... I'm pretty sure he's like 45 plus. Like, he's an older dude, right? Like, he's probably got kids that are teenagers, right? That's why it's like... You can kind of tell he's older in his writing. Like, I don't know about you guys, but I can kind of tell, or I kind of assume that he's, like, older because he has a lot more life experience, right? That comes through in his writing. I'm an older dude at this point. Aren't you only, like, 27, Levi? I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure you're only in your 20s, right? Like, I know you're younger than me. I'm 27 in 2 days. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Somewhere around there. I'm 34 in 2 months. Well, like 3 months. Yeah, it's very true. I mean, that's more than a. It could be anywhere from a third to a quarter of your life. Damn. For all you know, it could be all of your life. There's the potential to not wake up tomorrow. You know, it happens. I'm gonna go throw in some foodies, some good foods, because I'm fucking hungry before we start this shit. But my hair is like, I need to have a fucking shower. I'm just a lazy piece of fucking shit. I haven't brushed my hair today. Bro is Legolas. Foodies? Is that a slang for foodas? No, foodsies. Food. Foodsies. Put in some foodsies. Foodsumduzers. Goodsumdus. The nomsicles, you know? Struggles of having long hair. It's worth it, though. It feels much better. Oh my god, my scalp was like burning. Because I was like rotating my hat around a lot, and when that happens, it like friggin' fucks up my hair. Just like doing that over and over again. It like scrunches up, right? Okay, I'll be right back. Oh boy. All right. We are set. Okay, I need more spells. Where can I go to get more spells? We should actually go do that before we do this quest. Like, where can I farm, like, money? That's what I need. I need money. Skingrad? Yes, we cured our vampirism. That was the last thing we did. And then we just traveled back here to the shrine to see, so we know where we would start off, but I don't know about doing that yet. I think we should upgrade first. Mage Guild is north side of the city. Okay. Is there, like, special magic I can unlock by getting to the university? Like, should I just go around and get all the recommendations and get, like, the highest level magic?
It's you. I'm Salinas Vesinus of the Mages Guild, and I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance.
University of some pretty sick upgrades. Okay.
The guild can provide you with some training.
You need
but
level
the best
50.
training
Well, I'm going
is
conjuring
very
magic,
hard to find.
so I can summon Daedras. Conjuring magic is my favorite magic, because then I don't have to do anything. I can just AFK and summon. Like, my Skyrim main character, that was, like, the actual character I played the game with, not the Argonian that I made, was a conjuring, mage, and I just conjured bow, conjure armor, and conjure Daedra, and I'd have 2 Daedras, and then my bow. And I had infinite ammo, and I was fully self-sustaining. It was fucking awesome.
Adriana Barrena is the person you're looking for. I'm sure she'll be more than happy to help you. Not only has necromancy been banned from practice in the Mages Guild, but the guild won't deal with anyone who openly uses it. Have you met Adriana Barrena, our Skingrad Mages Guild head? Not the most pleasant person, I'll admit. Don't mind her. Interested in training? I do the conjuration courses, and Druja does the mysticism. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
Damage, health on target. Wait, what's this? Oh, that's the description. I have no money. Oh, I have 660. He has no money. Conjurer, I hardly know her. Conjurer, I hardly know her. Soul Trap. Wait, isn't this... If you soul trap them, you get, like, the soul stone? Isn't this, like, the thing for making soul stones? For filling soul gems? Yeah. Should I get it? Like, that's important, right? Is there another way to fill gems? And not a huge deal until you've got soul gems going. Okay. What's the aim of the story? You mean in Oblivion? To close the Oblivion gates. Ease Burden would be pretty good if you got the level for it. It's alteration, so I mean I should go alteration, shouldn't I? Because that's a good thing for like crafting. Can't you? So we could also go. Do we have shock? So we want to get shock or hailstone. It reduces your carry weight, so that's good. Yeah. So basically, you could like overburden, cast it, fast travel, and not have to worry, right? So, what's an alteration skill? Like, what's a low-level alteration skill? Is there one here? Open easy lock. Defense too high.
Good day.
Nope. Mysticism, but not alteration. Oh, this lasts 60 seconds? This only lasts 20 seconds. Is this one better? Greater power. Oh, it's a greater power! I'm an idiot. What's the coolest thing you can conjure? I don't know. In Skyrim, it was Daedra. So maybe it's Daedra here. Spider Daedra are pretty swag. Yeah, that sounds pretty epic. Okay, well...
Yes?
Either way...
Can I interest
I
you
want
in
the
some of my wares?
hailstorm.
Lilyosh 413 is
Oh
now following
shit!
you.
Well, Josh, welcome, welcome. How's it going, bro?
I hope you are enjoying the
Oh, we gotta
stream
change to
also.
Oblivion.
Plus one.
Patron was just
We forgot
telling
to
me
switch
he's Arch
categories.
Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
How are you, good sir? Welcome to the stream. Are you a writer? Do you enjoy writing content? What is the Daedra, the four-legged thing? The Daedra are, like, demonic beings. They're basically demons. They come from a different realm. We'll take a toke for that one, boys. But yeah, if you you like writing, we do writing, we do reacts, we fuck around, we like to have a good time. I gotta go grab my food. But yeah, in general, ask Eggy, and he will tell you that the Fudas are strong in this one. I also forgot to change the overlay because no one ever reminds me. But anyways, I'll be right back. detox writing while we resist food and gooning urges. Indeed. It is a powerful place to connect with other gooners. Find someone else? What time is it? It's 1 a.m. Okay, that's why. That might help a little bit. It's not the middle of the night. This guy's a night wanderer like me.
How do you do? Where's Orthor? I haven't seen him. Probably
Well met. What? Who are you? Ah, who cares? I'm Druya. You want something? Or you just practicing your Cyrodiilic? Be seeing you.
Where's this bitch?
Hi there.
I went to a chapel from the
Hello,
600s
associate.
this weekend. Nice.
I trust you have good reason for interrupting me. It's been the home of the Mages Guild for the longest time. You should see the library they have there. It's the only place worth visiting in the Imperial City, if you ask me. I only make the trip if I can't find a specific book here. There's at least one person in every guild hall who offers spells. Check it.
Can you imagine explaining food to R34 to a priest from 530 AD?
I'm afraid I haven't given it much thought. I'm rather busy, you understand. My research occupies nearly all of my time. Now that I think about it, I do have a small problem concerning Urthor. He's one of the guild mages here. Think you can do something about it? Excellent. I just don't have the time to search for him again, but I do need to consult him about some notes he borrowed. You might want to ask around and see if anyone can be of some help. Let me know when he's back and you'll have your recommendation. He's an interesting fellow. Selena's Fascinus can tell you more about him if you wish to know. Selena should be around here somewhere. Talk to him if you'd like to know more about Urthor. Any luck finding Urthor yet? I'll need to speak with him before I can feel your recommendation has been earned. An old priest in Kvatch is worried about strange disappearances. He sounded quite depressed. How can we win if even the priests lose their faith? What, you want a tour? Can't you see I have a lot on my mind? Go bother a beggar or a god. They stand around and chatter all day. Have Urthor see me when he gets back, associate.
You want me? You sure? I'm Vigga. I'm Mages Guild, but I don't train or anything.
Okay.
He hasn't shown up here in a while.
Ask
I assumed he was
ChatGPT to
still
do
at
it.
Bleak Flats Cave, where he usually stays. I don't remember where it is, honestly. I know it's west of Skingrad. Druja could probably tell you. She has a better memory than I do. Between the two of them, Borisian and Gaspar have mastered nearly every type of spell there is. You'd be wise to go see them if you can.
Picture a painted scroll showing a woman, but with the likeness and parts of a man below the waist. Crafted not by nature, but by imagination and desire. These things are spread by a kind of magical script light that lets people across the world view them instantly, often for private pleasure rather than reverence. It's called Fuda, a merging of male and female in one flesh, drawn for lust, not scripture. Whoa!
I don't
That's
know what
fucking
Archmage
great.
Trevin has against necromancy, but the first thing he did after taking over the Mages Guild was to ban its practice. Well, it's a bit rugged. Nothing like the Arcane University. Have to go to the Imperial City to buy anything, but it's good enough, I suppose. You two, what do you want?
Sell?
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to
Oh
suit you.
shit! This guy actually sells, like, the good stuff. An Atronac. Damn. I don't have any money. Where can I go to, like, farm? I could get Blazing Spear. Oh, is Fireball AoE? Damn it, I want Fireball, but I don't have enough money.
Be seeing you.
I have, like, barely just not enough. Arcane University is the laziest name ever. Sounds like a Tumblr Harry Potter fanfic. Yeah. Okay, we need to get some money. We need to get those spells.
Greetings, Conjurer.
Where's Earthor? I haven't seen him lately.
Be seeing you.
Greetings, apprentice.
Ambrose Can is really good with his shield.
Okay, we gotta be able to sell something. There's gotta be a selling thing around here. Then we'll come back and do this. But I want those spells. Traders.
Head on. Yes? Be seeing you.
Wait, is this not?
Welcome to Colovian Traders, Skingrad's finest selection of general merchandise. I'm Gunder. Just let me know what you want.
Okay, here we go. Bartering.
Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. That's a good deal.
Wait. Restore health and damage intelligence? Oh shit, I should be wearing... Oh no, these are... Never mind. That's just what they do. I'm an idiot.
You got a great deal there. That seems a fair price. A good price. That seems a fair price. A good price. You got a great deal. You drive a hard bargain. You drive a hard bargain.
Just Google Daedras and they're hot as fuck. Yup.
A fine transaction.
Alright, we have 1,000 gold now.
You too.
Oh, excuse me. Jesus. We should be able to buy them both now, right? Because one's 500 and one's less than 500?
Yes? Arahon Castle near Coral is besieged by marauders. I wish I could go and save them.
Go ahead, please. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
Should we get Hailstorm? I think we're gonna get Hailstorm and Blazing Spear.
I appreciate your business. Be seeing. You.
It's like, I can't... It's odd that they have the same image. I asked it to explain you to a 500 AD priest. Talk station is a modern minstrel, performs not upon a stage of wood, but within a box of light that reaches countless souls across the earth. Wait, what? He engages in contests of skill and wit within imagined worlds, and the people gather not in flesh but in spirit through unseen threads to witness his mirth, his trials, and his triumphs. For their joy, they offer him tokens of gold not unlike alms given to a bard whose voice brings levity to a weary world. Aw, Grok, thanks. Or I guess ChatGPT, thanks. I'm glad you think I reach people across the entire world. Lots of people. I mean, if you think 5 people is lots of people, okay. Or 10 people is lots of people. I mean, fair enough, right? To each their own. Not my problem.
Hello, associate.
What?
Believe what you want.
What?
Yes.
It's just northwest of Skingrad. Here, see it on the map? That's where Earthor wound up, after Adrian told him he couldn't practice in the guild hall anymore. She probably doesn't even remember that. You might want to make sure she remembers, especially the part about it being her idea. I haven't seen him in quite some time, but then, this isn't the first time he's been away, so I wasn't really that concerned.
I mean, you've reached France and the UK and New Zealand and the USA. That's just the ones you know of. I mean, I guess that's true, Ike.
Adriana may read too much, but you should see the summon spells.
But that's
she
not
taught
countless.
He might teach you if you're skilled enough.
Countless is a pretty big number.
Necromancy may be legal in Cyrodiil, but few will openly admit to practicing it now that the Mages Guild has banned it. It's a town like any other. Well, go outside and there's the mountains and wines and sheep. Here in town, though, nothing special. Good luck finding Earthor.
Castle near Coral is besieged by marauders. I wish I could go and save them.
Not countless. But it is worldwide. Yep. That is true. Just need to convert some Arabs to the ways of the femboy. It's quite possibly the most beautiful town in Cyrodiil. Why can't I find anyone? Where is everyone?
Greetings to you.
Good afternoon.
How do you do? Coral is besieged by marauders. I wish I could go and save them.
So I've heard.
So long.
Be seeing you.
Hello,
Can I fucking talk to him now?
I hear you got quite a task from Adriana. Oh dear. I just can't seem to remember where that is. What a shame. A nice
I don't believe him.
I suppose, but there was that awful scamp incident last year. That's when Adriana told him he needed to practice somewhere else. Somewhere else. Meaning somewhere far away. So he settled down in Bleak Flats Cave. Did all his work there and came back to town twice a week to check in. Hasn't been around lately, though.
Skingrad. Terrible name.
I'm here to help if you need me.
He looks like a kid toucher? Jesus, Eggy, you can't say that!
How are you? Great. Have you seen Earthor around town lately? No. I heard that some cult called the Mythic Dawn is behind the Emperor's assassination.
Wait, why is it still telling me to go here? Even though they said that, like, the Bleak Flats is there.
Hello, associate. You're here about that recommendation, I presume. I'll need to speak with Earthor before I write it. Oh, I do remember telling him to go there. Well, we'll just have to do something about that, won't we? By we, I mean you, of course. I have something that may help. It's a basic fireball spell, in case you need to defend yourself. I'll be here when you get back. Good luck.
Fantastic. Thanks.
The Coral Guild.
Wait, did she just give me Fireball after I just bought Fireball? Are you fucking kidding me? No, I didn't buy Fireball. Never mind. It's weak Fireball. Okay. 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 We'll see what it's like.
Hello.
Unpleasant visit recently from.
It can't be.
Absolutely.
What's the news from the other parts of Tamriel? What do you want? I'm here to help
They're
if you
saying
need me.
some cult murdered the Emperor
Blessed
and are
we are.
opening the Oblivion.
What?
Why is it saying go to these guys?
Is it me, or is it quieter around?
Yes? Oh dear. I just can't seem to remember where that... nice enough. So he said... I'm here to help if you
Why
need
does
me.
it say go to him? Can I just go to the place?
Greetings,
Do I need...
Evoker.
Anvil is all in...
Do I need something special? Weak fireballs to get you hooked, so you spend all your septums on real fireballs.
Heard any news from the other top?
I think it's pointing at the door now.
What do you...
Okay, yeah, now it's over there. Now I feel comfortable going over there. The marker's not there, I ain't going over there, because then the stupid quest ain't going. I know how this shit works.
Yes, you. We need to talk. Yes. We can't talk here. Too public. Meet me behind the great chapel at midnight. Don't let anyone follow you. I'll make it worth your while.
Okay.
Hello.
This game is so in-depth, so much to remember. Yeah. When games were good!
So move
Okay, so let's try this. Okay, and that one takes all of my mana. And this is just an ice one for anything that's immune to fire. But why is... no. This one. Flare. Wait, how much does it fucking cost? Oh, it's supposed to be weak fireball. Actually, no. This is supposed to be weak fireball. This is supposed to be blazing spear. AoE damage. AoE damage. AoE damage. Okay, that kind of shredded. I'm not wasting this opportunity. We are going through the Oblivion Gate right fucking now. I'm not losing another one. Okay, there's a door there. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit. Can I not damage that? Okay. Okay, fine. Do what you want. Oops, I meant to use this. Oh shit, landmines! That's crazy. Shit. Ooh. Ah! Almost fell in the lava. Okay. How does mana refill? It's just passive over time. shit, that was the big one. Wait, did I just kill my own scamp? I thought I was fighting the scamp, but I'm actually fighting this. I'm retarded. Oh shit.
Fire resistance moment?
Fuck that. Only pussies do that. What? Oh yeah. That was pretty fucking close. Damn. That's drunk. A lot of mana, but it's drunk. Doing a 10-hour special? I don't know, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay, I feel like I've gone everywhere. Let's go inside. What the fuck? What the fuck? Where the hell is Think? I don't know. Absolutely blasted by those gnomes. Meant to do TTS. Ah.
Is green or red health?
Red is health, green is stamina. Rawr! Welcome, Callie! How's it going? How are you? Welcome, welcome!
Actually, green is fatigue. Callie has arrived.
Fatigue is stamina, though. In any other game, it would be called stamina. I've decided I would write 50 words a day. Oh, that's a good benchmark, Callie. Hell yeah. It's at least something. Exactly, right? You have to start somewhere, right? Does this get me to another island? Well, you just used up 14 of them, Eggy. Scamp's pretty good. This sentence is 6 more words. There you go. Hell yeah. You're almost halfway there, Callie. Okay, did this just take me back to exactly where I started? You had an internal compass, you'd know. If you had an internal compass, you know. Yeah, I'm kind of bad at this shit. I know is there's enemies that I'm killing, so it means I haven't been there. Compasses are woke. You got this, Scott Dog. True. I get lost in Fortnite, but it's usually on purpose. You can never find your way through a Daggerfall dungeon. Oh god, no. I'm gonna get lost in a dog's eyes. Ooh, never been here before. Hello. I don't know what these do. Compasses were invented by the elite to remove the whimsy of adventure. I like that concept there, Eggy. Not the lava. Not the lava. Please, please, please not the lava. Okay, this looks like the edge of, nothing. This is where I'm going to the next life because I'm addicted to food. How did I not get on top of that? Okay, I honestly have no idea how to get back to where I was. Do the return to Lumbridge spell. Oh man. True. Nope. I mean, I came from the fucking tower. How the fuck do I get back there? Oh, this is new. I mean, This is a new one because there's mobs here. Broken armor. Wait, what? Oh. You got any hammers? Yeah, but I'm not high enough level. Oh shit.
Join my trophy smithing.
Are these gates endgame content or nah? I think they're more like the League content. You know, if it was like a season of something, this would be like the specific content for that league. But I don't think it's endgame specific. They scale though, yeah. How was Dwarf Fortress, Levi? Another 20 minutes and realized I was too drained. Can't remember if I told you guys what happened with my book. What happened with your book there, Callie? Five-star review. Nice. That's sick. Congratulations, Callie. That's amazing. Did I say that already? I don't know. Maybe you did. It's okay to say it again, though. That's something to be proud of. I spent the past 2 hours reading the introduction to phenomenology, and I also woke up slightly hungover this morning. Ah, that's never fun. Anyway, I gotta get to bed. Good luck on finding your way through this. I know you got it. Thanks, Levi. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Have a good night, good sir. Thanks for stopping in and popping by and hanging out, brother. Always a pleasure. That's mine. Oh shit, I didn't even see this guy. These maps are so sick. Yeah. He just killed his buddy. Yeah, like, anything can damage anything. So you can kill people accidentally, and other NPCs can kill other NPCs accidentally. Can be a scary game sometimes. Yeah, it is. But major NPCs can't be killed. They can only be, like, knocked down. So, like, you can't kill, like, Martin or anything like that. And, like, fuck the storyline up. You can only kill minor quest NPCs. Getting soft locked accidentally would be insane. Yeah. But then again, every time you zone, it auto saves, so there's that. Damn, that's expensive. Alright, we did it. Sigil Stone. That's it. Boom. Gate complete. You were so alive in this game. The drugs, no one was like opium to you. One was like opium to you. Alright, we finally completed that. Let's go to the cave. There's some games I play where I become zombie. I mean, that was like schedule 1, right? I'm just like doing the task. Total War is like that for me. Wait, is that another gate? Holy fuck, that's another gate. Let's go! Double gate! As I'm like DCing. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Seeing the gates fuck everyone's frame rates. Yeah, it's just an animation thing, right? What do you expect, right? You can only do so much with a 20-year-old game. And Cryogen? Is that what they're using? I don't even know. But Bethesda's retarded because, yeah. Holy shit, it's actually really cold in here. 1 second. It's 12 degrees. Well, hey, I successfully did that. I'm completely fucking everything up. Just dipped myself in my weed a little bit. Whew, we're so dead as a society where 20-year-old games are still the best. Yeah, it's fucking sad. Just goes to show you that passion makes it, and that's why I put passion into my writing. Because at the end of the day, that's all that matters. You know? And I hope people can see that in my work. Tired Chameleon, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How are you? Welcome to the stream. You are in time because we are not close to ending the stream, at least as far as I know. So, Oblivion gates all day. Let's go. I conjure something, he conjures something. But my something is stronger than his something. Bitch, get fucking shit on. When true. But yeah, how are you doing, Chameleon? Welcome to Oblivion. This is we found an Oblivion gate, and then on the way to do a recommendation to get into the Arcane University, and we came across an Oblivion gate and we cleared it, And then running back, I have a massive hangover. Ooh, that sucks. Hangovers are brutal. That's why I like to smoke weed and not drink. There's no hangover with weed. Damn, he fucking destroyed my dude. But he can't beat this. Bitch, that's right. Get some. Motherfucker. Trying to take me on? He can't do shit. I just need to farm for gear so I can get money so I can buy more spells. Okay, this just goes back to the gate. Oh shit, this is bad, this is bad. Okay. My vice is pastries. While moving to Scotland, they make great ones. It's too dangerous for me. Oh fuck, am I gonna die? Love Scotland. Nice. Never been. I've never left Canada. I'm a pleb little bitch. Soul Trap on strike? Oh shit! Where you been in Scotland, Chameleon? Thankfully, the women are like orcs, so that vice is easy. Eggy. I haven't. It's a dream destination to me. I want to visit the castles. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I would want. Fucking castles. That would be so cool. Oh shit, I fell through a hole? What the fuck is this? Oh shit, guys. Fucking castles. Oh, okay, nice one. Okay, that one drops me into lava, so don't fall into that one. Oblivion Cave. I must give yet another complaint. Tell me if you're tired of doing this. No, I'll never get tired of you complaining, Callie. Because you're interacting. As long as you're not ignoring, like, a clear solution. Then I'll just tell you that you need to do that solution, and if you mention it again, I'm going to ask you if you have done that solution. If you haven't, you better have come up with a better solution. Because only complain for advice, don't complain for complaining, you know what I mean? If that makes sense. So I came up with a solution for writing here. Ah, nice. Because I wrote yesterday 73 words. Nice. I don't know what to do with Mom, though. She's still too nice to me. Well, so you have to inflict it, like, you know, hold yourself to a higher standard. Don't let someone else, like, don't require someone else to hold you to a higher standard. Hold yourself to a higher standard. I think that's the best way to live. No. Is this the right way is the question. Okay, here's my new complaint. Conjuration mastery increased. Through steady practice, you've discovered more creatures to summon from the plains of Oblivion. You are now a journeyman in conjuring magic and can cast journeyman level conjuration spells. Fuck yeah! Conjuration is increased to 50! That's what I'm talking about, brother! My classmates in high school might have thought I was bad at English because I was quiet plus Hispanic. I don't know. Interesting. How so? Like, well, like, I guess, I mean, like, how did they treat you differently because they thought you were bad at English? Was it like teasing? Well, I would say words and I'd say them with an accent. Well, I mean, yeah, that's to be expected, you know. I'm from Canada, so like there's a ton of people around here that are brown. So we always do the brown because we know the brown very well. We know how they talk, we know they do things. It is all good. We do not need to worry about it. It is okay. Go back to sleep. Don't worry. No, that is do not redeem. No, please, sir. Please, sir. No, do not redeem. You must. I need the 3 numbers on the back of the card, sir, and your social insurance number. Yes or no. If you redeem, then I cannot give you the money. It will be a waste. Yes. No, you must give it to me. I will take it. Yes, this is very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Do not. No. Do not redeem. screwed. Man, he's beating the shit out of me. Oh, that's not my scamp! Oh my god, I'm gonna die. He's casting a spell at me. I definitely would have died on that. And I'd have to say them with my American accent. I think I'll do as Elsa does and let it go. What they can't respect the fact that you have an accent, then you should emphasize your accent and make it even more hard for them, and then they have to listen, and then you'll be like, no, you're the dumb one who cannot understand. You think I am the dumb one for not talking, but you are the one who is a dumb one for not understanding. I am sorry, sir, but that is not how it works. I talk like I talk, and you talk like you talk. If you cannot understand me, then that is your problem, not my problem. I am speaking to what I can. It is okay. Do not worry about it. I am going to die. Oh God, I am going to die. Remember, your bully will become your best friend if you learn how to banter back and forth. They're just testing you. So you gotta find a way to test back and find their common ground. And then you can be banter buddies. Just don't, you know, don't make things personal. I find showing people that you can make fun of yourself makes it easier when you make fun of them, you know? And then you all know that you're playing because you're all making fun of yourself, right? GPB222! Welcome, welcome! Welcome back. Thank you for hanging out, good sir. Always a good time. Ow, I'm getting destroyed by this Oblivion gate. Alright, 51 Conjuration. This shit is leveling up fast. Not seen someone get bummed harder since the time my priest took me camping. You can't say that, Hanky! Oh my fucking god. But yeah, true. Oh shit. Plot twist, I'm the top. Oh my god. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Oh no, I just wasted that. Fuck. Yeah, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna die. I've had enough appointments this month. I'm gonna open some fucking windows. Wait, did he just come through the door? I didn't know they could go through doors! What the fuck? I thought I was safe! What the fuck? Oh no. What is my scamp doing? Kill him! Oh, what the? Oh no, there's 3 of them now? Oh god. I'm gonna die. This is a dead end. I'm dead. This is a dead end. Oh fuck, 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 oh fuck. I just have to slow heal. It's okay, I just have to slow heal. This place is fucking scary, guys. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So I might be receiving aid for food. Oh, that's nice. Okay, there's one day. Oh no! I died to the trap! Fuck! Okay, okay. Destruction magic is 56 now. $52 Conjuring, let's go! Light armor! Scamp is fucking OP, man. Ow. Yes! We killed him. With like 1 fucking health. Holy shit, that was close. Here we are. This light around me. Is it gonna like explode or something? I feel like he cast a spell on me instead of someone else. And like, this is a buff on me, and I'm not quite sure. I don't know how to scroll over it and see what it actually is. Who knows? We know. We win! Hell yeah, guys. Fuck these gates. We're winning. Oblivion be destroyed. Okay, now we can do the recommendation. Bleak Flats. All right. My TV freaked out again. Okay, it's back. Oh god. Okay. I'll be receiving money to buy food. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured.
How did you get in here? Are those horrible creatures gone? I'm not going anywhere until they're gone. Horrible things.
I hate their stupid Weird Elf faces. I don't know what race they are.
Well met, guildmate. Are the creatures gone? I want to get out of here. I've been trapped for days. I don't dare move a muscle until they're all dispatched.
Okay, well, I guess there's more undead. I'd be Oblivion, Australian painter, but for whatever they are. Okay, well, I feel like I've killed them all.
What? Are the creatures gone? What? I don't.
Yes, they're gone. Let's go. I didn't know it hit Lear would get you flagged. Wait, what? I think he's beautiful. Eggy.
If he's so beautiful, why don't you marry him, Callie?
True. I'm marrying you and to talk. Oh, I am so sold. I accept, Callie. Oh, there's a zombie.
That is terrifying. Yet arousing.
Okay, now they're all dead? It's just that one motherfucker? Making me goddamn paranoid. The entire cave's still infested. Yeah, that looks good. Marrying me isn't so bad, but if you start doing everything instead of making me do it, I'll complain. It's okay, I don't clean, so if you clean, that's perfect, because I don't clean shit. I'm a lazy piece of shit. Darn, Callie, didn't know you were cute like that. Just checked your Insta.
What is it, associate? I can leave the cave. Oh, thank you! I'm ever so grateful. You're heading back to Skingrad, aren't you? Could I maybe come with you? It'd be safer, I think. So, what do you say? Oh, thank you. You're just too kind. I'll be right behind you.
Why did I marry a chick when I could be in a three-way author goon circle?
Can't wait to be back in Skingrad, safe and sound.
What? I don't know where I'm going. I think it's this way. Yay! Moon makes me go outside when I could be in a neat gaming and gooning. Could be a neat gaming and gooning 24/7. True. Mother's trying to make me go outside by offering me food, but I'm on a diet, so...
Oh, hello.
What?
Adriana, I'm back! I was rescued!
So it would seem. You are unharmed, I presume.
Well, pride is a little wounded.
Oh, spare me. You're lucky I bothered to send someone after you at all. In the future, would you please be more careful?
Good evening.
Well, yes. I'll just pack up my supplies and be on my way then. Thank you for sending someone to help me.
Hello. Glarthir is acting even stranger than usual, don't you think?
Goodbye.
Take care. Go ahead, please. I've spoken with Earthor, who seems to be all right. Good work. I'll see to it that your recommendation is sent in as soon as I have a free moment. As I've said, I'm rather busy. I'll get to it eventually, though, I assure you. I don't trust you enough to talk about that.
Oh, damn.
Bye.
What does she sell, though?
I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Damn, she does some high-level shit.
Goodbye.
I've got these exercises yesterday. 46 Spider-Man pushes, 45 Berserk squats, 65 bicycle crunches, and 9 chin-ups. 36 Flexion rows, and I'm trying to reach 100 each. Hell yeah, just slowly build up over time. That's what it's all about. Saitama speedrun. True. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna call it here. I'm fucking tired. We finished that quest. We'll be doing the main quest probably tomorrow. But, yeah. Doing one recommendation a day, I think, is a good idea. I need to get my shit repaired, though. Where do I get my shit repaired? I think that'll be something for tomorrow, though. We'll figure it out. But hey, thanks for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are awesome. I fucking love you guys. Remember that. It's all about you. You are the reason. You are everything. Never forget that. And remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, who we raiding? It has been an awesome day. It has been an awesome day. Hell yeah, we finished Cryogen. We just need to edit it now. It's gonna be the best story I've ever written. It's fucking amazing. I absolutely love it. And it's actually, like, rereading it, I was like, oh, it's actually, like, folds together better than I thought. So I thought it would be a little bit more jumbly with the way that we wrote it over the multiple days and everything like that. But, you know, it's pretty decent. So, let's get us a fucking raid going. Oh. Alright guys, we'll give him some love. We'll give him some love, okay guys?